and welcome back to ESA Winter 2021. We are raising money for Alzheimer-Fonden. Links to donate can be found below the stream. We would also like to thank Koei Tecmo Europe, who released their game Neo 2 The Complete Edition, as well as Twitch and ViewSonic for sponsoring this event. Now it is time for the long-awaited Judgment Run by Froob. So good luck, Froob. Let's do this.
Yeah, hello, I'm Froob. People know me for the Yakuza games. I've had a couple of comments saying, that's not a Yakuza game. Haha, joke's on you, yes it is. So, we're gonna get going. Closer, what won the language bid war?
After realizing, oops, there might be a little bit of echo coming from my end. I can tell you with one quick cheeky refresh. There was a last-minute $5 donation that came in. I'll read that later on. But it was not enough to tip the scales. We are doing this run in English.
Whoa, that's nice and different for once. Alright. So, basically, being a Dragon Engine game like the Yakuza games, most of the cutscenes are going to be skipped anyway, but there's a lot of stuff in Judgment that can't actually be skipped, so you're going to get to hear quite a good bit of English during this run. Again, because, like, obviously 99% of cutscenes can be skipped, it's not going to impact the time at all, so it's just for fun, and obviously, you know, you will get some out of it from, like, fight calls and stuff like that. Plus, also, the English dub in this game is actually pretty good, so... Right, so let me just get back to the start, and then we'll go. We are going to be going on... New game from the beginning, we're going to be going on easy. Despite that, it's not actually easy. Trust me on this one, Judgment is a different beast. You're going to like this. So, it says I'm on PlayStation 4, it's the PS4 version of the game, the PS5 remaster only just got announced, obviously it isn't out yet. So, we're going to begin in 3, 2, 1, go. So, this, as I said, is Judgment. I just lost my notes the second that I pushed my own splits, because I want an indication of where I am with my own splits, because we found yesterday during one of my practice runs, there's a nasty little infinite load. 5 hours in. So, I kind of want a good... I need my own splits to be able to see just where exactly I am in the run, which I'm looking at right now. But this is Judgment. You'll see that, yes, this is Kamurocho, this is Nakamichi Street, but this is not Kazuma Kiryu. This is Takayuki Yagami. He is a detective, a lawyer-turned-detective. One thing you didn't see at the start of the game is that he was basically in charge of a law case for a Okubo, and he basically got him off the hook of murder, which never ever happens. There's like a 99% like conviction rate. So what happened after that is the guy then decided to apparently murder again. So at that point, will you hit me please? Thank you. At that point, basically Yagami left the law profession and instead decided to be a detective. And this is detective work right here. Honest. So as per all the Yakuza games, you get this funny heat move, because it's the quickest one I got close to me. As with all the Yakuza games, you get a lovely little bit of tutorial. Judgment's tutorials actually aren't too bad, thankfully. I was hoping to do the EX move, but you wouldn't let me. Cool. But you can see that Yagami is very much a much lighter fighter. You can see that he's very quick and he's also pretty much just going all over the place. We'll describe his fighting style in a little bit. He's currently undercover, he's dressed up like a hobo, don't worry about it. Also, you'll probably notice his beard is about to go missing. The beards, trust me, beards don't do that, but his is. So, one nice thing, starting with Judgment, is that you actually get to sprint with unlimited stamina and only one button, which means that unlike the other Yakuza games where I have to claw grip the controller, in Judgment, I just have to tap X or R2, and we're off, which is absolutely fantastic for my hands, which I appreciate. So, one of the things, even though this is set in Kamurocho, which is obviously the same place the Yakuza series is set, this is a spin-off. It is not tied to the Yakuza series, but despite that, you are going to see some recurring themes. For example, you are going to get mention of a certain organization that goes by the name of the Tojo Clan. Never heard of them before. But as far as like the plot goes, there is no connection to Yakuza other than world-building events that happened during Yakuza 6. One of the areas we go to very, very briefly is a place called Little Asia. We go there very, very briefly, and something happened in Yakuza 6, and that's been reflected in the map here. But you'll see the Judgment is a bit more of a stylized game. It's a lot more darker. All the colors are like popping off a little more. That's going to make it a little harder to see enemy spawns at night. But more importantly, this right here is a brand new mechanic. This is the first of our new mechanics. You saw one a little while ago, which was the active search mode. We'll talk about that in a bit, because there's another one coming up. But this is the tailing segment. Most people hate the tailing segments. All of these tailing segments that happen in the story are completely scripted. So I know exactly what's going to happen and when. He's going to stop in a second, just past the entrance of this alleyway on the right. What's going to happen is that as long as, and you can have a few things that can happen that can mess this up, but as long as I don't walk into anything, thank you, sir, as long as I don't walk into anything like that bike or these cones or the sign, yeah, alright, as long as I don't walk into the sign like that man does, we'll be okay. Now, you'll see every so often, like, these circles pop up, which are our hiding spot. So, at the end of every single segment, there's, like, one designated place where you can actually, like, hide that ends that part of the tailing segment. So, I know, again, exactly every single one that's going to happen, and I know when to basically stop. Now, I mentioned this briefly with Yakuza runs in the past. It's not something that's ever, it's not something that's ever really, divulged upon. It's the same here, but it's even more important in these tailing segments. When you walk into objects or you run along the street and you, ram into something, you actually create a little bit of sound. That's the reason why you don't want to sprint too much in these tailing segments, is because if I start running around, most of the time your target is going to notice you. Some of your targets, you can see them turn around there. You can make it to those 4 on the left, but I don't usually like trying to do it, because, literally, you just wait. But essentially, we don't want to run into too many things, because if we run into too many things, they will turn around, and that will cost us time. Even if they don't see us, they will still turn around. Now, some of the tailing segments are actually kind of evil. This is the first one. You see that square there? That's our final hiding spot. As you can see, the game is saying we're losing them because they've gone around the corner. So, we're going to go around the corner, and we're going to see that he is going to partake of something you'll see if you've ever seen me run K2 or 6, in that he's using a vending machine. Vending machines aren't in Judgment. They got removed after K2 because they were too overpowered. Let's ignore the fact they're back in LAD, and they're also still pretty good. But essentially, you'd think to yourself, because he's around the corner, you're probably supposed to go and chase after him, right? Wrong. He's coming back. So this is the last one, and instead of going around there where his back is turned, you have to stay here. A little bit evil, that. For your first tailing segment, that's kind of a bad move. But some of the rest of them are going to be even worse than that. There's one very much later on, anyone who's played this will know it. It's the final storyline one that is just downright pure evil. A little bit better because, obviously, as I know where that target's going to turn around. And even better, the last one is the only one that actually has speed tech to it. So, it's fantastic, I guess. Wait, he's going to turn around next when he goes into the Champion District. I've waited here because sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes he'll see you out of, the side of his cone of vision. That's always a turnaround. And now he won't turn around again, and we just have to get to the end point. And then we're going to go into the other of the new things that you saw a little bit earlier, the active search mode. So sometimes the game will give you an objective to look for. We're going to have to look for our friend Kaito's drone in a second. Kaito's going to be overwatching, he's already overwatching this guy with said drone, and basically what we're doing is we're tailing this suspicious detective. We have some suspicions that this detective is up to no good, and you'll also hear something else in this active search mode.
What the?
Hear that? That's a cat. Every single active search has a cat inside of it. You can get all those cats, you'll get yourself a trophy or obviously an achievement in the Xbox version when it comes out in April. Which, yes, as I said, there is going to be a remaster of this game coming out in April for PS5, Xbox, and Stadia. So, that version, to clarify what's going on, oh, here's your chases as well. If you've ever seen an older Yakuza game like 3, 4, or 5, you'll recognize these chases. All of these are always the same each time, apart from certain QTEs. This is always circle. I hit triangle. That one's always circle, the next one is triangle. But if I go to certain places here, like here, I can avoid a QTE there. Next up, there's going to be 2 people to dodge, the crowd on the left and the crowd on the right. You can always get past one, so then get ready. This is triangle. And then every so often, enemies will throw things at you. This is sometimes random. It's usually X, and then the one after this is always X. So he's going to lob this bike at me that he's going to grab. Again, always X. Then the game is going to tutorialize us on how to catch our targets with circle, which you never actually do ever again, outside of one sub-story. Sure. Judgment does that a couple of times. Why don't you tell me to shut up? Right, so, we're now going to get into our fighting again. Oh wow, you can skip that in English? What the heck? That's interesting. You can't skip the intro of that fight in Japanese. So, you saw there very briefly, I flashed red. I have changed my fighting style, and now with this style, using a combination of them both, I can actually keep enemies juggled in the air. It's a very, very hard to do on base combo speed. We'll be using it a lot more later on. But also, our heat moves, EX in this game, they're very, very strong. They're insanely strong. But wow, that's actually a time save for English dubbing. Cool. Good stuff. So this detective turned out to be betting on the horse races. He's been up to no good. And then the game reveals, you know, we used to be a lawyer. We're now a detective, blah, blah, blah. So, we're going to get into Chapter 1 here. Chapter 1 is actually the longest chapter in the entire game. You can see that we've got 16,000. This guy right here is Kaito. He's our BFF. He is awesome. You will see him in a little bit. This is our office. You will notice that we are in the alleyway on Nakamichi. We're going to go and buy a gift for our old law office, our old buds over at the Genda Law Firm. We're going to be going over to the Popo on Tenkaichi Street. Now, we'll get into sub stuff in a little bit, but we're going to go and meet the shopkeeper, Dwayne. Dwayne isn't going to become a friendship yet, but we're going to come back and see Dwayne later on, and we're going to forge a friendship with him, which is actually going to be very important for the run. Thank you, Dwayne. We'll see you in a bit. So, as soon as we leave, we're going to get hit by another fight with a brand new tutorial. This is something unique to Judgment. This is wall strikes. Right there. Unfortunately, the problem didn't come up early enough because I was too fast. That's what you want to do. Then the game is going to tutorialize you on how to level up, and this is going to give us a strong version of it. This is automatic. I'm not touching this. Wall jumps are something that we're going to utilize a lot in this run. And I mean, a lot. They are very strong, and they allow you to basically build into your combos, which is really useful. Judgment has some very interesting combo stuff that isn't available in other Yakuza games I really like. The guy on the right there is Captain Hammerer of the Matsugane family of the Tojo clan. As I said, you'll see them. And this is something that you won't see in the run, but in Judgment, fights have a chance to have the police call on you. Ah, it's a bad fight spawn. Please keep going. Okay, I'm gonna have to take this slow. So, this is one of the bad things about Judgment. See this bit to the right of Tenkaichi Gate? It's actually been expanded on a little bit. Now, because it's been expanded on, that means that enemy spawns can actually happen to the right of the gate, and as you saw there was no way of me seeing them until I got close enough. Now, if you've ever watched, again, K2 or 6, you'll know that vending machines despawn enemies, but as I said earlier, vending machines are no longer in this game, which means that we have lost our method of dealing with fight spawns. We're going to get a method of dealing with them, just not yet. It's going to happen about halfway through the first chapter. So for the first half of the chapter, I really want to be careful about any fight spawns that happen. And unfortunately, fight spawns can be very nasty in this game. Some of the two games in the Yakuza-verse, if you want to call it, also jump out the window every single time. It's quicker. Wow, they are already aggressive. Good. So, one of the two games in the Yakuza-verse that we heavily consider the worst for fight spawns are Yakuza 5 and Judgment. Yakuza 5 has the problem where you can have multiple fight spawns in one area, and they don't despawn at all, and they don't despawn once you're done with a fight. Judgment has the problem where your fight spawns, as you saw there, they will aggro onto you from a long way away, and even worse than that, they will actually like try and get into a fight with you earlier than any other Yakuza game, which really sucks for trying to run because they are hyper aggressive, and I mean hyper aggressive. So you saw there, we had a conversation tree, and I picked two options in particular to get certain correct answers. Those correct answers got me extra skill points. The route that I have made is very tight on both money and skill points. We can get max attack damage in the run, but it will only be during the penultimate chapter, and if I mess anything up, it will only be in the finale, which is even worse. So, we need a couple of upgrades before we get there. I know exactly when I'm going to get my upgrades. I want top left, top right, bottom right. Never ask about the police response in Chapter 1. So, Captain Hammerer, who we mentioned earlier, he's been arrested. He has been arrested in connection with a Yakuza murder. As I said, we are still dealing with the Yakuza after all. A member of the Kyorei clan, who we don't know yet, has been murdered over in a small alleyway, just off of the Theatre Avenue and just off of Tenkaichi Street. And Captain Hammerer, who doesn't really like us, he wants Shintani, who was one of our old lawyer buddies, to represent him in court, and we're going to do the detective thing and try and figure out what Hammerer did that night. So, Hammerer says that he was at a place called Sonogoten that night. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to ask people if they saw him. Unfortunately, this is not going to lead anywhere, so what we're going to do after that, and I did not mean to speak to you again, what we're going to do after that is we're going to head home back to our office for the night and just rest up. So, one of the other nice things about Judgment that is... Hello, sir, please. One of the other nice things about Judgment that is not available in any other Yakuza game, and this isn't going to come up very often, but it can come up on this street right here. That's a bad fight spawn again, leave me alone. If there's NPCs in the way, like there are here, I'm just going to jump over this car. Now, some Yakuza games you can't interact with cars at all. Other Yakuza games will hurt you if cars hit you. Cough like a dragon, cough. And then Judgment just says, hey, you know, you might be a law-abiding citizen, but just go trample on people's cars. So, we're going to rest up overnight. The hitbox for the sofa is smaller than the hitbox for the wardrobe in this room, so you have to be very careful about, like, just hitting X willy-nilly. And there's also two ways to get out of your apartment. We want to go around this way as much as possible because it is the quick way. The other way is a slower way, and you'll see why later because there's going to be 3 times where I'm not going to be able to go out the quick way. But we're going to go and meet Shintani over in Cafe Miore, and we're going to go and tell him basically what we found over at the scene of Sonogoten. And then Shintani's going to tell us that Captain Hammerer was spotted on CCTV with the victim going into a club. Oh dear. So we're going to head over to Tenkaichi Street. We're going to go over to said club to try and find out the CCTV images and see what happened that night. And in the meantime, this will be a very good time for any donations.
Excellent. Let me see. I'm gonna take it slow here, just to make sure that the echo is resolved, whether it is or not. But we have 2 donations. We have $15 from Poetics saying we can't have the announcer getting bored. Who knows what twisted game they'd announce next? Like DMC4 even. A huge thanks to all the behind-the-scenes folks who keep ESA humming along so smoothly. And yes, as I expected, there is indeed a little bit more echo.
Maybe on my end.
Perhaps. I think our tech person has found the source.
Oh, I was gonna say try talking now because I just did something. I may also have muted you for the entire stream.
Oh dear.
Let's find out. What's everyone saying? Because obviously I can't see.
Yeah, I think I'll just mention that just this once that the donation is going towards the campaign choice for DMC4. It is Virgil. The gap is now about $5. But yeah, I'm seeing better and fixed. Echo is gone. Fantastic. Yes.
Cool. I don't know if that was me or Tech, but good job, Tech. We'll credit you with that one.
Yes. Don't forget to thank your tech, folks. But yeah, that was the campaign choice. Virgil, the gap is about $5 now, but it's still Dante leading the charge. We also have $5 from Jay Kramer that went to the Japanese language, but it wasn't enough. asking, is there a dark mode to your schedule page? The bright white is blinding, especially at night. Well, that is actually a very good idea. We might just implement that in the future. So thank you for the donation, and thank you for the suggestion. Back to you, Froob, after these tech issues.
Thank you very much. That's a downside to the English dub, is there's some text there that I can't actually skip. Ooh. But yes, okay, so we went to this club where the victim was seen going in with Captain Hammerer, and Captain Hammerer was seen on the CCTV. Not so it's a bad fight spawn. I can go this way. So if you see these little alleyways, watch the minimap real quick. Normal fight spawn. So, going in these little alleyways de-aggroes the fight spawn. It doesn't despawn them, so I have to keep going this way. It's a little bit slower, but it's still better than getting into the actual fight itself. So anyway, Captain Hammerer maybe kind of forcibly pushed the victim into the club, and because of that, we went out into the back where the body was found, and the CCTV camera out there is actually broken. So, we can't tell whether Hammerer was the one who did it, but the victim certainly never left the club. Hammerer did at some point, though. So, we're trying to find the owner of the club because he was also on said CCTV images. And that's why we went to our friend Tsukumo, who has a program that scans through all of the social media posts, and we basically went and used that to find this guy. So, this is the owner of the club, and we are going to grill him a little bit for more info. Security camera at the back, violence in the club, and again, as I said, never ever ask about the police response. I don't care about the police. Hello. I knew it! Yeah, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I like
this
game audio
should be
engineering whack-a-mole that's going on here, honestly.
It's listen, I told you my PC setup was cursed. Right, so Melissa, let's have a little conversation for a little bit then, because I've done something that will bring game audio back, but your echo might be back, which could be on my side. If it is on my side, I'm not going to be able to fix it. So how are you doing? How's your day? How's your morning?
It is very early morning. I could tell you that much.
Yep.
Indeed, we're working on getting the echo fixed. I was not expecting this to happen this early in the morning, but hey, it is not a marathon without any sort of
tech issues.
Yes, exactly. It's how it works at this point. But yeah, I'm happy for that some people have called me a celestial being because of this echo. So I'll take all the dubs I'll be given.
Nice. That's gonna also be a problem with the changeover as well if this happens. I'm fairly certain it's on my side, and I don't think it's anything I can fix. Because the trouble is, it
is fixed again.
Oh. Is it? Is the game audio fine? Question mark? Because I haven't touched anything this time.
I think this is Rico's magic hands going into effect. Amazing, yes.
Cool. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you, and thank you again, Tech. It's because I have for those who are wondering, I have a dual PC setup. This is going through a capture card, so every kind of audio that isn't the game audio is kind of being routed from one PC to another. Don't ask. This is the weirdest setup I've ever had. It works. Just don't question it. And and basically that's a fight spawn. I don't like that. No. Okay, good. So basically, like, all the audio has to go through one source for me, which can sometimes make it double up. And don't ask. As long as we're good, we're good. So what's going on is we are delivering a figure back to Tsukumo to thank him for helping us earlier on. And I said earlier about friendship events. This is the game's way of introducing friendship events to you. What they are is they boost your city reputation, and they will also give you rewards as well. We're going to be utilizing some friendship rewards later in the run to be able to get some very early big skill points to be able to get some early level ups. And I'm definitely not going to forget to get my attack level up on the first boss this time, am I? So, we spoke to the owner, and Captain Hammerer was indeed there. Cool, bad fight spawn. Get out of here. Wow, you're not dead. That's a shame. That's actually a shame. Okay. So, again, I will get a way of dealing with fight spawns, just not yet. Spare 8,000 in cash ain't too bad, actually. I'll take that. That's not a waste. That's good money. Thank you very much. Does that save me having to sell the medkit? Maybe. I need to do some quick math in my head. I'll do that in a bit. So, essentially, we're going to go and say that Hammerer was at the club. We're now looking over at the victim. We're looking for the cause of death, which was this guy's eyes being gouged out. Great. We're going to look on the floor and see that there's actually no blood. There's also some bags here, and then we're also going to see that there was no phone or anything like that. So everything is indicating that the victim was not actually killed in the location where the body was found. So we... next, is it the host stuff? No, this is where we're going to go after the Curé. So, the deceased was a member of the Curé clan. Now, Kaito here, he is no longer a Yakuza, he is an ex-Yakuza. He used to belong to the Matsugane family, the same one that Captain Hammer is part of. And we're going to use his connections and our connections, because we also have a bit of a backstory with the Matsugane family, even though Yagami was never Yakuza himself. And we're going to go and see Patriarch Matsugane. We're going to ask Patriarch Matsugane where this Kyurei alliance is. The Kyurei is a member... is the group of Yakuza who the deceased belongs to. And we're going to find out that they're actually holed up in a place called KJ Art over on Pink Street. Or just off of Pink Street, I should say. So we're going to head down there. I'm going to taxi. I've learned my lesson. You can walk down there, but there are so many fight spawns. I've learned my lesson. I'm taxiing the Pink Street. I refuse to not this time. It's a little slower, but at the same time, there's less fight spawns, so... And again, as I've said with any of my Yakuza runs, the Showa Street down the bottom here... Showa Street, yep. You can get fight spawns along Showa Street here. You can't in the old engine, but you can in the Dragon engine, so this is one of those games where you do have to be careful. So as we get a little closer to KJ Art, thankfully no fight spawn here this time. Oh, it's actually there. That's fine. It's too far away. We're going to get a call from Kaito. I swear.
What's up?
Again, not skippable. Not skippable in Japanese either.
Looks like it. Where are you?
I'm on the opposite roof. Look up.
Look up. So, again, we're going to go into our active search mode. We're going to look for Kaito. He stands out a fair bit. Also, when you zoom in like this, it goes really, really slowly. So you have to make sure you kind of zoom in on the right spot, which prone to not do because it's very finicky and very precise. Quickest way to get on the roof is to climb this ladder. You might remember if you ever played Yakuza 6, you could actually launch yourself off this roof at the very end. In Judgment, they built the fence a little higher, so we can't actually jump off. So,
Sure, you ass.
here comes... Excuse you. So, here comes another brand new mechanic, the drone. And the drone is the best piece of kit we could ever hope for. So, we're going to look for this guy called Murasei. Murasei is a member of the Curé. Hello, cat. And we're going to go over here and we're going to see him, unfortunately, beating up on... Oh, hello. It's a little finicky, as I said. Hello, thank you.
That's him.
That's him, promise. We're going to look at him first because he's now going to go back to his office, but he's going to be on a timer. So in this meantime, we're going to go and look at a few things very specifically whilst we can. Remember when I said we weren't going to get any of the cats? I lied. We're going to get one of them in this segment. So there you go, chat. He's reading a book. We looked at him very specifically because if you don't look at him, he doesn't drop the book. That book is a skill called Double Quick Step. Because we looked at him, we can pick it up, and I'll explain that in a bit. Look at the reception. Go grab our cat. Again, our skill point is very, very close. So we have to do all of this. But again, we're losing no time for bad movement because, as you'll see, there he is. He's on a timer. Cool. So, we need to bust into KJ Art. And what we're going to do is we get presented with three options. The correct answer is put on a disguise. So, if I didn't have that random fight encounter with the 8,000 yen, our money would be about to get very, very tight we're talking 1,000 yen, and much like most of the Yakuza games, as you can probably well tell, we're gonna get money blocks at some point. And in the next chapter, we need 100,000 yen. We need another 150,000, like 2 chapters afterwards. So we're gonna have a couple of money issues in this run, but once we get past chapter 1, we're actually fine. This is lockpicking, again, brand new. Only in Judgment. There's a QTE here, but you can actually skip it just by going into the actual, like, skip. Nice and simple, just hit start, skip the QTE. So, we need to obtain a Handyman Disguise. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Froob, you said, oh, that's actually a good place for those. That's a very good place for that fight spawn. Once again, I should mention that, like the older Yakuza games, you can only have one set of fight aggro on you at a time. So if there was a fight spawn down here, we wouldn't be able to get into that fight spawn because those guys are already on us. That is actually very useful, and we can use that to our advantage in a couple of areas. So, Don Quixote, good old Don Quixote, as always. Excuse me, hello, thank you. Good old Don Quixote, as always, we're going to be buying the Handyman Disguise. And then we're going to be heading back to Kaizo. So, the disguise system is something also unique in Judgment. Essentially, certain points, more so in sub-stories, but also at points in the main story, we're going to have to put on a disguise to make it so that people don't know who we are, or if we're going to infiltrate somewhere like KJ Art. So, if we hadn't got that 8,000 yen from the random fight, you can tell that we'd only be down to something like 1,000 yen. Money gets very, very, very tight, especially early on, to the point where we can't mess things up. And we're going to have to make a tiny bit, even with this, we're probably going to have to make a tiny little bit of money just to be on the safe side. I obviously don't want to mess up. So, the game's going to obviously teach about disguises. If you've ever seen a Yakuza game, it's like your costume system. As you can see, there we go. We're now in our work clothes. And we also have 2 different styles. The dirty outfit from earlier, which is what you saw in the opening tutorial. And also a work outfit, which is literally just a beanie and glasses, which I might show off to you in a bit when I get the choice. So, we're going to head to KJ Art. We're going to act inconspicuous, like we're here to fix the heater that... I have no idea how that broke. Definitely not. So, we're going to get put into first person. We have to do a couple of things in here. We're going to hit the light switch first. We now need to find the map, which is right there. You're going to hear the cat any second now. We need to find the door code, or the safe code, which is there, 5038.
Hey.
Yep, actually did it for me for once. 5038. Hello, cat. We get a medical kit and a key. The medical kit is one of the most important items that we can get in this game. A medical kit is a very special healing item, only in Judgment, that actually allows healing for... Use you, language. That allows you to be able to heal a very specific thing that we will get into in about 2 or 3 minutes' time. Either way, we're going to fix the heater the only way we know how, because, you know, we're not handyman. He's not impressed. But it worked. So somehow that worked. I can't explain why. Oh, that is good. Oh, the cutscene broke. Nice. Sometimes cutscene breaks in the Dragon Engine, which is great. If you answer with the top option, I'm from a different company, you skip a fight completely. If you do either of the other 2 options in that dialogue tree, you will have to fight that entire room. So that alone has saved literally, like, probably about a minute. Like, probably somewhere between 30 seconds to a minute, depending on how good you do the fight. So... we're going to use that key, and then we're going to come across a door that utilizes a completely different key. Cool. So we're going to have to lockpick it. Now, there is something very, very important that you have to do as soon as we walk in here. It's time for a little bit of time skip. Or a little bit of time save, I should say. This is our speed tech. I looked at that door. That's our speed tech. Trust me. Remember that. 8919. That's the code for the door. And as I said earlier, because we looked at that guy, he drops his book, which is double quick step. Now, if you don't look at him, you will get another opportunity to get that book again, because there will be an NPC who sells it. Unfortunately, he doesn't sell it for money, he sells it for skill points, which, as I said earlier, skill points are very, very necessary in this run and very, very tight. So, excuse the rude language. This is a Yakuza game, after all. Yagami is not Yakuza, he's a civilian.
What the hell you doing? Who the fuck?
So unlike the lovely memes of Kiryu where he doesn't kill anyone, Yagami doesn't kill anyone. Which is a little bit of a problem. When he knocks someone off a building. Good. So, let's get into our two different fighting styles, because this is where it starts getting important. Your red style, which is your tiger style, that is more for one-on-one combat. Your blue style, your crane style, is more for groups. And that's what we're going to start with, because everybody here is reasonably grouped up if I go this specific direction. We're going to just keep using it for a little bit. And now we're going to start wall jumping off and using strong attacks to really start impacting the enemy. Now, one of the nice things is, you can see that we have a double finisher right now. So this is light, 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 strong, strong. So, we only have a double finisher for now. We will be getting a triple finisher in a little bit. The important thing about this fight is that we have to end this fight in Tiger. And we need as much EX as we can possibly have. Our EX you can see at the top left, it's those little bits around the hexagon. Those allow us to do our heat moves. And more importantly, something in the next fight that we're about to get tutorialized on. It's time for our first boss. And this first boss is super cool, because it's about to introduce a mechanic that is once again unique to Judgment. And oh boy, this mechanic is scary. And this is the reason why it doesn't matter that we're on easy.
I don't have to do shit. You can't boss a Yakuza around.
Hey, for Murasei, something very important. Block. He starts off by throwing the chair. So, we're going to hit him, and then I'm going to go into my menu. I'm going to get boost attack level 1. I'm going to get, which allows us to do a heat move off the wall. So, I'm now going to get hit by him a couple of times. This is your EX Wall Acrobatics. Now, EX Wall Acrobatics we'll get into in a little bit, because there's actually 2 we just learned, which is fantastic. I'm going to try and hopefully launch him. Nope, he just interrupted my attack that I needed. This is your Wall Tornado. That's why we get that, is to get up off the ground quickly and do damage. Either way, mid-fight QTE, you can't get past his second HP bar in the first place until we do this. Listen out for the amazing music drop. It might actually be ill-timed and we won't hear it, but this song is an absolute banger. So let's talk about why these bosses are different. Say hello to Mortal Wounds. Mortal Wounds are an attack unique to Judgment, where, as you can see there, once a boss goes through its mid-fight QTE, that boss is then going to do an attack that, if it lands, will break your HP bar permanently. There are only 2 ways to be able to fix that. Either medkits, or via an NPC that we'll meet in the next chapter. So you can see that I am basically changing my style on the apex of my final finisher. So basically what you can do in Judgment that the game doesn't tell you about is you can actually quick change your styles. What you need to do is you need to use your style change button, which is down on the D-pad, at the exact moment that you hit with that finisher. By doing that, you quick change styles, and that is how you're able to juggle enemies. What I also use in that fight that the game allows you to use as of there is what we call EX mode. So if you've ever seen a Yakuza game with like extreme heat mode, it works similarly. You utilize your heat to be able to go into this powered up mode that allows you to go faster, hit harder, and basically puts you at max combo speed and then a tiny bit more. That's a very bad fight spawn. I'm very surprised that that did not start a fight. Usually it does. So for the very first early parts of the game, I'm going to be utilizing that EX mode as much as possible because it's a lot stronger than just normal attacks. Now, be very careful with our letterbox on the right there, because our letterbox contains all the DLC for this game, which is off limits for the run. So let's not hit that. So, the first chapter of the game is going to heal your mortal wounds up until chapter 2. So even if we like hit any like attacks that give us a mortal wound, you'll see very briefly like how our HP bar can get broken, but it's not going to matter. One other important thing about your EX mode is that if you get hit with a mortal attack, it will not inflict any mortal wound. That is important. You might be wondering why I got my drone out. I'm going to be doing that every time I go to this taxi for the first 5 chapters. We are going to go out of our way at one point to be able to get an ability that allows us to see the enemies on the map. The way that Judgment spawns in its enemies is exactly like the Yakuza games in that it spawns them in a radius around you, which includes, as soon as you leave your office, Pink Street, either to the left or to the right where the taxi is. And unfortunately, we can't tell without danger display. So we'll get that in a couple of chapters' time, and we won't have to just pull our drone out. But for the sake of not getting into any fight at all, we are going to make sure that we just get our drone out. So, if you've ever seen me do a Yakuza 0 run, you've seen me do a Yakuza 0 run on ESA in the past, you will know we have a way to skip any time waiting segments in the old engine. As you can see at the top right, we have to wait for Shintani to call, which is slightly problematic because this is a time waiting segment. And one of our other Dragon Engine runners, Tapioca, he found a way to skip the time waiting segments in the Dragon Engine. That's unfortunate. But unfortunately, it doesn't work in any percent for any of the Dragon Engine games. So we can't skip any time waiting segment in Judgment, unlike how we can in the Yakuza games. And unfortunately, there's 3 of them in this game. So, I'm going to just run away from this fight. You'll see this poster on the left has a QR code. That's actually important. I'll talk about that later. However, we need to go to Ebisu Pawn. I can't go in because I'm in the middle of a fight. Coolio. Hi. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sell our one and only method that we have to heal any mortal wounds, because it sells for 20k. We need that money in the next chapter to progress the story. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go and spend it right now. Again, we're back on Pink Street, so you know the drill. Get the drone out. Oh, one thing about getting the drone out. You cannot get the drone out if there is a roof above you. There needs to be a completely clear airspace. So, I'm going to head into the Popo, and we're going to do our first friendship event. This is Alice. When you spend at least 7,000 yen in the Popo, you will get... Oh, excuse me, I don't want the Odin. Give me... No, I don't want the sushi, actually. Give me these. Oh, no, wait, no, I'm stupid. I need the specific one. It's 3 Jack Daniels and a Wilkinson soda. So, when you spend at least 7,000 yen, you get full friendship meter. They give you a reward that you can use to play in your apartment. But more importantly, as you saw there, I got 500 skill points. That is an insane amount of skill points for the early game. Again, I'm just going to get my drone out. But then I'm going to spend those skill points immediately. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to get what is called Leapfrog. I'm then going to get Leapfrog Rush and Leapfrog Finisher. Leapfrog allows you, would you believe it, to leapfrog over the enemies. That is massive in this game, and combined with the strong attack, it's super damaging. The light attack allows you to carry comboing into other enemies. The finisher allows you to massively deal damage to single targets. Yes, this includes bosses. Enemies will have the ability to throw us away from that leapfrog, but for now in the early game we don't have to worry about that. And now we're just going to wait about another minute and a half for Shintani to call, so Polster, take it away.
I will ease my way into this next donation that we have here, because we've had a few twiddles of knobs here at the back, so we can make sure that I'm nice and audible. So, we have a $10 donation by Scope saying, "Nothing to see here, just a casual 5-hour speedrun. Good luck, Froob. ESA is always my favorite time of year, and I'm happy to be a part of this event. Have fun, y'all." And yeah, that was a great donation. Thank you very, very much. We are indeed raising money for Alzheimerfonden. Alzheimerfonden is the Swedish national fundraising organization focusing on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. So thank you for your generosity and keep those donations coming. Keep us busy. back to you, Froob.
Alright, thank you very much, and thank you for the donations as well. Appreciate it. I'm still very surprised that this actually got in because of the fact that it is 5.5 hours, and also the fact that it's not even the longest game on the schedule. It's not even the second longest game on the schedule. That's an interesting one. Originally, as I said, the actual run back on PS4 was about 6 hours, 20 minutes. Playing the PS4 version on a PS5 has allowed us to skip about 45 to 50 minutes worth of things. I'm very much looking forward to the remaster coming out in April, because that is going to be 60 FPS with reduced load times, which... You say those words to a speedrunner? Yep, you got my attention, alright. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Anyway, we're here in a bar called Tender. Bartender. That's its name. It's called Bartender. Yes, I know. Don't. And we're getting some information that actually, despite the fact that Hamura has been ID'd at the club on the night, Hamura was seen elsewhere. Hamura was seen over in an alleyway somewhere, beating up one of the hosts of Kamurocho. Now, much like the Yakuza games, whenever you need any information about any of the hosts in Kamurocho, you go to Stardust. So there's your cameo from the Yakuza games. You don't get to see Yuya or Kazuki, but again, obviously, you get that little Stardust mention. So, we're looking for said host. We're going to specifically ask about any dates, because we feel like, you know, he's a host. We were told that he's gone on a date with someone. Again, because I don't have danger display, I'm going to do this to get rid of any potential enemies. And now I'm going to go... You can see that we have 3 arrows on the map. I'm going to go in a very specific order. I'm going to start with this lady here. He's not here. We are going to now go to Theatre Avenue. And the reason why I'm doing it in this order is that we want to end as close to a place called Kanrai as possible. So, when this loads... So, we're going to head over here, and we're going to speak to this lady here. And one of the nice things about Judgment is that at night, Theatre Avenue actually completely changes, because there's now a beer festival here at night, which is really cool. So, he's not here on this lady either. He's stood her up. He's a bit of an ass, let's be honest. So, we're going to be heading to the last person who's in front of the Millennium Tower. This is the nicest way to go because there are no fight spawns inside a Millennium Tower, and we get to just jump over there, which looks really cool. Here's our final lady to talk to. That's a good movement, actually. Wow. Find somebody that is actually on a date with him currently at the Korean restaurant Kanrai. So we're going to head over there. It's on East Shichibuku Street, which is just up here. Again, hopefully no fight spawns as we come around this corner. That would be nice. Car, please. Thank you. Very glad this isn't LAD and I'd be losing my HP right about now. So we're going to head into Kanrai. I'm going to meet with this host called Seiya, who is right there in front of us. So, he is on a date, and he's very upset about the fact that he was indeed punched by Captain Hamura. He has said, oh, I guess maybe something did happen over in the alleyway next to Kyushu No. 1 Ramen. So we're going to head over there now. Again, it is Kamurocho, so all of your old locales from the Yakuza... Is that a fight spawn? Yeah, that might be a fight spawn. It was. There was a fight spawn mingled in with those civilians there. That was lucky. So we're going to head down here. We're going to just knock over some bikes as you do. You can see the pedestrians were reacting there in a bit of a cone to me actually doing that. We're going to look for a camera. Is there a camera here? Yeah, it's right there. So, remember the last time we fought Murasei? And he had a wooden sword? Man's had an upgrade. That's real. So, our BFF Kaito is going to join us in this fight. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on the ads first. Treat it like an MMO. But here's the thing. Oh, I was on Crane? Weird. Basically, we want to build up our EX here, because we specifically want to use the Crane version of EX Wall Acrobatics. So if I go up on the wall here, you'll see that we'll actually hit 3 people. That's exclusive to the Crane version, and you'll see that we didn't do as much damage as we would if we did the Tiger version. Kaito, I don't actually appreciate you hitting him. So once again, we need to get the boss to its mid-fight HP point. I'm glad that wasn't a full combo. So I'm going to do a lot of wall jumps, as you can see. I'll also try a leapfrog at some point. Ah, nice throw. Again, this is why you get Rising Tornado. Please don't. It can be a little finicky to use that sometimes, unfortunately. Okay. Mid-fight QTE. We wouldn't be able to get him past the yellow HP bar anyway. The more important thing is that I actually have a bar in my EX. Some good music. So, I'm going to change back to Tiger. It's going to give a little bit of slowdown, which is going to allow us, hopefully. Didn't allow us, but that's fine. I was going to say to use our EX. So, whenever, as I said, a boss goes into their mid-fight QTE, you can't actually damage them on the other side for a little bit, which is going to require us to get a little bit creative and basically get us to try and hit them with an wall EX acrobatic, because that, for some reason, doesn't have iframes. By basically using a heat move to get through their iframes, we can actually continue to damage them. That's something that we're going to be using quite a lot. It's not going to be exclusive to EX wall acrobatics. We're also going to be using like weapons and stuff like that in an attempt to actually be able to basically get through fights as fast as possible. And we looked at the security evidence, and wouldn't you know it, Hammer beat up that host. Hammer has an alibi. The day of court comes along. The host is about to testify that Hammer beat him up down an alleyway, and then suddenly decided not to. Turns out, the Curé, in all their infinite wisdom yet again, decided to kidnap the host's sister. So we're gonna go and get her back, so that the host will testify that Hammer had nothing to do with the murder of the Curé Yakuza that was killed. One day I will walk up this ladder. One day. I promise you, that's the quick way up this building. So, Kaito is over here. And we're not going to actually use the drone this time. Kaito's going to have the grand idea of throwing a sign through the front door. I mean, it works. Can't complain. So, once again, lockpick the same door. You can get an upgrade that shows you where the lockpick points are here, but it's not worth getting with how tight this SP route is. And now we need to pick up this wire, because we're about to do the second version of lockpicking. This is the only time that you are going to see this. You only do this once in the main story. You do this more times in sub-stories, but as far as the main story goes, this is the one and only time. So, gonna go up the stairs, and as we go up the stairs, onto the next floor, someone's coming down the other floor.
Who the hell are you?
That's a good question.
Getting out of here alive.
Now, you'll see that he dropped a whole bunch of weapons. Now, weapons in Judgment, for the most part, aren't worth using. Here's Leapfrog. Good damage. Actually, it was not good damage, because I was on Crane again. Nice bounce. Can I keep him in the air? Yes, I can. That's bad. He's going to hit me. Whee. Good. If I can keep him in the corner, that's actually pretty good. As you'll see, he'll guard a little bit. And that can happen as well, where he'll just hit me out of my combos. You have a little less, hyper armor than you do with the likes of Kiryu and other Yakuza protagonists at the start of Judgment with Yagami. We will be able to get a bit more hyper armor, and I will be getting more hyper armor in the run, because I will actually have to get it to be able to get some of our later attack upgrades. So once again, we're going to lockpick through the door.
Almost there.
Let's not lockpick the same lock. And as we go in here, there's this guy. I don't know why you announce your attack. That's rude. We're going to change to Crane. Again, you can probably tell that we are going to try and get a combo off. I want him out of the way for a second, and then I'm going to try, obviously, EX wall acrobating. Lovely. Should hopefully take out the other 3, which just leaves the guy with a katana. Perfect. That is what we like to call the Arasai Dodge. Arasai is a boss in the original Yakuza 1. For some reason, there are many enemies in the Yakuza-verse that just have that dodge, which is a little weird considering it's supposed to be for guns, but hey. If it works, it works, and it does work. I really hate that dodge with all the passion in my body. I wish that dodge would go away, but it's iconic at this point. So, you'll remember earlier, and we actually stopped by the door that we need to go to, which is fantastic. You might remember earlier I said that we had to look at a door to be able to do a little bit of speed tech. The reason for that will become apparent in a second. As we go in here, very small room with 2 dudes. They're going to kick the furniture at us, so we're just going to make sure we can interrupt that with an EX attack, and then the other guy should hopefully go down pretty quickly. So I should mention something in regards to the difficulty of this run and the mortal wounds. When we look at that healing item in the corner, you can have up to 10 food items like you can in any other Yakuza game, but the game only allows you to have 3 of each healing item. See the bottom option, what's the code for the door? You don't get that option unless you look at the door specifically on your first time through here. If you don't look at the door, you have to go up, look at the door, come back, and fight him again, which is another about 30 seconds to a minute. That's a big time save. Like, it's just one of those little things that, provided you look at things in the game, there you go.
That'll do it.
Cool. So we have one more fight for the chapter, which is in here. I mean, I really hate it when you do that. 1370. Lovely. And then here is the final fight. Again, it's in a small enclosed room with a bunch of furniture.
This asshole never talks again.
This is going to be a little bit tricky. We're going to have that furniture kicked at us, so I'm just going to start off by attacking. Yeah, you can see... Oh, there we go. You can see how good actually kicking enemies with crane is in a small enclosed space. That was not my combo that I wanted to see, unfortunately. So a lot of the early game, as you can see, is just going to be me trying to get that apex of my combo that I was talking about earlier to keep enemies in the sky as much as possible. And with that, Seiya is going to testify that Captain Hammer was the one that beat him up on the night, and Captain Hammer is going to get off the hook for the Yakuza murder. But Yagami at this point, he's a little bit invested, and he feels like he actually might be involved. We're now going to start looking into the murders ourselves. And yes, that was just Chapter 1. Chapter 1 took 55 minutes. As I said, longest chapter in the game. The finale comes close at about 45 minutes. So, we're now going to go back and head to the second crime scene. Whilst I head over there, Paulister, you got anything to say?
Yes, I do. We have a $15 donation from Poetics saying, there are over 6,000 people watching this great run. If everyone gave even $1, we could show Alzheimer's we really mean business. And to that, my friend, I say, think bigger. The donation minimum is $5. So 5 times 6,000, that is easily over doubling the current donation total. So you know what? No, let's do it. A $5 donation train, and I'll probably get it started eventually. But until that happens, this donation went to the campaign choice for Devil May Cry 4, pushing Virgil in the lead, and also the Jack 3 language choice to Russian. So thank you for that great idea, and let's get a $5 donation train going, my friends. Choo-choo!
Yeah, let's. I'm also going to be biased and say that you should put it towards Virgil for the DMC4. So, once again, you can see we're in a chase segment. This guy in front of us is a masked thief. They stole our phone, and again, you can see we're close enough to press circle to actually grab them, but the game is like, no. All of the ones in the story are actually scripted, hence why you can't do it, despite the fact the game actually tutorializes you as being able to do that. So, you can tell that I am in certain places going specifically on certain sides that I can avoid, obviously, like, these group of people where you have to do, like, the arrow press to go, like, one way or the other. So, if you're early enough, as you can see there, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to intentionally go here. Usually you hit the cone, but our masked man, Thief, who we'll meet properly in a little bit, was kind enough to knock it out of my way, which actually saved me a tiny bit of time. Doesn't really matter, but, yeah, kind of nice. So, again, we're going to go into the park here. Into triangle. And that is the end of this one. Again, don't have to touch anything at all. So, we're going to get our phone back from said masked man. We were on the phone with Kaito at the time. So, Kaito and us, we were trying to get our next lead in regards to what's going on. And Kaito has contacted a cop called Ayabe. Ayabe is, well, to put it bluntly, a dirty cop. We'll talk about him soon. Now, remember when I said that the game will heal our mortal wounds up until Chapter 2? That is until you find a very specific NPC, who is the one coming up next. We see a couple of hobos in trouble in the park, and we're going to go and meet Dr. Muraboshi in the sewer. Yes, a doctor in the sewer, don't question it. Just trust. I'm going to keep my eyes very peeled on the right of the gate here in case there's an enemy spawn. You have very little time to actually react if they are there. Thankfully, they're not. We're going to be using this taxi a lot. A lot of Judgment is a lot more running around than you would usually find in a Yakuza game. There's a bit more downtime here and there. You're going to be seeing, again, you're going to be seeing a lot of the tail segments early on in the run. I just walked past the sewers because I completely forgot I was going there. I was going to the Genda Law office because, trust me, we're going there a lot as well. But we're going to go down the sewers. One of the NPCs down here, one on the right, you'll see him in a second. He is the one that sells you items in set pieces that you missed, including the double quick step skill book. So, is on. Oh, he's not actually here yet. Anyway, this is Dr. Muraboshi. Kondo's calling for you is the correct option. Dr. Muraboshi is the one that can heal your mortal wounds for 20,000 yen, or you can buy a small medkit off him for 20,000 yen. If you remember what I was saying earlier, we need 100,000 yen in this chapter, which means healing our mortal wounds in chapter 2 is a no-go. Now, thankfully, as I said, this is the point where the game will stop healing our mortal wounds. We are going to have to... We're going to have to go it alone at this point. I had to sell the only medkit I have, but I did get one again from the Chapter 1 set piece. We won't be getting another medkit for a couple of chapters, and then we'll be getting our third and final one around Chapter 10? 9 or 10? One of the two. You'll see later. Anyway, we're going to speak with Old Man Genda here. And we're going to get... We're going to carry on and we're going to get... Is it the side quest bit? Oh, there's Hattori. Hattori is a journalist. We'll talk about him later. He's not a nice person. So, we head back to the Higashi Detective Agency. We're going to meet up with Kaito. So, over here we go. Taxi on over to Pink Street. Pink Street is the closest taxi spot to the Higashi Detective Agency. You've seen me use it like once or twice already. We'll be using it way more. Thankfully, as I said with regards to the fight spawns, there isn't as many fight spawns that they spawn in a radius, and you will not get a fight spawn in front of the Higashi Detective Agency, which is actually really, really nice. So we're going to go and meet our landlady. Our landlady here has a friend who is having some problems. She thinks there is a little bit of adultery going on. She thinks that her husband is currently seeing a younger woman, so we're going to do the detective thing, and we're going to go and find out if that's true or not. On the way, we're going to go see Dwayne. Again, our money route is pretty tight because of this. Oh, Dwayne. So, we're going to get, again, 7k worth of bentos. Now, the other interesting thing is we actually need bentos for later on in the run. I don't want 8, I want 7, thank you. So, again, we're going to get 500 skill points from Dwayne for this. I do believe I was supposed to get combo speed level up at the start of this, but it's fine for now because we're not getting into any fights. we are unfortunately going to get into something a little longer. We're going to get into tale segment number 2. So, we're going to start off with this lad, and we are immediately, and I mean immediately, going to have to hide, because most of the tail targets are kind of evil, that they start off by literally turning around instantly, such as this. There you go. So, what we're going to do is we're going to follow him along, and he's going to start walking backwards, and we're going to have to basically wait here for a good 45 seconds to a minute. So, once again, Paul, if you've got anything to read, now would be a fantastic time.
Well, I was gonna say, remember when I suggested we get a $5 donation train going?
Yeah?
Yeah, people have started a $5 donation train. So,
Ooh.
I believe it's time for a it's not patented, speed donation round. So, we're starting off with my donation, $5 from myself, saying, I said what I said and I meant it. $5 train, choo-choo. We have $5 from Grip saying, alright, here, take $5. $5 from Bottomiz with their own equivalent, Beep Boop. $5 from Proxy saying, speedrunning is raising money for great causes every year now. Thanks to all the runners, and thank you for your donation. $5 from Penny Flower saying, $5 train for Froob and the fake Yakuza. We also have $35 from Anonymous saying, obligatory donation train. Thanks for the entertainment. Good luck with all the runs. And then $10 from Poetic saying, a $5 hype train? Count me in for 2 tickets. And then $5 from Cepheus saying, $5 train, what better time than during a legendary Froob run? And indeed, it is quite legendary, as Froob comes right back here. That was round 1 of the donation train, but please keep those donations coming so we can have many more of those in the next few hours. But thank you for your generosity here.
Yep, there's about 8 tail segments in total, so if we could get all those donation trains for every tail segment, that would be great. Although you don't have long until the next one, trust me. And don't worry, I could hear all of your generous donations, I appreciate it. I have my headset on max blast. So, as I said, you have to wait for him for a minute. Here he's going to turn around this corner. I might be a bit close there, let's be careful. Better to be safe than sorry, after all. We don't want to lose any time. These are basically all auto-scrollers, and as I said, there are 8 of them in the game. Some of the later ones get worse. I'm going to stick to the left here, because sometimes he can actually see you out of the corner of his vision. Quite rare, but can happen. And I'm just going to casually stroll and follow the path that he took. And our final point is this red vending machine here. I'm going to take a second, because I'm a little close. And you can see he is indeed meeting with a young woman. Uh-oh. So, if you know your Yakuzas and you know Kamurocho, you know exactly where we are right now. This is indeed the hotel district. Double uh-oh. Time to get some infidelity on camera. So, they're going to walk that way, and we have to be very careful, because here's the problem here. With all these NPC spawns, if either of them get knocked into, to correct their path, they can turn around and see us. Not useful. So we're just gonna casually wait here. There's no actual hiding point. There's no hiding point here. So we're just gonna play. We're just gonna play a little patient. Just gonna wait. Now I'm gonna bring up my camera. Good shot. Perfect shot. Shows both of them. Aha. So during this next bit, do not under any circumstances press the X button. If you do, you're going to get a game over. Thankfully, it checkpoints right before this, so you just get to do it again. Don't press X. Haven't been to the hotel yet, but that is indeed a love hotel. Wait. Boom. As Yagami says, now. Perfect. So, that is indeed a shot of them entering the love hotel. Uh-oh. And now it's time for tail segment number 3! Told you wouldn't have that much time. So, she's going to come out of the love hotel first, and we are going to follow her. So, once again, it's not going to happen straight away, but she is going to turn around near the start of her pathway. So, we're going to let her go down the road a little bit, and then we're going to have to hide behind this white car on the right. That's a little close. Again, some of them are a little more sensitive than others. This one's usually fine, but we need to make sure we get behind this car at the right time because, as you'll see here, she turns around. That looks like she turned around because I hid. Nope, that is one of the scripted ones. Again, every time they turn around, it's completely scripted. I know exactly when they're going to turn around. So, we're just going to wait 2 secs. Now, this one's a little trickier, because she is going to do something very sneaky indeed. So, we're going to go behind the other side of the vending machine that we ended at for tail segment number 2. Don't worry about we're losing them. We're not. We're going to hide here. I'm going to scroll my notes down because I have lost my actual level up notes. There we are. I am supposed to get combo speed level 1. Oh boy. There she is. I can't level up in this. It only brings up the controls, so I have to wait and make sure I do that once we're out of here. And she's going to turn around. And you might be thinking, Froob, why aren't you chasing her yet? She turns around. I don't know why she does that move in particular, but yeah, that'll catch you out. So, I'm going to go past Hotel New Deborah. She's going to go on the outside of the pillars, and then she's going to move in. Also, she can see you through these glass windows. That's going to come up in tail segment number 4, which is coming up... No, actually, tail segment number 5. Yeah, Higashi's 4. Yeah, Higashi's 4. Tail segment number 5, that's coming up later. So, let her come inside, and then we're going to get reasonably close. So, you can see her there. Apparently, this is us being able to see her. And there she is. Wait here. She is going to turn around and she's going to go to see that movie poster. Probably deciding on a movie to go and see. Now, this one is a little bit more time sensitive. You can run for this one, but as long as you walk out at the right time, you don't have to worry about this one. She's going to turn around very, very soon. As I said, time sensitive. If you get there at the right time, you're all good. She's now not going to turn around until she gets behind that car down there. So we're just going to make sure that we go over there. It keeps going. Don't worry. Should be good. You can use any one of the signs, of course. Like, much like earlier, like, you can play safe if you want to, but I just like getting a bit close because there's not much else to do in these segments, unfortunately. Again, they're all just auto-scrollers. They are what they are, unfortunately. She's going to turn around the corner, and she's going to turn around one more time. This one is not going to have a hiding point. You can hide on the other side there, but it's just easier to go here and just wait. Apparently, this counts as being able to see her, by the way. Sure. She's now not going to turn around again. We just have to get to the last point without her noticing us, which is this big sign on the left. And you might recognize that this is indeed the same street that we started tail segment number 2 on, because she works at the coffee shop, whoops, just below the person we were following in the first place. Oh dear. That's some confirmed adultery if ever I've seen some. Oh dearie. So we go and we say to our landlady about it. We complete the request, and the game now gives us access to the side cases. These are your sub-quests for the game. They will give you money, items, skill points. We get 80,000 yen. You can see we're not quite at 100,000 yen. You can also play pinball now, so yeah, cool. Go play pinball, I guess. Cool. We're not going to.
Let's see how smart you really are, Mr. Know-It-All.
Go away, Kasai. I don't care about you. This is the Kane gang. This is going to become problematic. So, start off, kick him. We want to build up our EX as fast as possible against him, because as you can see, it's going to go into his EX, and you can see that we can't damage him. We can now that he starts up his attack. I ideally would have got my EX before he did that attack, but unfortunately did not. The important thing is that he's dead. Leapfrog, this will kill him. Good. Okay, so. The Kane gang are annoying. To put it bluntly. I'll talk about them later because they're not going to turn up just yet. But the Kane gang are going to be something that shapes the rest of this run later on, which is a little bit of a problem. But we'll deal with that when the time comes. So, we're going to leave the amazingly titled restaurant, The Beef Zone. Be back there later, don't worry. And head to the Millennium Tower. This is not story, this is a side activity. This is drone racing. Thankfully, the game doesn't make us do any drone racing, so we don't have to. But basically, if you've ever seen Yakuza 0 and Pocket Circuit, it's kind of like that, but with drones instead. It's kind of cool. You get more direct control over it. It's your big, massive time sink activity of this game, but it is really nice. So I'm keeping a very close eye on any potential fight spawns here, because we're under a roof, which means we can't get the drone out. And then we're going to go meet Kaito at this place called Koi Bride, which is right here. This is only available in Judgment, no other Yakuza game. Head down the stairs, we're going to find Kaito just hanging out, trying to catch some fish. And we're going to get into a fight. Yeah, cool. Am I helping Kaito? I don't think I'm helping. Yeah, sure. So Ayabe said he'd meet us here. Unfortunately, this is not Ayabe.
You got balls, don't you? I'm gonna serve them to you.
Cool. Thanks. So, we're gonna start off by going back to Crane. Hopefully, if we can get over there. I don't want that guy. I wanted to do a good old EX that will take out 3 of them. Build up a little bit of EX, and now we take out the rest of them. So, they can go into the water there. There's also a very special heat move you can do in the water. We don't want to see it because it's really, really long. It's like 1.5 minutes long, but it's super cool. But it's only available in this place. So
Behind the counter.
The guy says behind the counter. We're going to go down behind the counter, and what are we going to find? We are going to find, wait for it, very fancy hallway that goes to a door. This is the R1 key. Should have mentioned earlier with keys, every key that you use for a place is always the same every time you go there, so this will always be R1 whenever I have to come in here. And as you can see, it's your game's casino. This has poker, blackjack, all of that jazz. The game wants us to play a couple of rounds of anything. So, much like the Yakuza games, we're just going to skip that. And that's going to tell the story to carry on. Playtime's over. So, let's go meet Ayabe.
Kamurocho organized.
Wow, that skipped quick.
Pleasure.
He didn't even finish his full sentence. That's weird. Okay. So, Ayabe is going to get us some information. For that information, he wants 100,000 yen. That's where our money comes from. So, we are still a tiny bit short. I'm going to have to go back to the Higashi Detective Agency, and I spoke about enemy fight spawns earlier. When you leave Koi Bride, there can be an enemy fight spawn literally right there. And it's evil because you can't despawn it. Thankfully, it's ahead of us. You can see it right there walking on the right-hand side of the street. Going to get a bit closer to despawn it, because then that will mean we can't have an enemy fight spawn at the end of the street. We can have one on the left here, but we can't have one all the way near the taxi. There are certain places where fight spawns will not occur because of your radius around, obviously, where you are, like I said earlier, so sometimes you'll see me get a little bit too close to fight spawns to make it so that they won't bother me. So, we're going to head back, and we're going to speak to Ayabe, and in the morning, we are going to get the... We're actually going to do a different thing first. It's another mandatory side story... Is it side story? No, it's not. Oh, wait, no, I've got my timeline mixed up. Here's some people to beat up. That's more important. So, Mr. Assailants, one of these guys has a slightly higher HP bar. Want to focus on him, because the other 3 will go down, or at least that'll get 2 of them, because we unfortunately got him. The higher HP targets kind of get priority for the EX wall acrobatic. Ow. But thankfully, that actually helped out, because I can just Rising Tornado and take out the both of them. So, that guy, on the high HP bar, you're going to see him again very, very soon. So, they basically are trying to threaten us and telling us, hey, stop looking into the Yakuza deaths, which, that's not going to stop us. That's definitely not going to stop us.
That'll do it.
So, into our old detective agency, we're going to rest up again overnight. Once we have a look over the info. Because good old Ayabe has given it to us. And we're going to go to a place called Konban Wife. This is a soap land over on Tenkaichi Street, where we're going to request a specific hostess for... You can basically... You'll get given the option of, like, how much time do you want to spend with hostess. And again, there's usually a light spawn here, so I'm taking extra precautions to make sure I despawn it. And again, I'm getting kind of close to make sure that it doesn't spawn at the end. And I'm going to do exactly the same again. Oh, sometimes the menu takes a little bit of a second to get in. Exactly the same here, to make sure that it doesn't spawn in so I can walk around the corner. So, we're going to request the shortest amount of time because it costs the least amount of money, because again, money is tight. And we're going to very specifically ask for Kanai-chan. Now, if you ask for one of the higher timed bits, you actually get a healing item. The more money you spend, obviously, the better. Unfortunately, it was a trap set by Captain Hammerer. Captain Hammerer came and beat us up. That's a fight spawn. Cool. That's... Alright, so we're now going to go... I'm going too early again. I always do this every time here. Every single time. We're going to go and speak to Patriarch Matsugane, who... He's basically our father figure. The game's going to tell us a little bit about Yagami's kind of parental situation a little bit. But Patriarch Matsugane, even though we're not Yakuza ourselves, he's looked after us over the years. He has basically been, one of the people that's basically told us to pursue being a lawyer, always believed in us, etc. But this is the same family that Kaito used to be a part of and that Hamura is currently a part of. We've come to see Patriarch Matsugane, that is him, to say, hey, could you get Hamura off of our back? To which point Matsugane says, I'm pretty much just a figurehead of the family. Hammer is essentially in control these days because he's the one who's doing everything. So, no, sort it out yourself. So, we're going to go over to Cafe Umps and we're going to have a nice little meeting with Captain Hammerer that's definitely not going to go horrifically wrong in any way, shape, or form. Now, taxi list. In regards to the taxi list in this game, there is no taxi at Nakamichi's entrance anymore. There is also no taxi in the north part of the map. That's fight spawn, that's gotta go. I am too close to the roof, as I said. Cool. So, as I said, we can't taxi up to the north part of the map, and we can't taxi to this point of the map either, which kind of sucks. We could do with those, because those are two places that we need to taxi to quite often. So we have to utilize either Tenkaichi Street, etc., or otherwise. Either way, it was another trap set by Captain Hammerer on the left there. This is Ozaki. He was the guy in the balaclava with the baseball bat. He's got a little more HP, but he's going to go down pretty quickly because I have 2 bars of EX. So, hopefully this goes right first time. Sometimes it doesn't. Jump over him, kick him, EX him. That goes almost half his HP bar already. Kick him again. We're now going to try and juggle him in this corner. He is a little faster than us. If we do knock him down, we can get another EX in. That's a problem. Did I not? I didn't, did I? Aha! That's why. Guess he forgot his combo speed, like he was saying earlier. But there you can see again that at the apex of my attack, I used, obviously, the star change and was able to change it. Kick it to the ground, and then EX to finish this fight. Round 2. This is Ozaki. That's the side of my drink bottle that has a hole in it. Nice. So, Ozaki's going to bring a couple of friends as well. I'm going to start by trying to kick Ozaki down, switch to Crane, get a little bit of attacks out. Again, ideally here we want to deal with the ads. The problem is there is no good walls to run off in here other than this side. And kind of this pole here. Now, we want to take care of the ads before we change Ozaki into his mid-fight EX. Doesn't matter if there's one left. Ozaki's going to make good use of his body strength. Again, he's not going to go down below halfway of his HP bar before this QTE. So, it's actually a good thing we didn't quite do enough damage. You know what's coming out now? It's a mortal attack. We got to be careful. Good. So, I'm going to go into my EX because I'm going to be super fast. And I'm going to stop him, despite the fact that he has a mass amount of hyper armor. And you can see just me quick swapping styles there allows me to just continue attacking basically unquestioned. Also ragdolls. Ragdolls in this engine are amazing. So, we are going to get saved from being killed by the masked man.
You don't give up, do you?
Same one who stole our phone earlier. If we can get the right angle here, we won't have to do any QTE. Perfect. Again, we're going to stick on the left-hand side here. Again, there's another one coming up here. Nice. Good. Not too bad so far. Even though it looks like we're chasing him, he's helping us escape. It's down the right, then you'll only get the one here. Always have to dodge over this guy here. Always triangle. Oh, sometimes he can push him out of the way, which causes you to lose time. Right here. Okay. And then we're going to get a nice long QTE sequence that may or may not be heavily inspired by a certain movie. Let's see if you can get the movie reference. Either way, this is a very long QTE, so I'm going to throw it back over to Paulister and see if you've got any more of that donation train.
Oh boy, it's me, and, well, it seems the donation train has stalled just a little bit, but there are still some donations that have come in, so let's read those just now. We have $5 from Hoxie saying, "For the glory of Hangman," and I assume you know what that is referring to?
Oh boy, do I.
Brilliant, brilliant. We also have $5 from Sparkling Sweat Drop. That is an interesting name, but okay. Donation train hype. And $10 from Razi B Cool saying, "Froob keeping me company as I start my working day, smashing the Yakuza franchise as only he can. Yakuza games are one of my favorites, and what would take me 50 hours plus takes Froob 5. I am in awe. Well done everyone involved, smashing it for this awesome charity. And I'd like to thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Let's keep them coming. Let's have a round 2 or round 3 of the donation train, because that'll keep me occupied for the foreseeable future. But yeah, back to you, Froob.
Thank you very much. If you haven't seen this, this is a little bit seeped in a little bit of Back to the Future. Look how cool this is. RGG Studios really knows how to do this. It is awesome. So, you will lose time here if you mess this bit up. You want to make sure that you do not hit any of those QTEs here, so that you stay on the skateboard all the way until the end, which is here. That literally saves you 30 seconds, because if you get into any of those, like, change direction QTEs at any point, you get off the skateboard. That literally loses you 30 seconds. It's kind of amazing. So you have to be very, very precise with your movement there. And yes, Hangman is a reference to Yakuza 6. If you've ever seen my Yakuza 6 runs for ESA, you might remember Hangman. All I'm going to say is, if you don't and you need a refresher, don't worry. You'll see him again soon. That was a bad movement there. Oh well. Alright, so we just get the Matsugami family. And that is the end of chapter 2. New friend, the masked man, actually helped us out. So he's going to disappear. He's going to tell us to keep looking into those Yakuza deaths. He took his mask off, but there was another one underneath, so you don't actually see who he is. We're going to go and check on Kaito, because if Hamura came after us, then no doubt he's also gone after Kaito. So we're going to go back to the office, which is where we left him. Again, a lot of NPCs here, so we're just going to leap on this person's car. I'm so sorry to whoever owns that car. There are going to be many dents in the top of that by the time we're done with this game. Unfortunately, Kaito did get attacked here. Say hello to Higashi. Higashi is a current member of the Matsugami family. He is a kind of an officer in there. He's not quite as high as like Captain Hammer, etc. But he's a very important player in the Matsugami family. He and Kaito used to be friends. Kaito has seen that he's kind of a little different, but Kaito wants to make sure that he's actually okay, because he's obviously worried about him. Kaito has a heart of gold. Kaito is the best. Ladies and gentlemen, tail segment number 4. Yep. So we're going to tail Higashi, and we're just going to see what Higashi is up to. So, this is a very evil tail segment, for reasons that you'll see very quickly. I'm just going to take a second here. Look at what's in front of us. That's a bad move. You walk forward, he's going to hear that if you walk into it. And it is just obscured by your vision if you're not paying attention. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow him. He's right there in the blue. It's a little bit hard to see. We're going to hide outside of the sign for the beef zone. And we're going to see that he's going to turn around at different points. You can get a couple of upgrades for these tailing segments, where basically you can make it so that you have extra time in case you can't see them, like in events, like they go around a corner. Or you can make it so that they have a little bit of a highlight around them. But you can see that they already have a slight highlight around them anyway. We're going to keep going, and he's going to get a phone call in a second. We're going to hide behind this car here. We need to be close enough to it. And here the music just dims a little bit to prepare for it.
Got it. I'll be right there.
That's Steve Blum. Neat. As I said, the English dub is a very good dub, actually. It has a bunch of really good voice actors. You've got Greg Chun as Yagami. You've also got Crispin Freeman as Kaito. So, he's going to run. Remember when I said don't run? This is the only time. Be patient, because otherwise he'll see you. And go. But be very, very careful. Because as soon as we get around this corner, he turns around. Making sure he's not being followed after all. And he's off. So this is going to be the end of the first part of this tail segment. I'm going to go into the second part of it. Should be far enough, I hope. Taking a little bit of an extra wider berth so he doesn't see me. You can see that some of his members are being beaten up by some other thugs. And he's going to sort them out. So, we're going to follow behind him. He's not going to turn around just yet. It's a little hard to see, but just above Yagami's left shoulder is some vending machines. There is an NPC there that's going to bump into Higashi, and he's going to turn around. We want to make sure we're close enough that we can get behind this lamppost in time, so that we can act completely inconspicuous and like we're not there. So. Hey. Yo.
Hey, watch it.
I'm so sorry.
He's gonna leave. So, with that, he's gonna go down to the Popo down here. We have not made friends with this Popo yet. We will later on. He's gonna go in there to buy some cigarettes, as you do. So, we're gonna get dangerously close. Potentially within eyesight, hopefully not. Give him a second. Because we're going to go behind this sign here because he's actually going to come backwards. Perfect. So he's going to go and buy his cigarettes, and then he's going to go that way. But we'll be back to this Popo in about, maybe about an hour and a half, actually. Probably about 2 hours. Chapter 3, was I supposed to get upgrades here? I was, wasn't I? Hold on. I'm in my notes today. I was. Of course I was. This is important. It's fine for the first fight of this chapter. It's not fine for the second fight of this chapter. This is the one I was trying to remember. So, he's going to keep walking up this street here, and we're going to hide behind this car here. That wasn't me. Here's the fun fact. NPCs can walk into objects and also trigger the kind of sound mechanics. I'm very lucky that the person who did it behind me. I'll do it in my next menu, because I have to menu in a second when we're done here anyway. So, he's going to turn around. You can make it to that vending machine, but as you can see, the angle is kind of tight, so it's better to be safe than sorry. Good music. As I said, these bits are just kind of long. It's the reason why most people don't like them. But again, they're also scrollers. Like, once you know exactly what happens, they're not that bad. So Higashi is going to go to one of his main offices, which is this arcade here called Charles. We're going to be coming back here quite a lot during the run. What we're going to do first, though, is we are going to need to put on a disguise. So we're going to put on the best disguise once I've leveled up. I need combo speed level 2. And more importantly, that unlocks a skill, Triple Finisher, which you can see we've got 269 SP left over. As I said, our menu here is very... Take out style, but the best disguise, just putting on a beanie and some sunglasses. You know, I'm doing my best Yagami cosplay today. Don't quite have the sunglasses, unfortunately, but there you go. So basically, yeah, our skill point route in this run is very, very, very tight. This guy says the office is off limits. We're gonna go in there. He's not gonna let us, so this poor fool is about to get kicked in the head. So hopefully if this goes right... No, it didn't. It wouldn't let me again. Sometimes that happens. Leapfrog into kick. That's what you're supposed to do. Sometimes it can go a little wrong at the start of fights. Sometimes you can't leapfrog over an enemy, which if so, just kick him and then leapfrog like that. So, we meet Higashi. Higashi's not all that bad. But Higashi is a little bit... He doesn't like us. But we're gonna ask Higashi about a couple of things specifically. We want to figure out what happened to have Kaito get expelled from the Matsugami family. So, Kaito is back at the office. We're going to go and see him. This is a side quest coming in here where this piece of hair flies through the street that may or may not be someone's wig. The sub-stories in Judgment are actually really, really cool. Again, some of them unlock behind your city reputation level. So to get that higher, you'll have to do other side cases, but also you'll have to make friends with everyone in Kamurocho, which gives it that little bit of a more... It gives it a little bit more meaning to it, and also Judgment, I'm not going to spoil it. The penultimate sub-story for Judgment does something very, very cool that no other Yakuza game does, and I wish they would.
You know,
And we're out. Cool. So, we're now going to leave. I believe we're heading to Bartender. And we're going to get some info from Ayabe about what happened to Kaito. This is again going to cost us 100,000 yen. So, thankfully Bartender is right in here. This guy on our left here just wants to collect cats for his friendship side quest. Yeah, as you do. And here we are. So, we're going to leave. We're going to go to the Hills Garden on Park Boulevard. We're going to do a little bit of a job for the master of Bartender. There is a... Oh no, actually we're getting some info about the thief who stole our phone earlier. So, we've heard from the master of Bartender that there is a group of thieves going around that steal things from the rich. I want Ishichifuku, that's the one. And basically, they fit the description of the guy who stole our phone to a T, so we're going to go and see whether there's any truth to that. We're going to go and find a group of people led by someone called the Crow. Not named after said movie, but he does look like a crow. And the Crow is going to talk about the guy who stole our phone and say that he actually isn't part of their group anymore, and that he actually left their group over differences. We're going to go to a place where the guy who stole our phone was just seen, which is over on Tenkaichi Street, over in the alleyway. So we're going to go over to the taxi here. Taxi to Tenkaichi. And we're going to go and find that the guy is there, but it's not the same guy. It's actually a copycat, but not even a thief. It's just somebody who... He likes this thief's kind of motive, but he feels like these other thieves have not exactly been sticking to the motive that they originally had. Kind of Robin Hood-esque of stealing from the rich and giving back to people, etc., etc. So, he's going to tell us that the other thieves are hanging out on the other side of town. We're going to go over there and find them. We're just going to jump off the building, don't worry about it. Can't take damage, thankfully. Apart from permanent damage to our knees when we get old, but not something we have to worry about in this run. So we're going to go over to Senryo. That's a fight spawn. Ooh, I'm glad I saw that just in time. Senryo Avenue is over by Pink Street again, so we're going to go and taxi over there. And we're going to go and find two members of said group of thieves. They're going to go and... They're running away from the police, and they're going to say out loudly when we hear them that they're going to go and hold themselves off on the roof of the theatre garden, which is basically in the same building as the Millennium Tower. So we're going to go and take a taxi over there. And whilst we go and take a taxi over there, Porter, if you have anything to read, now is a perfect time.
Well, I think I have just the right donation to read out. we have $5 from Strife the Historian saying, wow, I just wake up and Pollister coerces me into joining the $5 train. Okay, I may or may not have done that. I am not even sorry. I'm not sorry. But waking up to a Froob run always makes me want to donate. Good luck for the next 4 hours, Froob, says Strife. And thank you, Strife, for the donation. Do I have another moment to talk about some of the incentives? Okay,
yep, go nuts.
Fantastic. So let's, let me do a quick refresh, of course, to make sure I have everything updated. But the campaign choice for Devil May Cry 4, which is coming up in a little while, Virgil, as you suggested, is leading with $75 to Nero/Dante's 60. And in the language choice for Jack 3, Russian's in the lead with 80, followed by Italian at 60, German at 32, French at 10, English and Spanish yet to score. So if you see your favorite option somewhere in there, I wholeheartedly encourage you to get those donations in and perhaps push it into the lead or perhaps extend the gap. Whatever you choose to do, thank you for your generous donations. Back to you, Froob.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you all for the very generous donations. Again, yes, go for Virgil. So, we come back and we see the fake thief is being beaten up by the real thieves. So we're going to beat them up instead. This guy at the start is really aggressive, so we're going to start off by hitting him. Unfortunately, I got knocked out and I couldn't change my style here, which sucks. But you'll also see that now I have a third finisher. This is really useful for a lot of our combos, but also changes them up a lot. This is also going to enable us to have more options to juggle enemies. And now that we have combo speed level 2, which is the highest combo speed we get in the run, this allows us to actually have enough speed to be able to keep juggling enemies as much as possible. This is the Crow. Not the movie Crow, but this is the Crow. We're going to knock him down, we're going to EX him. Whole bunch of damage, and then we're going to try and keep him in the corner. We are going to use this move a lot, which is our kick move. He just knocked me out of it. Thanks, Crow. Get kicked. If in doubt, just leapfrog and kick him. That works. But there's going to be a combo that you'll see me use a heck of a lot for certain bosses, especially when I'm not in my EX mode. Now, as you can see, we can get side cases over at Bartender. We get 50,000 yen just in time for the 100,000 yen to Ayabe. So we're 28k over, and if you remember, we actually got 8k from a sub-story, which basically means that 20k from that medkit, pretty tight. That is why I usually sell the medkit. We get another one in Chapter 1. Obviously, it's a very, very, very tight money route. But thankfully, and also again, as we're currently thinking ahead as well, we're going to need money for danger display, as I said, in the next couple of chapters. So we're going to head over to the office again. As you can see, there is a fair amount of running around, especially in these early chapters. It's going to get a little worse in the next chapter, and then after that, it's going to start picking up again. So
That'll do it.
there is a lot of really cool fights still to come, though. So, where am I? I need to rest. I don't want to decorate my room. It's nice. I like it. As I said, the hitboxes for the rest is worse than the... Yeah. You know. You know. But basically, everything's going to start kicking off after the end of the next chapter. So, Ayabe comes along. We pay him the money. We get the information. So, as it turns out, it seems as though the person who... That's Kaito. He was on guard the day that the safe was robbed. Henceforth why he was fired, because he was supposed to be guarding the safe from anyone who came in the office. The reason why he couldn't was because Higashi was also in the office and he didn't want him to get hurt, so he let this robber called Red Nose actually steal the money. I've just realized what part of the game we're at. Oh, baby. So, I have a vehement dispassion for one part of Judgment's speedrun, and it's coming up right now. So, we're going to go over to East Shichifuku Street. You can see on our minimap we've got like 4 arrows that we can go to. The right one is this one. And unfortunately, he wants us to do something. And this thing that he wants us to do is mandatory and unskippable. So hey, RGG Studios, if you could make this skippable in the remaster coming out in April, I would love you so much. Please. Because what we're about to do is get into a fight. I'm going to have to deal with this, so I'll take the bike. I won't be able to get them to despawn before the taxi, so that's the quickest way to do it. So, what we're about to do is one of the worst RNG-filled things in any Yakuza game ever, with the exception of Yakuza 4 Speedrun. We don't talk about Yakuza 4 Speedrun. No, we don't. So, we're going to a place called Paradise VR, where we're going to play a unskippable minigame that goes via the name of what we have effectively dubbed VR Mario Party.
Yep.
I think you can tell from the implication already. So, the way that Judgment's VR Mario Party works is like this. We start off with a certain number of dice rolls. Said dice rolls allow us to go on the board. That's a good start. That's a very good start. So, the order that the dice roll in is not random, but it goes so fast that you cannot control the one that it actually is. So, we're hoping to get very specifically... That's a bad one. Actually, that's a good one. Is this happening again? Oh my. We're hoping to get very specific rolls. We want a free after this one. If we get a free, this is the quickest RNG you can get. Oh my god, it happened twice in a row. You are kidding me. That's actually amazing. Wow. That's actually amazing, because here's a negative dice space, which is going to take 2 dice away, leaving me with 0 dice, meaning the game's over. That is actually insane luck. Because here's the thing. You land on the fight squares, as you can tell. You have to do a fight that usually lasts 30 seconds. And there's a couple of those in a row. That is literally one of the quickest you can do that. And I've done that twice in a row now. That is insanely good luck. That is amazing luck. I cannot describe how lucky that is. I'm mad at myself.
I was worried for a second that there was a little too much judgment in my judgment speedrun. Happy to see this change of pace.
Yeah, that was very lucky. Yeah, so the minigame itself is not bad. It's kind of a nice minigame. We don't need it for the money, which is why obviously we want to get out as quickly as possible. You can earn a lot of money from that, but we don't need the money. We have enough routed that we don't need to use it for the money. And again, as long as we can get out that quickly, we can literally save 5 minutes. There is a skill you can get that slows down the dice block, but you cannot get it until the first time that you have gone through that minigame, and it costs 12,000 skill points, which would basically mean that we wouldn't be able to get the final attack upgrade in the end of the game. So, 2 factors why you would never get it in the first place. We're now going to have a fight against a couple of bums. We have basically found out from the guy that we did VR Mario Party 4 that they knew Red Nose.
Red Nose
As you'll see here.
regards.
Red Nose sends us regards. They want us dead. We're now fighting the homeless. So, as you can probably tell, start off with the usual. That's going to take out 3 of them. Going to now focus on trying to take care of everybody else. As I said, the triple finisher combo is really good for Crane at this point for taking out multiple enemies. It's unfortunate. So we have enough combo speed now to be able to connect with some of our attacks, because some of your attacks beforehand, slightly not enough attack speed at the very start to be able to connect with them. So we're going to find out that Red Nose was actually somebody who was paid off by Captain Hammerer. He was paid off by Captain Hammerer specifically on the day that Kaito was basically the only one on duty. And this was all Hammerer's plan to get Kaito out of the Matsugane family. So we're going to go and tell Higashi that. Higashi's still going to feel a bit guilty about everything that happened. And you can probably tell what's about to happen when we go into here. We are about to get our next boss fight. This one is a little tricky to start with. Higashi is a bit more stronger than the people we faced before. So, we're going to start with a crane start. We're going to try and keep everyone together as much as possible. That is very nice. Thank you, Kaito. Do appreciate that. Going to try and keep him down if possible. Not too bad. So, Higashi has a fair amount of hyper armor. As you can see there, he will knock us out of our attacks quite often. Language, Kaito. So I'm gonna, even though there's one enemy left, I'm gonna try getting him to his mid-fight QTE point, because again, he won't be able to take damage until he's done it. Kaito with the drop kicks, as always. Love Kaito. So, as you know, he's gonna go into his EX now. He's gonna do a mortal wound. He starts near a wall, so because he's the last one, I'm gonna try and get over to him to get that EX move off. Oh, he actually interrupted himself. That's kind of lucky. And you can see I've got full EX. It's going to be time to just burst him down with EX. I'm going to try and juggle, even though we don't really need to at this point. Actually, I'm going to use the move. This is the move I was talking about earlier. Actually, it's not, but that'll do. I was hoping that'd be enough damage. Why was that not the free light combo? That's interesting. Weird. Well, either way, that's the end of that chapter. So, we're going to get a little bit of backstory on Yagami, actually. And basically, Yagami one day came home and found that his parents had been murdered. And basically, that's why Patriarch Matsugane took him in. And that's one of the reasons that basically Yagami wanted to be a lawyer, was to uphold justice, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. But essentially, this is why, like, Yagami has learned martial arts, is because, you know, he's looking after himself. He was also had that, like, Yakuza influence, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. You really know the drill at this point. So, we're going to be going to chapter 4. This is where things are going to start kicking off at the end of the chapter. So, is this one of my level up points? I don't think it is, because this is the new route. Yeah, this is the new route, so it isn't. The next couple of upgrades we are going to get are going to be related to attack level 2, I believe, and then also our stability. So, we're going to go and meet... to use our drone every time we come here, and if I remember rightly, this might be the chapter we get danger display. It's either this chapter or the next one, I can't remember which. But I'm going to head over to the Genda Law office, and while I do that, Forster, if you want to take some time for donations, now is a good time.
Well, I think I'm going to take this time actually and talk a little bit about Alzheimerfonden. Alzheimerfonden's aim and purpose is to increase fundraising to the benefit of scientific research in order to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. Yearly, Alzheimerfonden's Science Council and Board of Directors grant scientists and projects around 30 million Swedish krona. So we thank you all for your generosity so far. We are $221 away from $21,000, so keep those donations coming. And may I add, if you donate at least $25, you will be in on one draw for a ViewSonic monitor. If you bump that up to 35, you'll be in for 2 of those. All 2 of our ViewSonic monitors that we'll be giving out. So get those donations in and get yourself in on a draw for a lovely, lovely, really high-spec monitor. So yeah, thank you all for your donations. Don't suppose you need any more time filling, Froob?
Go for it.
Okay, I can perhaps give a few more of the incentives we have down the line. Let's talk about one of the big ones that are coming up, the category change for the Neo run. We're changing the category to all main missions, and that's currently standing at $890 out of 1,000. So we could very easily reach that before we reach $21,000, if you donate, of course. And I can also talk about the Pokemon X incentives we have here. The current leading Holuchin nickname is Aika with $75. The leading Lucario nickname is Fina with $70. And the trainer name is My Dad with $105. So keep those donations coming. Fair warning, these incentives will close 10 minutes before the start of the Pokemon X run. So don't get caught off guard. Get those donations in now. So yeah, back to you, Froob.
Thank you very much. I was saying this to a couple of friends earlier. The Pokemon these days, I'm somebody that's only played the originals. Some of these names, I'm not talking about the donation names, some of these Pokemon names just fly right over my head. I miss the days of your Bulbasaurs and your stuff like that. Anyway, as you can see via the top right, we are currently going to go back to the beef zone. Unfortunately, the Kane gang has turned up again. And unfortunately, this is where things get dangerous. So, we're gonna meet a guy here called Reiji Honda. Now, this guy is gonna look like Shakedown from Yakuza 0. He isn't actually the same guy, but he sure does look like him. So here's the fun fact. This guy has a mortal attack that can break 3/4 of my HP bar. I don't want that to happen. So we're going to start off by kicking him, and I'm going to try and push him into this corner over here. So I'm going to use... no, I'm not. He just interrupted it. That sucks. We want him as close to a wall as possible. Cool. Come over here, lad. Cool. Interrupted. That's good. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Ah! Okay, so you can't see it very well because he only hit me with the light part of his attack. But do you see that little, like, chain link at the end of my HP bar? That's it broken. So it doesn't matter because it's that low, but that's what I'm talking about. That will not get healed until I actually physically heal it myself via a medkit or via the good old doctor in the sewer. You might think that I'm not going to get an opportunity to go see sewer doctor, but no, I get a couple of opportunities actually. So, really? Huh. That's an interesting one. That's not supposed to activate yet. Okay, fine. We're gonna deal... That's actually... That friendship there is something that we do have to deal with, but we don't actually want to deal with it just yet. I could have done, but we actually need to deal with that for story purposes later on. Here's the trouble about doing it now. One of the objectives of that sub-story right there is that you have to go out and physically defeat the Kane gang. The problem, and the big problem with that, is that when you do that, you get teleported over to Tenkaichi Street, which, as you can probably guess, isn't something that we want to happen. We don't want to get broken off of our path at all, and we don't want to actually fight the Kane gang either. But there's 4 of them, and we've met 2 of them. So, one thing that I can talk about now that we met Renji Honda, the Kane gang are now on a timer. The Kane gang are going to spawn at some point during this run. I want them to spawn as late as possible, which means 2 things. 1, the first timer is time-based. How long it takes me to get through the game. The other one is based on how many random fights you get into. The more random fights, the more chances they will spawn. There are certain random fights where, when we get danger display, you'll see it a little better. They have kind of like a mini leader in the fights. They have like one of their full HP bars. Those ones will spawn the Kane gang a lot earlier than the others. We don't want to do any of that. Keeping an eye out again for any fight spawns. So, we're doing another side quest here. This isn't actually, like, main story, but this is going to get us the little bit of money that we need left for our danger display. But we do have to do this as part of the main story. So, essentially what's going on is there are divorce proceedings going on. Somebody wants to divorce one or the other. I keep forgetting who at this point. And basically, the long and short of it is the wife here has been seen going with a man to a love hotel. We're going to go and verify if that's true or not with our detective skills. So, we're going to head over to Ishichifuku again? Yeah. Head over to Ishichifuku again. We're going to get over to said love hotel and we're going to try and get the CCTV footage. When we get there, however, we are going to be impeded by a man who supposedly went into the love hotel with the wife. Let's find out if that's true or not, shall we? So, look at the rates and hello. As you'll see, he's a well-adjusted individual with a knife. We must. So, we're going to do the usual. We're going to run over him. I did not leapfrog him. Hello. There we go. Eventually, don't worry. Kick him once. Kick him twice. And now we're going to kick him again. He's just not getting up, apparently. Cool. I mean, if he doesn't want to get up, that's fine by me. I'll just keep kicking him. It works. It works quite well. Defeated him. We're now going to get to look at the CCTV image, and you will see... That's not her. That's someone else completely. At which point, the guy with the knife kicks the laptop and breaks the laptop. Great. We lost the footage. We go back. We show them a little bit of evidence from the daughter. And, oops, that's not the one I want. I want the one to buy. We're going to buy this, which isn't actually our money, because you can see we're now at 323,000 yen. For some reason, that gives us 200,000 yen, despite the fact that we bought it. We bought it with company money. Oh well, never mind. Thanks to that, we don't have any more money worries for the entirety of the run. That doesn't mean we can spend our money willy-nilly, because we're going to go down to about 20k in the finale again anyway. But we now should be fine. Either way. Is this the Bad Tail segment? No, it's KJ Art. Right, this is the part I keep forgetting. So, we're going to head back to Bartender. Bartender. I'm sorry, every time. We're going to head back to Bartender. Again, quickest place for that is Millennium Tower. But the money that we got here is going to be used for danger display. That's going to be in... Here's the next chapter, right? Because the next chapter is... Taxi... Yeah. I'm fairly certain it's the next chapter. Also, this is one of the places where you can get a fight spawn, which is really unfortunate, because until we get danger display, you can't see it around the corner. Pere, come to... Which one am I at? Top left, top right, bottom left. Whoops. I almost forgot. Pause it a little quick. You don't ask him how it is to be called a dirty cop. I keep forgetting that. Don't ever ask about the police. Don't ask. So, basically, we get a whole bunch of info from him about the cure rate, and we're going to go and see good old Murasei one more time. Poor old Murasei has not gotten much of a break so far in this run. Specifically, go down this alleyway, less chance of fight spawns. And then as soon as we get here, there should be a cutscene. And once again, much like Chapter 1, we're going to get the drone out. Now, Kaito, if you're quick enough, will follow you which way you go. Even, as we said earlier, Kaito goes up the ladder quicker than he takes the stairs. So even Kaito taking the ladder is quicker than the stairs. So now I'm going to wait for Kaito in. I think you can see, you know, he's over there. He's there. You can see him. So you saw here, look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see 3 different little pallets. This is something that was introduced in Judgment, and this is actually very useful, something that I will do later on when I've gotten a couple more healing items. Those are item shortcuts. You can actually shortcut your healing items. That is absolutely phenomenal, and can actually save you in a fight. Cough. The finale, cough. So, this was unfortunately a trap. This is Shuya. He is one of the captains of the Kure clan, and we got saved by the Masked Man again. So, this fight will not continue until all of the ads are dealt with. That is an amazingly good... That is actually an amazing good kick. Thanks, Kaito. Because now everyone's over here. Take care of you. Gonna jump over you. Switch, so I can try and take care of you two. And now Shuya. Ah, it was in mid-thing, so I couldn't actually knock him in the air. We'll be able to get a little bit of hyper armor soon enough. Not just yet, unfortunately. I'm really trying to, hopefully, actually juggle him, but it's not going well so far. He's using his hyper armor quite nicely. I would also not mind doing an EX to him, either way. Get down to his second HP bar. He's going to call in for backup, and now he's going to use his mortal attack. Fights are a little less optimized in Judgment's runs than they are in the other Yakuza runs. Okay, I missed. Go into EX. Here's our combo that I was talking about earlier, and you can see that you basically keep an enemy rooted to the spot. I just juggled a normal enemy instead of Shoya, but... That combo right there is one of the strongest combos that you actually have in the entire game. It's really, really good. Like, I will be using that against a lot of bosses later on. So again, oh, Kaito, good job. I was gonna leapfrog him, but alright. Not a bad fight, considering how bad the first part went. Second part went okay. There's also a camera on the floor, which you can use as a heat move if you want. Kind of good for interrupting his EX, as I said earlier, but sometimes you can connect with the kick. This time we didn't. Here's our masked man. Good-looking chap, Fumiya Sugiura. He's now part of our ragtag bunch of dudes. So, he's gonna help us with these murders, for reasons he's not telling us yet. Kaizo kind of likes him. Yeah, actually do. He's not bad. He's kind of saved our life like 2 or 3 times at this point, so he's a good kid. So we're gonna head back to the Yagami Detective Agency, except that I am not. This is the thing that I think it is. I need to go to the Millennium Tower because we're going to Bartender. Phone call, please. That is the bit I'm supposed to remember. Instead, you're supposed to go to bartender because, oh boy. Hands up, all of y'all that missed the tailing segments, because we got a big one coming. So, despite what it says, you have to join in here. We're trying to figure out our friend Mary's occupation here. Except the game is going to be evil. So, we need to take a look over her being and see, you know, she's got some fancy clothes, she's got some good jewelry. She also doesn't have a wedding ring. So, the game's going to give us 3 options. Every single one of these is incorrect. Thanks, video game. And because of that, we're going to go and tail her. This is tail segment number 5. Tail segment number 5 is nice and short. You'll see. So, she is going to turn around very, very early on. So once again, get behind the sign immediately. Mary is very jumpy. She is one of those that will react to sound a lot more than the others. She is, after all, one of the people that we are trying to... She knows we're trying to figure out who she is, after all. So, we are going to be going from here, and we are going to end up at the very end of this at Koi Bride. Which, as you can probably tell, isn't this way. Technically, it is this way, but the way that we're about to go is not the way. So, I need to kind of let her go a little bit. You don't have to go too far here, because she actually stops around this corner. Wait for it. Wait for it. I can't... Sir? Sir, you are in the way. Doesn't matter, because she stops right here. Yep. She's going to turn around again for a second time. Yep. Love Emerald Hills, by the way. Shoutouts to Sonic. Just give her a second, she'll leave in a minute. Hollister, I'm going to throw it over to you in about a minute's time. Trust me on this one.
I'll stay put.
Lovely. So, she's going to carry on. She's going to turn down this little alleyway here, and then she's going to turn around again. Sir, thank you. She's going to turn around again. As I said, Mary turns around a lot. All of these are scripted, so... This is probably another reason why people are frustrated at these. It's like, this tail segment here is really short, but she turns around a lot. Thankfully, that's the last time. Sir, thank you. So we're going to turn around this corner right here, and we're going to get to the final tail segment here. Oh, hang on. There it is. She's going to get a drink from the vending machine, and then she's actually going to text Yagami that she knows that we are tailing her, which is going to prompt us to do something kind of weird, actually. We are going to give it a sec. Go through her text. She says a friend of mine has a thing going on at a beauty salon. So we're in the middle of the street where she saw us, are going to get into our disguise. Once again, we're just going to put on the beanie and the sunglasses. The perfect disguise for tail segment number 6. And with that, Paulister, I'm going to throw it over to you because this one's a long one.
All right, fantastic. I'll take a minute and read a couple donations that we have here. We have $25 from Yarts saying, another Froob run, another Froob donation. Good luck. Yes, and another Froob donation reading shift. Yes. And we also have $5 from, once again, Sparkling Sweat Drop saying, donation, donation, donation motivation. Let's go. So yeah, I want to believe the $5 train is still going. So if you guys want to throw in a few more donations and keep me busy for this last little while that I'll be here with you, then go right ahead. We are, if my math doesn't fail me, that is $191 away from 21,000. So keep those donations coming. Let's hit that milestone.
Yeah, let's hit it. So I was gonna say, during this long tail segment here, I obviously can't see chat, but there's probably a couple of people wondering, because you all know me for Yakuza runs. Froob, where's Like a Dragon? So, during ESA submissions, Like a Dragon was still being routed down. Sir! Was still being routed down. That might actually make me a little late, so I'm gonna have to run a tiny bit, not too much. Like a Dragon was still being routed quite heavily at the time. We have got Like a Dragon down to, ironically enough, an hour less than this. Like a Dragon, I believe my real time is a 4:26, which is literally just an hour less than this, which you'd think the turn-based game would be longer than the game that's action, but no. So during the submission phase, Like a Dragon was still being quite heavily routed down. And I also pulled my submission for Like a Dragon, because I was hoping that Metsu would get a chance to show it off. But in the future, hopefully we'll get a chance to show off Yakuza Like a Dragon. And for those wondering, I love Yakuza Like a Dragon speedrun. I really do. It is absolutely fantastic. Despite being turn-based, it is a very, very fun run with essentially only 10 minutes of downtime in the entire thing, whereas Judgment has about 30 minutes of tail segments that are pretty much just this. So, hopefully we'll see Like a Dragon again another time. Either way, Mari, as you can see, is now about to go through the beer garden in Theatre Square when she could just go that way. Mari takes a very, very long route. You might be wondering why I'm not going to run. She, again, is going to turn around. She turns around a lot. She turns around a heck of a lot. And that's why we're not actually in any danger of being spotted. You see, she's turning around here, you see? Just gotta keep waiting. We'll get there eventually. And off she goes. So, I should talk about the potential dangers of this run. You might be thinking that the potential 5-minute RNG that I was talking about with VR Mario Party is the worst part of this run. Actually, it's not. This game is a little unfortunate. During the finale, there is a chance in one of the set pieces that you can get an infinite load during one of the fights. That only costs you a minute if you save outside of the fight, so I'll be doing that for safety. We found yesterday, I think it was yesterday, that there's actually a second infinite load that can happen, and it comes at the end of about a 6 to 7 minute long set piece. A little on the unfortunate side. Hopefully we'll get fixed in the remaster. It should get fixed in the remaster. I haven't seen the other infinite load on PS5 just yet, which is nice. But we're going to play it better safe than sorry. The danger will be if any of the... Oh, I'm a bit close there. Oh, dear. The danger will be if any of the other set pieces soft lock, which hopefully they won't. I've never seen any of them happen, but I never saw one until yesterday, so... That's kind of the danger, and that's the problem with Judgment as a run at the minute, is... The reason why I don't do many Judgment runs, you have to steel yourself to the fact that you are doing a 5-hour or a 5.5-hour speedrun with a very high chance that the run is just going to die 5 hours in. Which is a little unfortunate. It's also very reminiscent of another Yakuza speedrun that we do that we like to call Yakuza 4. You might be wondering, Froob, why have you never submitted Yakuza 4 to ESA before? So Yakuza 4 is about a 3-hour speedrun, and at the end of, well, about 2 hours and 40 minutes into that 3-hour speedrun, we literally do a 50-50 gamble. A literal 50-50 gamble. We play roulette. You either get 0 or 00. And if you don't get it, congratulations, your run is over. That's it in a nutshell. That's Yakuza 4 speedrun. Essentially... Oh, hello. Essentially... For a marathon, you'd have a safety save, obviously, because, oh goodness, that's dangerous as all heck. But if you're doing a run casually, when you get up to the point where we got up to, when you're going for like the top of the leaderboard, you don't have the time to go and save, because if you try and go and save, you'll actually lose about 3 minutes to reloading the game, to going to find that save point to reloading the game. So you cannot, when you're at the top of the leaderboard, even go for a safety save. Like, it literally is the end of the run. It's a little rough. Some of the Yakuza runs are just a little rough. Which is the reason why usually whenever anyone says, you know, hey, should I start speedrunning this Yakuza game or that Yakuza game? We usually say, you know, K2, 0, or 3 are good places to start. And speaking of Yakuza 3, just tonight, one of our community members, Kuro, back when Yakuza 3 originally came out, and it was myself and Tapioca doing the routing, we tried a couple of different things for money purposes in that run, because much like the other Yakuza games, you need money at certain parts of the story. And we went through and we tried a whole bunch of different, like, items to sell. There was this one item that apparently neither of us tried to sell. I don't know why I'm not taxing it. There's this one item that neither of us tried to sell, which sells for more money than a sub-story we routed in. So as of tonight, Yakuza 3 has a brand new route, which is fantastic. It also allows us to shoot an extra boss, so if you've ever seen Yakuza 3, and you will be seeing Yakuza 3 in this marathon ran by Rebel Dragon. Look at that segue, that's a good segue right there. Hopefully via the time that Rebel does that run in, I think, 2 days' time, hopefully you will see Rebel implement that new strat, and also hopefully you will see Rebel implement the maths PhD that we have to undergo in the run now, because Tapper's also routed out the precise instant and amount of gun and amount of bullets that you need for that speedrun. You literally need a math degree for Yakuza 3 speedrun now. I'm not even joking. It's great. So, we come back to the office, the door was locked, and unfortunately, something bad has happened. Whilst we were away, somebody has murdered Shintani. And unfortunately, his body has somehow found its way into our closet. Wasn't us, honest. So, we're going to do detective mode, and you're going to see immediately there's a new difference. So not only has his eyes been stabbed out like the rest of the Yakuza murders, but he has 2 bullet wounds in him. That's not something consistent with the other dead bodies in the Yakuza murders. So, the police are going to come along. Specifically, we're going to meet, or you're not going to meet just yet, but there's going to be somebody who goes by the name of Detective Kuroiwa. He doesn't like us, and, you know, unsurprisingly, he's a little suspicious that a dead body turned up in our office. As you do. Despite the fact that we are, like, you know, undercover detective ourselves, a private detective. So, we're going to head over to the Genda Law office where Shintani was part of. We're going to, obviously, comfort everybody, warn everybody, and then we're going to spend the night in the Genda Law office because we can't exactly sleep in our apartment, which is also our office, where the dead body was found. This man ignored that message. He really needs to go to a doctor. Oh dear. Ignore that message as well. I also spend too much on video games. Not good. So, we're going to go to the office, going to speak to Old Man Genda. And he wants us to say what happened with Shintani. We obviously don't know much of what happened at this point, because obviously we're in the dark about it. We did get a look at Shintani's phone, and found a bunch of phone logs where he called the ADDC.
Well,
the ADDC is the Advanced Drug Development Center, and they are, as you can see here, they are trying to create a drug, a revolutionary drug, that combats dementia. I need to rest at the sofa. I was about to go and leap out the window, because every time you go here, you just leap out the window. It's an old habits die hard. So, us and Hoshino, we are going to go, and we're going to go to the ADC, but first we're going to go and meet our ragtag bunch of dudes over at Charles. But first, here's an old man dying in the streets. We're going to be a good Samaritan and help them out. And we're going to get introduced to a new mechanic in Judgment. You'll see I picked up a screw earlier, but you'll see this leaf icon here. This is an item called Mugwort, and here's some of the Kaying gang. This is a scripted story fight. We cannot defeat all the enemies in this fight. But what we can do is we can basically get them all down to 1 HP, apart from the guy that has 2 HP bars. Could you not do Hangman's infinite combo on me right now? Thank you. So this is timed. We basically have a little time limit before we can go to the next part of the fight. So again, I'm just trying to take care of the ants because those are the ones that we want gone first. And now we're going to focus on this guy who's already bullying me again, sir. And there's the leapfrog not working because enemies can knock you out of it. So, I can get this EX mode off, it should. Okay, a bit late. We're now going to get introduced to something in Judgment that gives you a little bit of extra damage. Extracts. So extracts allow you a variety of different things. We get 2 Thunderstrike extracts. I'm going to use one of them now. I'm going to go straight into my EX. I'm going to try and take care of Ogata. So this extract allows us to break through enemies' guards, which, as you can tell, for this guy, is really useful. There you go. There's that combo I told you about. You can see all that damage just coming out right there. Oh, I didn't get my changeover at the right time, so no juggle for me. And he's dodging, so no juggle for me here. Thankfully, I'm just absolutely destroying him, and then obviously we go and deal with the rest of the enemies in this fight. There we go. As I said, we get 2 Thunderstrike extracts. The second one is going to be saved until the final boss. It's a very, very long time away. That's about 3 hours away. But the game's going to tutorialize us how to make extracts. We have been given the things that we need for growth. Growth allows us to get extra skill points for a small period of time. I know exactly where I'm going to use that. Now, we're going to go over to the gambling hall. We're going to buy 1,500 worth of wooden tags, excuse me. 150,000 yen worth, because, as you can probably guess, as I've mentioned it many times, crisis preparedness, danger display. We can now see, once we get it in our skill menu, enemies on our minimap. And that, I cannot tell you how much of a lifesaver that is in this run. It's the one Yakuza game that we go out of our way to specifically go and see the enemies for. If we could do that with Yakuza 5, I guarantee you we would. So, you saw as I came out on the bottom of the minimap, there was an enemy spawn. Thankfully, we can now see all of them. This is going to mean that I don't have to keep bringing my drone out unnecessarily every 20-30 seconds or so. We're going to head back to Charles. I saw the fight spawn, actually. It was at the end of the street and it went down there. So, we're going to go back to a group of friends and we're going to make a plan for what's going to happen next. Us and Hoshino, we're going to head over to the ADDC, but not without giving them a call first to try and figure out what's going on. So we're going to say that we're Shintani the lawyer asking about dementia drugs. We're going to get info on someone called Shono, who is heading up the research department. We are going to, or he's the one in charge of basically AD9, which is this big drug that they are making. So,
You asked for it.
I hate you. Goodbye. Literally a single guy. A single guy. Thank you very much for that video game. Good. So, we're going to head to the ADDC. We're not going to do much here for now, but we're actually going to get a flashback. Ooh. So, we're going to go over to the reception desk. We're going to ask about meeting Kido, one of the head scientists, or the chief of the place, etc. I can't remember his exact title. But you're going to see that everything is about to undergo a different filter. Shintani's alive, and Yagami's hair is actually decent, which means that we're in the past. So, we're going to push Emi Terasawa, who's a nurse, along. If we can push her into this, we can push her a little faster. But as you can see, she kind of like moves a little bit away when you push into her too much, which is a little bit problematic. And you want to kind of wait at the end here, because you can push her away from the actual point that she needs to get to. So, this was the Okubo case that I have mentioned before. This is a look back at how Yagami got Okubo off the hook. We are going to examine the bed, where he supposedly killed the patient. The window, I'm moving back a little bit because we have to move after this. And the entrance.
You got all you need.
We're gonna leave, go outside the hallway and look at the door again.
So,
Yagami's whole defense here is going to be that you can't see what's happening in the room from the hallway outside because you can't properly see through the window. This is going to be the thing that gets Okubo off the hook, and now we have to follow Emi all the way down to the end of this corridor. You might think to yourself that this is actually a very well-developed map for something that you only see in a flashback. You'd be right, we're coming back here later. So, I'm not running against her, because running will push you past her, because she doesn't flinch in the same way that she did the first time around. This looks a little weird, but honestly, this is pushing her along a little faster. It's the same kind of tech that we used in Yakuza 6, where we pushed Ino with the baby in our arms. ignore it. We just need to get to the end, and this literally does push her a little faster. You can push her a little bit more to the left than the right, which can cause her pathing to mess up a slight little bit, so we just want to be a little careful. Hopefully we get a good turn from her here. Nope! See what I mean? See what I mean? We just need her to get to the point, not us. So, we're going to explore the car park lot here. This is supposedly where Okubo took the body into the laundry van, where it was found, which is his laundry van. Emi Terasawa believes that Okubo is very much not somebody who would murder someone, and it definitely wasn't him. Emi Terasawa is going to turn out to actually be Okubo's girlfriend, and in the present day, she's actually dead, supposedly by Okubo. We obviously knew that they were deeply in love before, so Yagami kind of thinks that in the present day this is all a whole load of crap, but he kind of gets very, very down because of the fact that, you know, he got Okubo off the case, and then Okubo went and killed Emi. So that's one of the other aspects of the game that we're dealing with. So on the one hand, you've got everything going on with Captain Hammer and the Matsugane family, and on this hand, you've also got, obviously, Emi Terasawa and Okubo. Bit of Genda, that's the one I always forget. After the other day. So whilst we're speaking to Genda and Sayori about everything that's going on, that's not the one I want to do, but it actually doesn't matter because you can just skip through it. We were being spied on. We gotta go catch this mysterious person. Yes, it's a chase section in the past. So I'm going to stick on the left-hand side here. I know I'm going to walk into these cones, but it avoids that QTE right there. Again, as long as we stay on the side, we don't have to do these QTEs at all. This one was left? No, right. Cool, I got the good angle where I didn't have to do either. Again, very precise that. It's a lot more precise than you think. That was the... Oh, it was the right. Good. That's the one that always makes me wonder. If I don't do that, I don't have to do it for this one. A little bit of a tip for you there. It's on the right. We do have to do this one. Yep. Kind of took a bad angle there. Watch out for the cones. Stay on the left to avoid these guys. Triangle bikes, square cars. And now comes something kind of cool that the game is about to do. So, we are in the past, and we're basically old Yagami. Like, we're Yagami in the past 3 years prior. What the game is going to do, it's going to take all of our upgrades away from us.
Watch, you son of a bitch!
Everyone in this game is so rude. So, we're literally a base level 1 Yagami, so we're going to do the old-fashioned way of pick up bike and use bike strats. I don't like the fact that that person walked away, because usually you get all of them together. He needs to get hit because he has way less HP, or way more HP. Where's the guy that didn't get hit? I think it was that guy. Right. Not too bad, not great. But it's kind of a really cool moment that because you're in the past, you're not supposed to have the upgrades that you have in the present day, and even the game is just kind of like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. So, we're now going to go and do the court case, which is the one that obviously got Okubo off the hook in the first place. Which we need to do... Where's my notes? Away, and Shono's testimony was a lie. Speaking of Shono...
I was making my usual rounds through the ward.
This is Shono, the researcher at the ADDC, the one behind 89, the drug that is going to cure dementia. Whoops, that way. I thought it was to the left. And Shono's testimony was a lie. With that, Emi Terasawa makes a big valiant outburst in court, and we get Okubo off the hook. And then apparently he goes and kills Emi in the future, which, well, we'll see if that happens or not, won't we? So, back to present day. And it's over to the next chapter, chapter 6. So, we're still in the ADDC, but we are in present day. You can tell if we're in present day or past day. That's Kuroiwa. We'll speak about him a bit later on. You can tell whether it's present day or past Yagami because of the hair. Yagami of present day doesn't know how to style his hair anymore. I went a little too far. Speak to the receptionist. Hello, please. And we now need to figure out a way to get into the research wing. So we're going to go and use this map over here. Research wing here.
What the?
Oh. Well, you need to do this one as well, but research wing. Cool. So we're still not going to be able to get in, but thankfully there is going to be a scientist who is going to help us out. And remember her, because she's going to help us out again later. We're going to do the same thing where we push her along a tiny bit, hopefully, without pushing her too far away, which I already have done. Stop pushing her near the end, because you can push her away again. Yep. Cool. We're going to meet Shono. We're going to call Shono a coward. That's how you do it. Interesting little room. You'll see this again later. This is Ichinose. He is from the Ministry of Health. Surprising Yakuza bosses that you never fight. He looks like he's built for a fight. He's not. He's the Vice Minister of Health, Ichinose. We'll talk about him later. He's basically, as he said, funding 89 and obviously the research into that. We want to be, when I was speaking to Ayabe, that's the one. So, we're now going to leave. Chapter 6, isn't it? Okay, I need to do my level up attack and charge attack. I should have enough. I might not have enough. This is how tight the thing is. But we can't actually move away from here anyway. There is a in-game thing that's going to spawn here. I'm hoping this actually will help me a little faster. 695. I don't think that's enough, is it? Where are we? We're in here. Oh, it is just enough. 95. See what I mean by how tight it is? And that is 95 with an optional fight in the middle. If we didn't have that optional fight, it'd be more like 50, 60. So, very, very tight. We're waiting here specifically. It says it's not a time waiting segment, but there is a literal game mechanic that has to load in here. And if we walk away, it actually takes longer to load in than actually staying here. There you go. This is the game's version of Kickstarter. You fund money into stuff, you get rewards, blah, blah, blah. I'm now going to run over, and we're going to start a little bit of side content. But in the meantime, while I run over there, Porter, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I do have one donation here.
Go for it.
Fantastic. We have a $50 donation from Kisenchu saying, "Hello everybody, huge fan of speedrunning in general and ESA in particular. Much love to all the volunteers and runners. Keep fighting the good fight. Cheers from Brazil." And thank you very much for that incredibly generous donation. And don't forget, you can devote your donations to some of our upcoming donation incentives, like the all main missions category change for Neo, which has remained stagnant, I believe. Let me just do a refresh. Yes, it has remained stagnant at $890 out of 1,000, so get those donations in so we can see that category change to that exciting category. So yeah, back to you, Froob.
Thank you. Yeah, that's getting pretty close. Let's see that. I want to give my own shout out to Koei Tecmo because they helped me over the past few days. So
one more thing.
Yeah.
Can you let me know when you are roughly in Chapter 8?
2 chapters from now.
2 chapters from
probably in an hour.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Cool. Alright, so basically what's going on here is we met up with Kaito. Kaito met with an old friend of his called Adachi. Now, Adachi is getting him to help out with a little bit of rough business, which you can see he's over here. We're going to get a little bit of info because Kaito's going to be a little upset that we're hearing some bad things about... Oh, this is the one. I forgot. We're hearing some bad things about Adachi Estates because Kaito's basically shaking people down for money for them. That's not exactly what you'd expect from a real estate, but Kaito is getting a little unhappy at it, so we went and did a little investigating. We're now going to go and investigate Adachi at Kanrai. So, East Shichifuku Street as before. And we're going to have to go into Kanrai itself, and we're going to have to put on a disguise. So, obviously, the one and only appropriate disguise for going into one of the most expensive restaurants in town is to go in here and obviously become Hobo. That's not Hobo. Oh well. Oh well. Don't speak to the one on the right, that's a sub-story. You want this one. And now we get to something really cool. Kaito is still a little angry. He wants us to stop poking our nose into it. We gotta fight Kaito. Now, this is the part of the run where we want to very, very seriously consider getting a HP upgrade. Everyone's about to hit hard. I did not want to do that because I needed that EX because guess who has an EX mode? Wait. Okay, good. Had to wait a second because I didn't have my EX to interrupt that. I am doing a good job against Kaito. This is usually a fight that goes horrifically wrong, so... Now, as you can see, we also have charge attack at this point. This is going to make our strong attacks a little bit stronger. We're going to be able to charge our attacks, which is also going to give us a tiny little bit of hyper armor. Just a tiny bit. Either way, here's Adachi. We're just going to hopefully kick him, but we kick someone else instead. You know the drill. Ooh, Kaito, that's not actually ideal, friend. Just going to go back to this, because again, I was hoping to hit the EX there. Let's try juggling him instead. Shame I missed that hit. So you can see there, really, you can see there that I had a little bit of hyper armor on that, which is kind of nice. You gotta love him. He's a good lad. He's a very good lad. And drop kicks are amazing. So, Kaito actually dealt with 3 enemies on his own. I'm not even joking. Kaito literally took care of 3 enemies that I didn't. One of the things that literally can save you in this run is your NPC partners actually doing a good job. And Kaito, as you saw there, destroyed. Oh, that needs to go just in case. Uh-oh. Didn't see that. So, Sugiura is now ready. We're going to go over to Koi Bride, where Sugiura is hanging out. I'm going to go and say hello to him. So, down we go. There he is. Once again, like Kaito earlier, just having a little fish. Right. Kind of forget what happens here. Is this the math for you bit? I think it is, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so. This is the Honmaru chapter, yeah? Yes, it is. Okay, so. Most Yakuza games, as you know, have a set piece that takes place in Kamurocho itself. And this game is no exception. It has about 3. So we're going to start with the first one here. So one character you saw very, very early on back in Chapter 1 was Mafuyu, the female prosecutor. She is a good friend of ours, and unfortunately, the Kyorei are going to try and get back at us by going after her. So we're going to have to go and basically help her out. Sugiura is going to basically tell us about that and tell us to watch out. We're going to get that phone call here now. You see he's a little stressed out. So we're going to go down to the street and we're going to get 3 fights. Most of them are quite easy. It's the last one that can be slightly problematic. Hopefully we'll do it in the correct way. We've got all the move upgrades that we need for it so far. If you don't have charge attack because you're missing some skill points, get it now. And now we're going to head forward.
You heard me, asshole. Now
First
step
way.
the fuck back or else.
So rude. So, we're gonna leap over him and kick him in the back. Got both of them, that's kind of nice. You saw me delay my attack there to give the other guy time to run towards me. That's rather nice. Fight number 2 coming up. We're going to be fighting a bigger group of enemies this time. So again, let's get through these cutscenes. Some of the conversations, as you've seen, are quicker to just mash X through, like this. Some of them, obviously, you want to skip through with start. Head down here, and here comes the next fight. Crane. That is pretty much 3 of them dead, apart from this guy, so we'll just take care of this guy. And we'll take care of the other 2. Slide. Your actual slide does a tiny bit of damage. Not a lot, but enough to be able to swag like that. It's a little dumb. I love it. And now for the final fight with a little bit of a dynamic intro. Because we've caught up to Mafuyu. I'm just gonna use her against them, because, okay. So, This fight is going to get some enemies as backup. Doesn't matter which of these two you take out first, you just need to leapfrog one of them and then EX. That is going to cause the next waves to spawn in, at which point we're going to change back to Crane, and we're going to try and take care of as many of the enemies without a big HP bar as we possibly can. So, not ideal. I'm going to change to Tiger. Again, do it at the apex of my attack. I lose less time. You can see that is really, really damaging. I was hoping to cancel out and go after the other guy. Look how much damage that guy just did to me. As I said, the enemies at this point have had a massive damage upgrade. How did that not connect my attack? Ah, shame. That can happen sometimes. This is also bad because these stuns actually keep you stunned for a very long time. And unlike Rising Tornado, we have no way of getting back up off the floor. I want to be a little careful here. When do I usually get enough SP for my HP upgrade? Is it before or after Hon Marowin? Just doing some quick thinking in my head. Right. I'm not sure if I have enough yet. I'm gonna have to check because I need a little bit of HP at this point. As I said, this is the part where enemies are gonna start hitting hard. And as a reminder, yeah, over 600, that's good. As a reminder, of course, enemy bosses also have the mortal wound attacks that break our HP bar. If I was still on my level 1 HP bar, I would probably be losing at the very least half of my HP bar, if not 3/4 of it. If not, it just outright killing me. So, HP upgrade here is very much needed, and that's the only HP upgrade we get during the run. Everything else is going to go towards getting the final attack upgrade. Fight spawn down there. Get rid of it. Because that final attack upgrade is a massive upgrade for some of the endgame bosses, which is going to be very necessary. So, reminder that I have a growth extract on me still that allows me to get more skill points from certain parts. We're going to use it at the end of this set piece. So, Sugiura and Kaito are hanging out here. Kaito just having a cigarette while squatting down on the ground. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, cool. Good posture, dude. Cool. So, Hon Marowin's set piece. This is going to be a decently sized set piece. You can actually go off the beaten path here and get a couple of really cool things.
If you want to fight, bring it on, asshole!
Everyone keeps telling me to shut up. It's hurting my feelings. Either way, I think you know the drill. We're going back to Crane. So hopefully, we'll take care of a couple of them. I intentionally go that way to be able to hit like a couple of them that side. Unfortunately, I accidentally hit the other guy, which is a little bit of a shame. Kaito, did you take care of the other guy? Yeah, I love you, dude. So here, when you're unable to run, it's quicker to do this movement here. So, he has a lot of HP. He's not actually too bad. You interrupted the one attack that I wanted to get off. I'm upset about that. There it is. Really? Again? Alright, I'm going to try and take care of them whilst they're in this small enclosed space. And again, EX if I can. Thank you. He's the one that we want to take care of. Kaito should deal with the other guy. Good. So you saw me use my hyper armor there, basically to stop getting hit. I don't like you when you interrupt me like that, sir. This is a good move as well. This breaks guards a lot. And last guy here. Leapfrog. Good. So, unfortunately for us,
Let go, asshole! Got my leg!
this guy's not gonna let go.
Just go, Tuck. We'll be fine.
All right.
They're gonna deal with him. We're gonna carry on our own. So, in this room, if you go around to the right, you will find the Hon Marowin key. This is R2. Again, using it all the time, we have a door like this.
Got it.
Perfect. So, you might be wondering, there's certain enemies we haven't seen in this that you see a couple of times in the Yakuza games. Gun enemies. Yes, Judgment still has gun enemies. You probably won't be surprised to learn that gun enemy attacks break your HP bar.
Shoot, dumbass! Fucking cowards! Let go of him!
No. Wait for a second for his HP to appear. Oh, he actually broke out. He does not do that normally. Cool. Excuse you, sir. Usually you can just hit him with a strong attack and just basically kill him in one hit and then hit the guy with a gun. That's a little unlucky. Now you might be wondering why we don't see gun characters.
Those are illegal, right?
Exactly. Judgment, you know, has a basis in a little bit of reality, and even Yagami, like, actually makes a kind of cute joke about the fact that guns are illegal, you know. Which is why guns break every time enemies drop them. You cannot use guns as Yagami. But he has no problems using nunchucks and stuff like that. I did not get the leapfrog. I got the leapfrog on that guy instead. This room sucks because there's so much furniture that these guys are just going to basically hit me with it. Thank goodness. That was a good combo, actually. That was well salvaged. So you can go into any of these side rooms, get some healing items, get a skill book. We're going to carry on instead. Let's see if for once this cutscene actually breaks. Because it broke on us yesterday. Oops, excuse me. Doesn't. Good. This is a cool cutscene. Yeah, so cutscenes in the Dragon Engine games can actually break. And you basically see the rigging from where you're not supposed to see it. This is a cool cutscene. Not dead, by the way. We didn't hit them with it. Don't worry. We're a detective, ex-lawyer. We're not a member of the Yakuza. This guy, however, has a gun. So that was good movement. I'm gonna hit this guy because he has the most HP. So used my light attack to start my combo against him. Ah! Thanks for that. Hey, look. Gun enemies break your HP bar. Haha. Growth extract. So we're about to run in here. So I'm using my growth extract. You see I get 187 SP. That's a tiny bit more than we would usually get. Because guess what? Fight time against Shoya. Now, I have to finish this fight in a time limit now. Before that growth extract runs out. So, more importantly, aim for the ads. Shoya is going to get his HP back at the midpoint of this fight, which is basically going to be the point where he respawns all the enemies. So it's actually a little better to take care of the enemies first so that he doesn't overgo that HP bonus. So we're going to hit this guy. You can hit Shoya a little bit because he's not going to go over there till he hits the yellow HP bar anyway. Nope. I would like you not to hit me, thanks. Just be careful. Don't use too much EX. I'm going to cancel out intentionally there. You see the damage that everyone is literally doing. Partner EXs are decent. A little slow, but it's good damage. Plus, it looks cool. So, everyone's getting up. Again, I still don't want to use my EX just yet. I want to keep hold of it. Once again, back to Crane. You can get a little early quick one. You can see I intentionally went this way to be able to hit as many as I could. At this point, Shoya is going to actually... Uh-oh, that's the bad stun. He is actually going to go into his next phase, so I'm going to intentionally do it. This is going to drag me and Shoya to the other end of the arena. If you've ever seen the Wen Lee QC and Yakuza 0, you might recognize that little post. So, us and Shoya are going to go to the other side. Hopefully, Kaito and Sugiura are going to deal with the rest of the enemies whilst we're over here. But we've got good EX here to be able to deal with Shoya. Because Shoya, as you can probably tell, is about to do this. Good. Stopped his mortal wound attack. Not that it would have hit us anyway. Hello, sir. Again, going to do this move because I can keep Shoya in the corner even if he is hitting me. That's very unfortunate. I need to be very careful with my HP right here. I'm actually not in my EX. Huh, when did it take me out? Bizarre. No wonder I'm dying. Excuse you. Cancel out with that. One person, you guys. One person, just... One person. That's just all you gotta deal with. So, my HP bar is now permanently broken until later on, which is slightly problematic, as you can probably tell. Cool, and that is the end of that chapter. So, we're now going to go on to chapter 7, which... Is this the part where I get my thing? I can't remember. Either way, I'm going to meet Kajihira here. He's the guy basically behind the Cure. He's like their chairman. He's, yeah, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. So here's the one that sent the Yakuza aftermath for you. I think the reason why is because he wanted to meet us, which that's a very roundabout and bad way of getting that done. So everything is now sorted. We're now friends with the Kyorei. Thumbs up. So I'm going to head back to the office with this fight right here. That's a pain. So whilst I run back and go grab a taxi and deal with this fight spawn, Porter, if you've got anything to add, now is a good time.
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, I have a minor announcement to make. That'll be the end of my donation reading shift. It was really fun, but I must go now. So I hand you over to the very capable hands of Nashlax. So that will be the next voice you hear from donation reading. We don't have any donations just yet, but keep them going for Alzheimer Fonden. And I'll see you in a few days during the Neo 2 run. But until then, thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of the run.
Yeah, thank you again, Paulister. So, we're going to head back to the Yagami Detective Agency. Now, we're going to go and rest up overnight. Once again, hopefully not hitting this letterbox, because actually, the run's actually going pretty good right now. My estimate for those wondering, my estimate is a 535 to account for the one infinite load we thought about that we didn't know about until yesterday. I'm currently 2 minutes ahead of PB pace, which means it's currently a sub 525. So going pretty good, actually. I've had some decent luck so far in this run. Judgment is very much a run that can go horrifically badly in terms of luck. Now, we still haven't seen the Kane Gang. You will know when the Kane Gang turn up. The reason being is getting to this taxi is going to become infinitely more problematic. I want the Kane Gang to not turn up until that point. So, essentially, as long as we're going fast, and as long as we don't mess up by getting too many optional fights, we will only have the Kane Gang spawn in one time. If you go too slow in this run, you can have them spawn in a second time. Which, if you're doing that, unfortunately you're going way too slow. But, thankfully we're on good time right now. We haven't had many optional fights. So, if this is the chapter I believe it is, then we're going to be going back to the ADDC, but not as Yagami. So, you hell me. We're going to head over to Le Mans, the casino. Unfortunately, we're going to get into a fight as we go outside.
Doesn't look like they want to talk it over.
Now the Yakuza are using katanas. Only some bladed attacks are actually problematic in terms of actual mortal wounds. It's not actually the normal enemy ones, so we don't have to worry too much about them. And I mentioned earlier about enemies with guns and the Kyorei clan. There's a Kyorei clan member in particular that is going to be very problematic, and you can probably tell by the way I'm trying to segue into it. We'll talk about them later. No point in using the heat move on you. I'm going to start with a square to start the combo, so I can just carry it on. Oh, I tried to use my charge strong to give me iframes there, and unfortunately the other guy hit me with an item. You, however, you'll get an EX. Lovely. Not too bad. Kaito usually takes care of one more enemy there, but doesn't matter. You can see how quickly we take care of them. So yeah, we are going to head to Le Mans. Ayabe has sent an informant instead of him because the police are starting to basically keep him busy, etc., etc. We are going to head into here, and we're going to go and meet his informant down in the casino. As I said, you're coming back here a lot of times, and again, as you already know, the key to the casino is R1. Members only, this casino. No getting in unless you're a friend of the casino. So we're going to head on over to the back, and you're going to see them very, very briefly. Here they are right here. Might look slightly familiar because that is actually Mafuyu. Instead, this time she is wearing a wig because she's in disguise, you know? At least she put on a wig and not just a beanie and glasses like Yagami's done a couple of times tonight. So, we've got an investigation report for the second Yakuza murder, the Hashiki case. So, we're now going to basically go and try and explore like where the murder happened and see if there's basically anything that we can deduce from what happened. So we're going to head over there now. It's over on Pink Street. If you ever played Yakuza 1, you remember where the tattoo parlor was. That is the same alleyway. We're going to go there now. Again, if we get a fight spawn coming out of here, that's just unfortunate. There's nothing we can do about it. There's one over there, but that's good. That's also one of the Kane gang ones. It's very lucky we didn't actually get into that fight, because if we got into that fight, that would have reduced the timer on when the Kane gang appears severely. So we got very, very lucky with that. Also, you'll see every time I come out, I actually have to press R3 twice to make my minimap a bit bigger, to be able to see more of the minimap and see where the enemies spawn. So... Kaito, please. So, we're going to go to the Shiki crime scene, and we're also going to deduce that old Shono was in town. Shono? One of the ADDC lot was in town at one point. I can't remember if it was Shono or Hashimoto. Hashimoto is our friend. Whether it was Shono or somebody else. But essentially, we need to go into this club to get some info on when they appeared, because it's directly related to one of the murders. Now, unfortunately, the cabaret club here is not going to let us in. We're going to need somebody else to get in for us. Matthew is obviously a prosecutor and is laying low after the attempt on her earlier. We're going to ask Tsukumo about cakes, because we're going to ask Sayori to do it for us. So, here we go. Here they are. Here's the Kane gang. So, this is what I was alluding to earlier. This is actually a pretty good time to get them. You see at the top right, you see threat 100%. Every time we do a fight, that is going to go down, and you'll also see that it's going to go down over time. Ideally, we're going to have that threat last until the penultimate chapter, if not the finale. These fight spawns. Please. Ah, it saw me. That's bad. Okay, long route. We can go the long route. It's fine. I got backup routes for everywhere I go. Down here we go. Bye-bye. So you can see at the top right, get sweets for the bribe. Nice wordplay from the localization team. Absolutely love it. I can't get my drone out here, even if I could. I don't know why I was trying. So, much like the other Yakuza games, it's, again, the localization of this game is absolutely brilliant.
Show these Kyoto fucks how
Like,
they
massive
work.
shout-outs to RGG and, obviously, Sega Atlas for the amazing localization work they do on the Yakuza games, and also this one. And you tell what I'm going to do here. Guess what? You're getting it too. Easy fight. Very, very clean. Do like that. So this is one of the... This is a sweet shop that has like exquisite cakes there. Not open that often, but we managed to get one for Sayori. Now we're going to go and ask Sayori if she'll basically infiltrate the cabaret club for us. So we're going to head over there now. You see, we've already gone down by 5% threat, and here's the other aspect of the Kane gang. Look at the minimap. You will see the name Honda. That is the same Honda we fought earlier. You saw that I went to the left specifically because I'm trying to avoid him. If you get close to him, he will drag you into a fight. And this is the problem with the Kane gang turning up, is that they're actually going to turn up a couple of times. And one of them is going to get right in the way of our most used taxi in the run. Slightly problematic. Thankfully, the drone doesn't just despawn... Stop it. The drone doesn't just despawn normal enemies.
Yep.
It thankfully despawns Kane gang leaders as well. They can just be a bit finicky about it. So sometimes they're a little stubborn. So we're going to go and buy a dress for Sayori from the only place that does dresses in town, La Marche. Thankfully, not our money. For once, not our money. Don't know how. Or is it how? I can't remember. Either way, we're going to go to La Marche. Sorry, Sayori. We're very rude to everybody who comes with us. We just barge them out of the way. This guy is actually a sub-story, but thankfully, the actual main story takes precedence. Now, if you remember Yakuza Zero's cabaret stuff, you can do the dress up in the same way. It's pretty much the same kind of outfits and stuff like that. We're not going to do it because slow. We're just going to carry on with, obviously, the story. We bought the dress. Now we're going to have to go and do the makeup around the corner. I'm going to get, again, the same kind of menu as before. And done. I said done. Thank you very much. So now we get to control for a very brief time the game's second playable character. It's Sayori. Yep, we get to go first person with Sayori. She can't run here, unfortunately. We have to just basically walk over to the club. We get a few disparaging comments on the way. And yeah, then we're going to carry on with the story. So, we've got some time for some messages if you want to read some out right now. Store sake, though. Nice. But this is one of those times, again, where it's just quicker to skip through cutscene menus and stuff like that.
I think it works now. Yes.
Hello, yes, hello, I hear you.
Everyone, good morning. I'm Nashlex here with a cup of coffee and a mic that apparently wasn't connected properly. So we're gonna be here for the rest of the Judgment Run. Thanks again, Paulister, for being here for the first half. And I also want to point out that if you want to get more Paulister, he's going to be back on Thursday for Nioh 2, which coincidentally is also a sponsor for this year's ESA Winter event. So yeah. We also, I also want to point out that we have almost reached the 20k mark, the 21,000 mark here as well here for the Alzheimer Fonden. So if you want to bring in some donations, there are prizes to win here as well.
Okay, cool. Just deep in thought at this point, trying to remember just exactly what I'm doing here, because this looks like a time waiting segment. We can actually skip this part up by going back to the office. I knew it was coming up, I just couldn't remember where, which is why I was just kind of having a look over my notes to try and figure that out, because there's a couple of things coming up that I need to remember very importantly. So we have to wait for Siri to get in touch. As soon as we get close to the office, boom, there it is. Now we're going to head to Public Park 3. You might remember very, very earlier on, 10th Street, yeah. You might remember very, very earlier on that we actually made friends with Dwayne by buying 7 bentos. That's about to become an important thing. You can see that Kasai as well is also positioned just outside of the back alley of Serena. That's kind of important and in the way. Kaito found a kid. Don't ask me. Oh, Kasai, get out of there. I need to go down there. I was like, seriously. There we go. The Kane gang, the pains in the backside with where they get spawned. Either way, Kaito found a kid. The kid was playing hide and seek with his dad. Can't find the dad anymore, even though the kid was hiding. We're trying to find out what's happened to the dad, so we're looking where he was last found, which was down here. We find some pocket tissues with an advertisement on it. We're now going to head back to Kaito and the kid. Remember when I said we bought 7 bentos earlier? That's because guess who needs a bento? It's Kaito. It's one of the reasons why we use the Popo for Dwayne to get the bentos. We actually need the we need the alcohol that we bought earlier for a quick little bit of speed tech earlier. And if you remember earlier when I said that we weren't going to deal with this friendship event earlier, this is the point we deal with it now. We also deal with it now because we are obviously a lot more stronger.
You don't give up, dude.
So again, it's Kasai's crew. They're the Kane gang. I alluded to that earlier. We're just gonna beat them up and save this guy. Ow. We don't even need to EX them. We just slide. So, because we've also waited this long, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to investigate this Yakimaru loan for the main story. What you are supposed to do, as a favor to the guy that we just saved, you're supposed to go out and you're supposed to defeat one of the Kane gang, who, as you can see, just turned up if you've basically been sticking rigidly to the story. Important, though.
Huh? I'm on it. Excuse me.
We talk to him again
I'm on it.
and pay 50k. And we get the info. That's the other reason why we wait here, because obviously, money issues. So, we now know where where this Yakuza office is, and unfortunately the kid has gone to play hide and seek inside of a Yakuza office. Yeah. So we're gonna head over there now, and good old Kaito, please, thank you. Good old Kaito is going to join us. East Taihai is taxi we need. You'll see a man standing in front of us. That is the guy we're looking for. There's a tiny little bit of, like, character development with Kaito. There's the guy. We're going to speak to him. The kid's going to get found by the Yakuza, and we're going to have to go save him. The kid thinks that Kaito is a superhero called Captain Cop. So if you look at Kaito's HP bar at the start of this fight, you'll notice something really cool. So we're going to change to Crane, and we're going to immediately ignore the guy in front and go to the left. Because the guy to the left has a gun. You know the drill. Gun enemies go first. No exceptions to that rule. Sir, thank you. Did not want that to happen. I know I can go up here. I know this is a climbable wall. I've done it before. Video game. Oh, okay. I don't know why I didn't flinch there, but sure. There you go. There's that quick change in action. Gets rid of a little bit of slowdown as well. Not too bad. Not a great fight, but yeah, I'll take it. Had worse. Is this? Yeah, this is the part. Okay, so mentioned this much earlier. There is one Kane gang member that we don't want to see, and it's time. This is the one that gets in the way. Who saw me? Am I actually in a fight? I am. That guy. Please don't unaggro. Please do not unaggro. Unknown circumstances, please do not unaggro. Thank goodness. Because using that aggro, I can get past them. There is no way they should have seen me. Ha! Okay. Advanced despawning methods. Beef ball. No. Sorry. And don't buy anything, because otherwise it'll start his friendship event. Oi, oi, oi. So, we're going to head over here. And here comes the third member of the Kane gang. Man likes food. I understand. So, this is Sakakiba. Sakakiba is a pain. I'm going to kick him first of all. I'm going to try and take care of as many of the large lads in his group as possible. If you've ever seen a Yakuza speedrun, you know that large lads are the bane of our existence. They are annoying, and yeah, same here. Not quite sure why you didn't give me the EX. Thank you. It will not take care of the large lads in one combo with our current power output, so we need to do a little bit of work on top of that. Again, ads first. I'll just kick this guy. I've made more than enough EX right now. I'm going to wall run against old Sakakiba. Again, I want him to be as close to the wall as possible when we get him low enough, which this is okay. He won't be able to take any more damage right now. Nope. Okay. You can see here he has a very long animation, so I was a little too far away, unfortunately. He uses his body weight kind of well. That's unfortunate. Again, I want to hit him whilst I have my damage up. Specifically wanted that for the hyper armor, just in case. It was okay, it wasn't great. Having to delay Sakakiba there was not good. But hey, that means that Sakakiba's now on the map. And Sakakiba's spawn points are the worst. Literally, the worst. That's a good fight spawn, because they're not going to catch up to me. We're going to now run through the M-side cafe, and we're going to leap out the window as before. Usually you don't want to do this, but because I got seen by that fight spawn immediately, I'm just going to have to do this. Look at where Sakakiba is. On the pathway to our office. Great. Wonderful. Just what we want to see. So, should have gotten rid of the other fight. Yep, good. There was a fight spawn that was at the middle part of Nakamichi, so I had to get rid of it. And now we can go to the office. Fantastic. You also see that Sakakiba on the bottom right part of the minimap is right in front of the taxi. That's the bad part. Sakakiba's spawn point is in front of the taxi. Great. So, you saw what we did with Kasai. We're going to have to do that a lot. Sakakiba being there is not too bad here, because we can just cut through the middle. But you can see him ahead of us there. So if we fight one of the Kane gang, I believe that's a 25% reduction on the threat. I might be slightly off of my percentage here. But essentially, we don't want to fight them at all. And remember, we also get teleported back to... We get teleported back to old... left down? Left down. We get teleported back to old Tenkaichi Street, which we really don't want. So... Hoshino... Hoshino. Shono and the other guy that we met earlier, the Vice Minister of Health, that's the guy. They actually were in Kamurocho on the night of the Hashiki murder 6 months ago. I see that fight spawn. You can't fool me. Thank you. So, Saori actually made a friend in the hostess club, and she's basically given us some info that they were here, and that they actually were meeting with somebody else. We're not going to get to figure out who that somebody else is for a while, but that somebody else is actually Captain Hammerer. Now, Captain Hammerer, you might have not, obviously we haven't spoken about him for a while. He's currently laying low, because in one of the previous chapters, somebody attempted to take his life. So he is currently in hiding. Hence why most of the enemies that have been coming after us have been either the Kyorei or the Kane gang. Judgment does a very good job of attempting, or not even attempting, it does a very good job of actually giving logical reason as to why certain enemies are going after you. And storyline-wise, they actually make sense, because, you know, we've got Captain Hammerer, who still wants us to stop looking at the Yakuza murders, because, you know, he's definitely totally not involved in those. We obviously have the Kane gang, who just hate us, because we're helping out everybody else, and Kasai seems to immensely dislike us for, you know, I don't know, probably the time we kicked him in the face. Usual. And obviously, we also have the Kyorei, who did hate us before because of everything we did with Murasei back in Chapter 1. Rest up. We are now going to go and visit the prosecutors. Is it now or is it later? Yeah, it is now. We're going to go and visit the prosecutors. We're going to go to the prosecutor's office and we're going to start establishing our case against Shono. Unfortunately, they're going to tell us under known circumstances that we are the ones that have to... He's in the way. We're the ones that are going to have to prove this. So we are going to go and start doing that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move a little closer to Sakakiba. Not close enough to get into the fight. And that should stop him from respawning here. Cool. Lovely. Okay, so here I want to do... I think it's the right option for the first one and then down, up. Yep, it is. That's why I'm here. Down, up. Perfect. So, this is basically Yagami's big moment of, I'm going to get involved in this, but also this is going to tie into the Okubo Shinpei case. You saw there on the left somebody in a raincoat. This is somebody who Yagami calls the Mole. The Mole is our suspected serial killer, the one that's going around killing... basically everybody, like the Kyorei clan members. They're the ones that we're trying to find and figure out who is the Mole. So, that's the other aspect of why we're doing all of this. We're trying to take down, essentially, somebody who's going around murdering Yakuza for what is seemingly no reason, and gouging out their eyes with ice picks. Ugh. So we're going to head back to the Genda Law Office. What chapter is this? It's chapter 8. Okay, so Chapter 8 is a little unfortunate. Chapter 8 is probably the chapter with the least amount of things for us to do in it, but it still has things for us to do. Unfortunately, you might remember when I said about, was it 3 hours earlier? About 2.5 hours earlier? I mentioned that there was a chapter in the game that has 2 time waiting segments. Yep, it's this one. So, we're going to go back to Tokyo PD, and we're going to go and see Okubo for the first time. Yagami's going to speak to him, and then he's going to say, I'm going to take your case again. Yagami is going to basically say, you know, I'm going to figure out, you know, I believe you, I know you didn't kill Emi, I'm going to figure out who actually did it. So we have a lot of things on our plate at the minute. We're going to go and see Patriarch Matsugane. We need to go and find a way to speak to him, because he's also gone missing. He's in hiding because of the earlier problem with Hammerer. And the one person that we know that can get us in contact, good old Higashi. Sorry for kicking you earlier, dude. Right, so Higashi is now going to get in contact with Captain Matanage. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of time. This is our first time waiting segment, so what we're going to do, because we're right here... Please don't turn around and see me, thank you. Oh no. I was just under one of the signs, thankfully they didn't see me as they turned around. We're going to go and make friends with this Popo member. So, over we go. So, once again, another 7,000 yen for another 500 skill points. We have more than enough money at this point. I'm going to get some healthy, balanced bentos, as you do. And also a few more. A little bit more doesn't help. It's good healing items for later, trust me. I haven't needed to heal yet, but there have been a couple of close encounters, as you've seen. So I'm going to have to wait for Higashi to call. So what I'm going to do is, when we get the phone call, we're going to have to taxi out of town to go and see Patriarch Matsugane. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in this corner, and this is our bathroom break for the run. So I'm going to take my bathroom break right here. I'll despawn these enemies just in case. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of our donation reader, and I will be back in about a minute and a half.
Well then, Froob, that's good luck on you and on your bathroom break. Meanwhile, we're going to be informing you guys about why we're all here. We're here to support the Alzheimer Fonden, which is the Swedish national fundraising organization focused on Alzheimer's disease and other dementia-related diseases. Alzheimer's Fonden aim and purpose is to increase fundraising to benefit the scientific research in order to find a cure for Alzheimer's disease. So if you want to donate towards the Alzheimer Fonden, there are also a bunch of donation incentives going on as well, including some bid wars right now. Including the next run that's going to come up soon after the Toho block. It's going to be Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. There's a donation bid war going on between the Virgil route and the Nero and Dante route. So Virgil's route is now currently in the lead with $75. But Nero's route is right behind there with $16. So only $20 worth of donations is going to push that one in the lead. So if you want to see Nero's route instead, you can donate towards that one. We also have the language choice for Jack 3 coming up. It's currently at a bit war between 6 different languages, and Russian is in the lead with $80 right now as well. So if you want to hear a different language, for example Italy or German or even French, you can donate towards those and bring that one up top and bring it into the lead. So after that, we also have Pokemon X coming up. If you want to name a Pokemon during an ESA run, now is your chance. You can choose the donation, or you can choose the name for the Howlucha Pokemon or the Lucario Pokemon as well, and the trainer actually as well here. There are quite a few names up for grabs as well, so you can go and put your donations to that if you want to.
Fantastic. Alright, so Higashi's phone call should be coming in within the next 20 seconds, hopefully, if I've got this right. So, once we get this phone call, we're going to be taxiing out of town, and we're going to actually get into a boss fight almost immediate. That's the next 20 seconds. It looks like I was wrong. I mistimed. Well, so, yeah. Unfortunately, there are going to be 2-time waiting segments in this chapter. There we go. So, both of them are about, I believe Toxic timed them to be 180 seconds. Or was it Drake? One of the two. I think it was Toxic who timed them to be 180 seconds. Nothing we can do, but we do get a very cool intro for this boss cutscene. Even Higashi is rude to this. Unbelievable. Alright, so. Bunch of dudes, I think you know exactly what we're going to do. We're going to switch to Crane to begin with. Higashi is not someone we want to focus on, but he's more dangerous in his first phase than his second. His first phase he uses a dagger, but in his second phase he doesn't actually use it at all. So we're going to still focus on hitting him. As you can see, the opportunity to hit so many enemies here is just too valuable to pass up. And him actually hitting me isn't too bad there, because I can actually then just work on the rest of the enemies. Him hitting me here is bad though, stop that. So you can see that it's a little awkward. It's the bad stun. But I can then spin. And then I can kick him. I'll make the most of that situation. A lot of Judgment, like the fact that, you know, you've got a couple of fights that basically go in a different way, basically is all about, like, reacting to the fight. Nice dodge, actually. Go to your second phase, come on. There you go. I'll get into the second phase, and then we'll just have fun. So, as you know, he's going to start off with a mortal attack. You can run up the side of this here. It's very hard to. Oh, thank you for breaking my HP bar. You literally, I forgot you had such a quick EX mode. So you can see my HP bar is not doing good. Gonna do my combo here. This won't be enough to take him out, unfortunately. I was trying to hopefully use the wall, but unfortunately not. Good leapfrog. Kaito actually hitting him. That wasn't too bad. The morsel wound breakage isn't good. That's starting to get to around the levels of slightly worrying. The trouble is I don't want to use my med kit yet. That's the problem. It's chapter 9 or 10 that I wanted to get the stability upgrades. I think it was 10. I'll check at 9. I'll check at 9 because it would help. Either way, we're now going to go back to Kamurocho, and we're going to try and figure out, again, as I said earlier, where Hamura is. So we're going to need to wiretap the Matsugane family office. So we're going to obviously go over to Tsukumo. He's our tech expert, and we're going to get him to make a wiretap for us. This is, as I said earlier, another time where we actually need to use money. This is going to cost us another 100,000 yen. As you can see, we're down to about 157, I believe it said. That's with one set of money from a actual optional fight. So, money-wise, I can't get the drone out under here. Why did I go this way? I've made mistakes with my life. To Club Sega! I can fix this. I was going Club Sega instead. Play some... I was going to play Camera of the Dead, but I should just use anything. Space Harrier, yes, no, bye. Please don't be there on the way out. Please don't be there on the way out. Please don't be there on the way out. Good. Right, royally messed that up. Right, good. So, over to Tsukumo, as I said. Paid for some wiretaps, as I said. And then we're going to get into our next 3-minute time-wasting segment, unfortunately. But what we're going to do in the meantime, as you can probably guess, we're going to go to our last Popo. The last one that we haven't actually visited yet. The money! Down to 57k, we're going to go spend 7k of that in the Popo. For me? Judgment's fight spawns are evil. Like, very evil. Hi! This is our final friend event that we're going to do of the run. Excuse me. Give me sushi. Oh. And there we go. With that, it's another 5,000 SP, 5,500 SP, which, because we did all 4 of the Popo friendships, that is literally an extra 2,000 SP over the course of this run, which is going to allow us, hopefully, to get our attack level up a little bit earlier. So, I really don't want that fight to happen, and there's not much I can do. Actually despawn, so we're good. So, once I'm here, I'm going to set up my item shortcuts at this point. On top, I'm going to put that, because that's going to be useful. Healthy, balanced, and... I've only got 1 stamina next. Okay. That'll do. Let me check my skills. So I need to get... balance... Is it just balance, or is it... I think it's ferocity as well, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's all the way. So I'm going to get these. I can actually get them now. Cool. So, reduce the time it takes to perform a charging tiger attack, which is your charge attack, but also that's going to give me some balance so that I don't get knocked down as much during the run. You can see on the minimap there are 4 enemy spawn points. So you're going to see me get out my drone a couple of times. I'm actually going to move back a little bit in the hopes that they actually despawn. Oh, look at that! 2 fight spawns in the bottom left. Unbelievable. The fight spawns in this game, as I said, they're kind of nasty, they're kind of evil. That happens a couple of times, unfortunately. But yeah, I guess in this time, because I've not got much to say again because of having to, whoops, deal with this time wait, if you've got any messages, now is a perfect time.
All right, let's hope that my audio is a little bit better and I'm not blowing your ears off, Froob.
No, I'm good.
Perfect. So I wanted to take a little bit of time to thank our sponsors here, because ESA Winter 21 is sponsored by Nioh 2 The Complete Edition by Koei Tecmo here, Twitch, and ViewSonic. And if you donate $25 or even $35 over the course of this entire marathon, you're actually included into winning one of the 2 ViewSonic monitors that are actually up for prizes as well, including a VX2758, which is a really good monitor. I have it myself. I can highly recommend it. It's really nice.
Awesome. Yeah, we're just waiting for that phone call to come in, unfortunately. There's not much we can do. It'll come in probably in about 40 seconds-ish, probably. But I'm basically despawning enemies whenever they get close to me. You can see on the minimap, like, when they're about to turn the corner. You saw just before this how aggressive these fight spawns can be. That's why I want to make sure I get them before they turn around the corner. We could wait inside. It'd probably be a lot more beneficial time-wise, but again, you have to know when you're coming out. If I was paying attention to the live split that I have running, maybe I would be able to tell what time. But maybe I'm just lazy. Who knows? I know the answer to that one. Anyway, it should hopefully be after this one. And we can carry on. And we're going to be getting the last disguise that we get for the actual run. There's a couple of disguises that you can get that are hidden as part of side cases, but as far as the main story goes, there's only one more left. Hey, look at that. Perfect. See, I know what I'm doing. I know when these phone calls are happening. So, I'm gonna go get the wiretap from Tsukumo, and then we're going to need a disguise to get into the Matsukane family office. So we're going to choose the most flashiest disguise that we can get, which is suggested by Kaito. We're gonna go after a guy who's very, very flamboyant in his style. You'll see. You'll see. But we're going to go back to the Gaming Detective Agency. You saw there was an enemy spawned down the bottom of the Millennium Tower, which is why I went this way instead. Once again, hoping that Sakakiba is not in the way, so I can just go straight through the alleyways. Sakakiba, I dislike you. And unfortunately, if I got into the fight spawn that was coming down Nakamichi right now, of course you disappear. If I was getting into the fight spawn that was coming down Nakamichi, we wouldn't be able to run back through the alleyway because Sakakiba would override the fight spawn. This is not going to be fine. Don't risk it. Thank you. Oh, the silly things I do in this run sometimes. Also, down to 41% already. That feels surprisingly fast. Like, actually, genuinely. I feel like it's going down way faster than it usually does. Anyway, gang's all here. So... Oh. Got to sit in the chair first. This is Tashiro. We're going to go find him.
Let's roll, Talk.
This is the reason you don't want to go out via this way of the office. It's slow. Kaito. So, let's go and find Tashiro. We're going to have to go and look at one of the clubs that he is supposedly, like, frequents or, like, is the owner of. That is over at... next to the Gendalore office, actually. We know where Tashiro is, but he doesn't spawn in until we go to the office first, so we're just going to have to go over there. Now, one thing that I mentioned in previous Yakuza runs that I haven't mentioned here is you can see that with Kaito, the Keiin gang indicator has completely disappeared. Much like the other Yakuza games, when you're locked into story and you have an important NPC with you, sub-stories and other optional things disappear from the map, and this includes the Keiin gang. I think that's because of a decision, like, or something where it's like, if you have, like, an ally with you, it makes the fights too easy, etc., but either way, it's nice. As soon as we're with any NPC allies, they're gonna disappear, and thankfully that happens quite a few times at this point. So thankfully we don't have to worry about Kasai being in the way here. Keep forgetting it points us this way. He's actually down behind Serena. There he is.
What kind of question is that, pretty boy? If you want my clothes, you're gonna have to rip them off.
Okay. So we're just gonna jump over him, kick him in the face, you know the drill. Kaito is going to potentially help us out here. I missed! Dang! That would have been the juggle. And this should be enough-ish. No? Okay. Never mind, I don't know my damage values today. I hate it when you guard this. I haven't, like, the combat's been okay for... I don't know who hit him. The combat's been okay for kind of what I've been trying to do, but I haven't done much juggling, which is not a good sign. Juggling on single targets is very, very strong and very powerful. You saw a lot of it earlier. Don't ask how we did this to our hair. I don't know. It's never explained. Either way, stole his clothes. Kite is going to look after him. Now, here's a fun fact about Tashiro's clothes. When you're wearing them, enemy spawns don't care about you because they believe that you're obviously Tashiro. They feel that you're part of the Matsugane family. If only we could wear them more times throughout the game. Having a way of dealing with fight spawns would be, other than the drone, would be fantastic. Because just imagine how many times we've gone into the drone so far this run. Judgment fight spawns are insanely strong. Oh, right, Sugiura. Yep, behind us. Hey, Sugiura. Love you, dude. Don't worry, I almost did it again. I almost did the wrong option again.
You told.
So, sorry, bye. I love you, Sugiura, but no, bye. So, it's gonna actually like convince the guard outside the door, and thankfully there's no one in Matsugane family office right now. So we're gonna wiretap the place. We're gonna pick 3 places. We are going to go here. We're gonna go to this corner of the room, right? There. One of these days, and then this last one is hidden. It's behind the plant. And we're going to do one more for good measure. Excuse me. Thank you. We are going to go over here, and we're going to look from outside the room, hopefully. Nice. Because with this, we can actually be in the trigger for the next fight as soon as we come out of this. Perfect. So, unfortunately, some folks come back and realize we're not actually Tashiro, which means... we gotta fight.
Balls climbing into the lion's mouth knowing you're just gonna get eaten. Don't let this asshole leave here alive!
He's not wrong. So, once again, everyone's in front of us. Oh, I was on crane. Interesting. Why was I on crane? What was the Tashiro fight? I shouldn't be on crane. That. Oh, because I was trying to juggle, of course. So, hopefully this should take care of the last 2. Ah, he walked away. That's a shame. Come here. Yeah. Shame. If he hadn't walked away, that combat would have taken care of both of them. But that can happen sometimes. Either way, Sugiura gets us out. So, off we go. Alright, so. With this, we are now... where are we going? Is this the part where we do the chase part? Hold on. Infill them on. Right, off we go. I kind of want this to aggro. Thank you. Good. I want that to aggro because of the group of enemies down here. That way I didn't have to drone them, but it would have been quicker to drone in the end. Oh well. That lady prefers cheesecake over traditional sweets. I can't jive with that, unfortunately. I love sweets, but I don't like cheesecake. Cheesecake is awful. Alright, R1, you know the drill. So, we are here because we have found out from the wiretapping that Captain Hammerer is in a gambling hall, and unfortunately, it's not this one. So we have to look for an underground gambling hall. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna head here, and the lady that has the info we need is this one right here. We're gonna have to do some poker with her. We only have to do 1 round. It does not matter if we win or if we lose.
Yeah.
So let's do that round. Unfortunately, unlike the blackjack from earlier, we can't just quit out of this. So what we're gonna do, even if we have good cards, to make this go quicker, we're gonna fold. Because that stops asking us and just lets them carry on. Well, this would have been a bad hand no matter what. Oof. Who's got a 5? Which one of y'all has a 5? Stop raising. Call. Thank you. Get me out of here. Oh. Why you'd go in on that on a 4 and a 2 offsuit, but sure. Okay. Do you? Gamblers, after all. So, she tells us that there is a second gambling hall. It's actually hidden over in the Champion District. So we're going to go and get our backsides over there. You need a special password to get in, which she has told us. We're going to get asked 3 questions to which we now have the answers to. So we're going to carry on. Fight spawn on the left. We're going to get rid of that. I'm glad I shortcutted my healing items because we have one big, very nasty boss fight coming up. And my HP is not in a good place. I really don't want to use my medkit to heal my mortal wounds just yet. So, like, I've got just enough. It's a little... I've got this first option. It's a little risky, but honestly, we should be fine. The trouble is, there's a very, very nasty fight coming up. This fight's kind of nasty, but there's a nasty fight coming up in... Is it the next chapter? The next chapter 9. There's a nasty fight coming up in the next chapter, one I absolutely love, that is kind of nasty and will break my HP bar. 3 times? Can I talk to Moon? Chateaubriand Blue. And we're in. And inside, who do we find? We do indeed find Captain Hammerer. And also Ozaki, which is slightly problematic. So, both of them have EX modes. Focus on one of them. Doesn't matter which, just go for one of them. It looks like I have picked Ozaki. Alright, Ozaki, fine. I will just eat this bento while I'm on the floor. Also, taking care of normal enemies is also very useful. Okay, so I'm just going to focus Ozaki for now. Ozaki does not have a mid-fight QTE, but he does have his heat mode. Good use of my charge attacks to dodge attacks. Excuse you? That should be around the X phase, I believe. Nice, I got the juggle. Ah, I missed. I was too slow. Hammerer, I'm going to need you to stop that right now. But the important part here is we don't knock Hammerer into his EX whilst we're dealing with Ozaki. That would be very, very bad. Oh, really? You prioritize the Kaito one over the down one? That sucks. Time loss, it's a shame. This one's cool, don't get me wrong. But the other one is quicker and more damaging and would have hit the guy that I wanted to hit. I don't want to hit Hammerer. I really do not. It's fine. Not Hammerer. I again missed it. This take care of Ozaki. Now we focus Hammerer. Where you at? Oh, you actually came after me. Cool. So that would have been a good setup for Joggle if I didn't hit his mid-fight QT. Although I had to hit this because, as you can see, he's at his final HP bar. Now comes the X. The position he starts in is not going to be anywhere near any walls, but I can use this right here. I went the wrong way because I went after that guy. Okay. Wait a second. Too long. It's really hard to get the timing sometimes with this because you go really fast with EX. See what I mean about Kaito? What a good lad. What a very good lad. Thank you, Kaito. Kaito is very, very useful in fights. This is one of the reasons why we go for the AI over bosses, is because if we reduce the number of targets that are available in a fight, Kaito will help us. Chapter 9. This is where things are going to start really picking up. And this is the part where I'm going to start gushing uncontrollably about a certain boss fight. Because for some reason, I love this random boss fight, and it's amazing. So, a couple of hours ago, we met a guy called Hattori, who is a journalist who we don't like, and he doesn't like us, but we're gonna go see him anyway. He's over at Kyushu #1 Star Ramen. That needs to go. It's a bad fight spawn. We're going to go and meet him over there, and we're going to start doing a little bit of plot exposition. This is basically the chapter where there's a whole bunch of big plot dumps, most of which I don't like that either. Oh dear. This is, again, why we get danger display. A bunch of whole plot dump expositions that I actually don't remember, so... I'm going to say, Nashlax, if you want to take it away with some donations, now would be a very, very good time.
Well, I have some messages from Alzheimer Fonden, which I'm gonna just start talking in, and you can interrupt me whenever. Then, so we are gonna talk about Alzheimer Fonden, which is the reason we are all here to support this wonderful foundation. So yearly, the Alzheimer's Fonden Science Council and Board of Directors grant scientists and projects around 30 million Swedish krona. It enables training for caregivers on the subject of dementia. It also organizes projects, camps, and events for youngsters affected in different ways due to parents and other relatives diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Because in about, let me actually grab this over here. So because the World Health Organization, WHO, classifies dementia as one of the world's greatest health problems out there, just over 47 million people are affected right now, and it is estimated that the number of dementia diseases in the world will have tripled by 2050. Sure. So every single donation matters. Every single dollar is going to go to a great cause, and hopefully, finally, towards a cure for Alzheimer's disease. And if you want to put those donations towards something, we do have a bunch of donation bit wars going on for upcoming runs for the rest of the day, including Devil May Cry 4. There is a donation bit war between the Virgil route and the Nero route going on. Virgil's route is now currently in the lead. If you want to see Nero's route instead for Devil May Cry 4, you can put $20 to it to tip it over towards the Nero route on that one. There's also a Jack 3 language choice coming up, which currently has Russian in the leads. If you want to see a different language, you can totally put any and all donation towards that incentive as well. There is Pokemon X, has a ton of donation bit wars open as well regarding the Pokemon nicknames and the trainer name. So there is a ton of stuff for you to put a donation towards, and yeah, that'll be all for me.
Lovely. Alright, so we've gone through the big plot dump exposition. We basically concluded that we believe that Okubo is obviously innocent based on everything that's happened and the fact that we think that this 89 stuff, there's something going on with 89. We're investigating the Emi Terasawa case where Okubo supposedly killed her. Basically how he killed her was he killed her in their apartment and then the entire place burned down. Okubo says he was drunk at the time, but he hadn't actually had, like, any alcohol or anything like that. So we're suspecting a little bit of foul play. We're gonna head over to the ADDC again. Not ACDC, no, that would get us in trouble. So we're gonna head over to the Tokyo Detention Center first, my bad. And we're basically gonna say to him, you know, we are full believing that you are innocent, and yeah, we're going to help you. Like, this is it. We're fully here. We know, you know, you didn't do it. So. Oh boy. Is it time? Time? Yeah, it is. Alright, so. There's one boss fight in this game that I uncontrollably love. And it's coming up right now. So, we're going to head over to Bartender. We're going to get stopped on the way by Detective Kuroiwa. Maybe this optional fight if it gets too close. And then this guy turns up. His name is Cane Man. Yes, his name is just Cane Man. Don't worry about it. So, you'll understand in a bit. Not only does he have the best boss music in the entire game, but this is one of the reasons why I like it. He is an assassin sent to kill us. And you're damn right that he starts off by trying to kill us. He immediately tries to EX you. He immediately tries to get a mortal wound in. This is such a cool fight. We have to be very careful as well, and it's not going to be the only time that he actually gets a chance to do that to us. He's going to do it again if we're too slow in this fight. So I'm going to want to try and hopefully take him out as quick as possible. That was not too bad of a time to actually do my my charge attack there, actually. Ah, he dodged the kick that would have launched him. The drop. He's going to do his EX. And this is the problem because I don't have any heat. If he does, I need this fight over now. This fight has to end right now. Cool. Whew. That was getting a bit lucky. So he is able to, in his mortal attack, break half of your HP bar, which, as you can see at this point, would put me in exceptionally dangerous levels. I love that fight, and I'll explain why in a bit more, but Cane Man is awesome, alright? Cane Man is just, he's this assassin that comes out of nowhere. He starts off by literally trying to kill you with a mortal attack, and he does not care. His name is Cane Man, he walks around with a cane, that cane is a sword, come on. He's awesome. And again, he has the best boss theme in the entire game, only shared with Murasei. Which by extension means Murasei is also the best boss in this game. So, we're going over the Cure. Remember, we're good buddies with the Cure now. Oh yeah, this guy. So, we now have to go up to the top of KJR again. We gotta go the weird long route out the upside, this side, inside, outside, here, up here, fire escape. This is the only way to get to this floor, is this fire escape. Them. We'll see that Kaito's getting some benefits of having this alliance with the Cure. So, we're basically devising a plan where we are going to try and get Captain Hammer, and then the Cure are going to help us out, hopefully. So we're going to head now over to the ADDC, where we're going to question, hopefully, Shono about what happened with the Hashiki murder 6 months ago, why he was in Kamurocho, and a little bit about AD9. So once again, we're going back to the ADC, and we're going to run into a little bit of a problem. Not straight away, but we're going to have to try and find Shono. So once again, we get to speak to this poor, unfortunate receptionist who has to constantly deal with us. We're going to meet the same lovely lady who actually helped us out earlier, and then Shono should turn up. Now, more importantly, Kido is there. That's the stairs. Look at Kido. Because that sets in motion Shono spawning in. Shono's going to come from the right to the left. There he is. Cool. That wasn't too bad a time, actually. I was actually catching him quite early. Oh, this... No, this isn't skip. I knew it. Stupid. So. Unfortunately, they run off, and we've got to find a way to meet Shono. So we're going to go back to the lovely lady who helped us earlier. And unfortunately for us, security's going to get called. Now, we're going to have to basically use some intuition before then.
Suspicious.
Oops. We're going to go in via the car park, basically. So, here's the thing. Y'all ever seen a security guard with an electric baton like this? That's not an electric baton, that's a lightsaber. So, we're gonna go and change to crane style, as per usual. Too bad. We don't really want to focus on him, but it's okay if we do. Again, we just want to deal with people as much as possible. I'm not getting good timing on my style swaps, which again is a bad sign. So once he hits his halfway point, we're going to get the patented EX blah blah blah, you know the drill. And that happens. Oh, that sucks. That's the bad move to see. It's such a time loss. So I'm going to... Wasn't close enough for the EX? Okay. Sugiura has managed to help, thankfully, help out with the arrest. Oh, I missed it again. Not near a wall, so we just go into our EX. Cancel out, EX, broke the cutscene, perfect. That was an okay fight. Not as good as I've done it, but that was okay. We dealt with the security guard quite quickly. Not the last time you're going to see him, by the way. In fact, that's not the last time you're going to see him in this chapter. He's coming back very soon. So we're going to verify the infiltration route. It's the same place that we were here earlier in the flashback with Okubo's case. And now we're going to get into another quick little set piece. Unfortunately, the security isn't here. So here's a bunch of scientists to try and stop us, which, again, kind of nice that they don't have that much HP because, you know, they aren't security. Oh, Sugiura. Ooh, good lad. So we're going after Shono. We really want to question him about what happened with Emi Terasawa, because we have a suspicion it was him.
This is Shono. 30 seconds. Just get
So if you remember the Yakuza 0 speedrun, you'll remember that this backup point here, it works exactly the same. You have a little bit of time. Nice, got it this time. It works in the same way in that you get given a time limit to deal with the enemies. Nice. That's the combo I was after. And as I said, even the exact same animations.
Now you're fucked.
He's back.
This is Shono. 3 minutes. I can't wait for 3 minutes.
So, we're going to defeat them before backup comes. Now, we can go pretty fast here because we have a lot of EX. I'm going to focus completely on Masahiko. To the point where I'm EXing. Got it. There we go. Look at that. Look at that juggle. That's the good juggle right there. Cancel out the rest of my EX there, which is a shame. So you can leapfrog over an enemy, as you see there, and then focus on the other one. I'm going to get this guy down so Sugiura can help me with Final Masahiko. That actually stun him? Oh, it did, didn't it? Okay, no, I'm going to use the rest of my EX and take care of him. Sugiura actually helped there. That was like a 216 left. That was pretty good. I'll take that. Cool. So, at this point, we're going to question Shono, and we're pretty confident that he had a hand in Emi Terasawa's death. We're saying that Shono was the one who injected the initial victim, which isn't far off the mark. Shono says pretty much that we can't prove it, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. So, we kind of know it was him. We're dead set on it was him. We think that the reason why the first victim died is because of the effects of the dementia drug that Shono is making, 89. And he thinks that basically he covered it up by hiding the body in Okubo's truck to try and take the heat off of him and the drug, because otherwise it would pull the funding from it and he wouldn't be able to carry on his research. Pretty messed up. So, drone! We missed the drone sections. We're going to go over here and we're going to infiltrate the Matsugane family office with drone. Cool. Hey, notice how the last 2 hours haven't had any tailing segments? Tail segment number 7. It's back, baby. Here we go. So there's actually only technically 2 more tail segments left in the game. This is a pretty long one. It's split up into 4 parts, I believe. This one is... The first part is a little... Not too hard. We're going over there to the Millennium Tower. We need to get over here very quickly. And they're going to turn around. One of them's going to turn around in a second. We need to be very fast as soon as he turns around, because we need to get over to the left. So I'm going to actually sprint a little bit. And stop. Because one other enemy is going to turn around and speak to her. Don't worry, we're not losing them. Literally a straight line. The first part of this one is quite fast. The second one we can actually make go longer. I tried some speed testing for this one yesterday, and unfortunately, turns out not fast. Slow, actually. Very slow. I need to hide one more time, or is it just this guy that can potentially see me? I can't remember. Hide just in case. We need to get to this car. I'm just being very careful because of this guy. You'll see it turn red. When it turns red, that's the stop point for that part. That's the end of the first part of this tailing segment. So, second part. This is the unfortunate part. See the guy in the white shirt? Oh, he can get pushed backwards. That's not the problem. He might be about to break. And by break, I mean his AI is going to push him into a wall, which if he does that, it's pretty much game over. So I'm really hoping that he doesn't do it. It's very rare that it happens, but it can happen. See that corner there? Buddy. If he walks into that corner there, you can't get past him very well. And then this won't continue because it won't ever put him back on the right pathway. It's very rare that it ever happens, but it can happen. So we're just going to hide behind drone racing. The shopkeeper's just going to stare at us the entire time. He's just going to keep saying, hey, buddy, Hey buddy, you wanna buy some drone racing parts? You wanna do some drone racing? Hey, no. Unfortunately, we're not going to do any of that, and unfortunately we have to wait for those two to complete an entire cycle around the room, and for Higashi to finish his phone call. So in the meantime, Nashlax, if you've got anything to say, now is a perfect time.
In that case, I'll just jump right in. I want to put some more messages out there regarding the Alzheimer's Foundation that we're here to support. So, the Alzheimer's Foundation, thanks to all the gifts and wills from private individuals and companies, the Alzheimer Fonden was able to distribute almost 30 million Swedish krona last year. Even still, that money is not enough yet to be able to support all important projects that lie ahead. The Alzheimer's Fund could only grant about 19% of the funds that were applied for. So the goal of the Council's work is to get the maximum dividends on research money for affected patients and their relatives. We also want to encourage collaboration between the researchers at different universities. Alzheimer's is a progressive disease where dementia symptoms gradually worsen over several years. In its early stages, memory loss is mild, but with late-stage Alzheimer's, individuals lose the ability to carry on a conversation and respond to their environment, which is terrible. So every single donation that will come towards the stream will be going towards that Alzheimer's Fund, and we could use every single dollar. So if you have a few to spare, you can donate right now towards the ESA, and you can also put those towards an incentive, or you can actually donate up to $25 or $35 to be in the running for a ViewSonic monitor as well. And that is me for now.
Yeah, to bring it on a bit of a slightly more sadder note, my grandma actually passed away in December from dementia and Alzheimer's, so this means a lot to me, obviously. So literally anything you can give will help. I've seen the first-hand effects of somebody in my family getting dementia and how awful it is, and just how much people can change, and how it just really destroys lives, which really sucks. So I appreciate everybody who's donating, and yeah. So this is the nicest tail segment of the entire game, this part. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna hide behind this plant. That's it. That's it. We hide behind the plant. Cool. Easy peasy. See, he turns around. Wait for a second. That's it. That's the end. Cool. So, we still have one more part of this bit left to go, and the last part is the trickiest part. Also, while I was sat there, actually, I don't know if it was just placebo due to the fact that I obviously had to wait there, but I'm actually wondering whether it was faster to skip it yesterday. I'm going to go back and look at my footage from yesterday compared to this. I keep trying to skip things that are unskippable, you know. Every time I bring up my control scheme, that's me trying to skip things. So for this one, we don't have to worry too much. We can go all the way down to the bottom. Please don't turn to the right. You never normally do, but sometimes. These two are going to stop just outside of Akushimaru, the beef bowl place here. We're going to then take a second ourselves. There is only one good hiding place here, and it is unfortunately inside the beef bowl place. This is why it's a little tricky, because both of these guys can see us. Also, of course, don't hit anything on the way in. Careful of that guy on the left. So we can... Okay. The only one we need to look at here is Higashi. If we look away from Higashi and we look at this guy, it doesn't matter, because the timer will just go down. But Higashi will realize, hey, where's my boy? He'll come back and he'll just yell at him. This is the final bit of this one, thankfully. There's only one more tailing segment after this bit, and it's the hardest one. It's awful. But we're going to do a little bit of speed tech after this, thankfully. I'll talk about that when we get there. We already set up a little bit of it earlier. Again, we can't go until he goes anyway, so... At this point, we wait. Come on, off you go. Oh, good, the NPC blocked him. So we do have to be a little careful with this guy in the white shirt, because he is going to turn around very, very early on. We should hopefully be able to get to the car. Do not. Cool. Cool, of course. NPCs in this game are just like, it's my right of way, not yours. So. There's one. Fairly certain Higashi also turns around in a tiny bit, so give it a little bit of a second here, just in case. Yeah. There we go. His movement is off path, so he keeps, like, juddering a little bit. And with that, as long as we walk forward enough, complete. This is going to lead into another chase section, but this chase section is super short. This is quite nice. So he's running. We want to talk to him about Captain Hammerer, but we don't have to do that one. But as he's about to rightfully say to us, Captain Hammerer is obviously keeping an eye on him because he knows that we're using him as a friend and that he's pretty much part of our ragtag group. Watch that. These are random. Hence why me hitting the wrong button sometimes happens. Again, this one is pretty quick. We're going straight over to Tenkaichi. We're not going to be in this one for too long. I was supposed to go left first, and that's going to hit me on the right one. Yeah. Dang it. It's my fault. I forgot which corner that was. Hold to the right here for all of them. Triangle over this, and that's the end of that. Perfect. So, we're going to try and lure out Hammerer. To do that, we need to lure out the Matsugane family members. So we're going to very specifically go to a couple of places. So, first of all, we're going to taxi on over to Theatre Avenue. Can't quite remember if this is a location-based one or just a time-based one, but the bit after this is going to be time-based. So, there's two factors to this one. First, we need to go to, obviously, as I said, this specific area. If we run down here, we should hopefully get the cutscene trigger, hopefully. I guess it's just a time-based one. Okay, that's fair enough. It's time-based. I'll move up a little bit just in case anyway. You'll see in a second, we'll get a phone call from Kaito. He is keeping Overwatch. Now, we can skip a phase here by going into our inventory, going to our Jack Daniels that we bought earlier, and getting drunk. The whole idea that Kaito gives us is to go get drunk somewhere, because if we do that, they might think that we're a little more vulnerable and come after us. So, I'm not moving around erratically. This is me holding forward. This is drunk movement. It looks like the Yakuza games in that it's, you know, you go a little crazy at max drink. We are now going to go over to the final point because the game will automatically see us as being drunk and consider that as complete for this part and just get us out of this bit. So, with great difficulty, we're going to go over to Bartender. There we go. And with that done, we're going to go into our inventory, and we're going to drink the Wilkinson soda that we bought. Takes our drunk level down by... Oh, nice enemy spawn. Takes our drunk level down by 1, which gives us full control. Absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, Mary wants something else. Look at this guy's glass. It's a little bit of a gambling game, excuse me. We're going to try and guess how many drinks it takes until he goes to pee. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It literally doesn't matter. So, we're going to leave Bartender. We're now going to hit up 3 of the Matsugane family clubs to try and see where they are. So, we're going to head to Alvin. That is over on Tenkaichi Street. Quickest way is to run over there. I can see a fight spawn ahead of me. Where are you going? Down Tenkaichi. Not useful. Cool. No one respawned around. Apart from that one, but that won't matter to me because I can just go to the left, which should be good. Cool. So here's our first fight.
You little... I'll slaughter you!
Sure. So, as you can probably tell, we're going to just run at them. Hopefully hit a leapfrog, which didn't happen. Oh, I'm on Crane anyway. Oh well. Oh, why didn't I get my EX there either? Cool. Koga. Excuse you? That's not a name I want to see anytime soon. I'll see why I'm scared of the name Koga at the end of Chapter 11, which is the chapter after this one. Ugh. So. Of the 3 places that we have to go and visit now, only one of them is going to lead into a fight, and we want to be as close to the Champion District at the end as possible. Thankfully, one of those places literally ends at the Champion District. So what we're going to do is going to go and taxi over to West Shichifuku Street and get done with the one that has the fight spawn in it. Keep an eye out for fight spawns again, because this one we have to go a little further around the corner where there's usually a fight spawn. I can see it at the north part of the hotel district, but it might respawn if we're not careful, so keeping an ey. And you can also see that the Kane gang aren't around right now, because this counts as story.
Shit. Who do you think you're talking to?
Hey, remember those times I said we don't use weapons that often?
Because you're gonna die right here.
That's nice. We're gonna use a bike right here. So hopefully they can all stay together. Nope, that sucks. Should go after the 2 instead of the 1. Okay. Hit you, and... ah, that sucks. Leapfrog into a kick. Cool. Not great. Oh well, never mind. So that's the only one that leads into a fight. We're now going to go over to a club that they own over on Pink Street. Thankfully, it's right next to the taxi point. So, running on over. So, what's going to happen is we're going to go to all 3. None of them are going to tell us where Captain Hammer is, unfortunately. But we're going to find somebody that does know, and they're going to say they were spotted over in the Champion District. That's the reason why we want to end at the Champion District, is so that we can get to there after we've done all of this. Actually, no, it's Kaito who says that they're actually over there. And sweet. Always go the wrong way here, every single time. You'd think I would learn after, like, running this for a year, but no. So, we want to go to East Shichifuku Street here. Cool. This is a very good added taxi, this one. This one is very, very useful. We even use this one in LAD, which is absolutely beautiful. So, run over here. And after this, we're going to get the phone call from Kaito that he has found people in Champion District.
Yo.
And that also really helps out, because we can just skip that and just go in here. So, as soon as we get here, we go. Some mugwort if we ever want to make extracts. We don't have enough stuff. Time for a normal fight against some normal guys. Again, we're going to turn it into Crane if possible, because we're going to try and hopefully take care of as many as possible. Normal kick, so I don't accidentally kill him. He'll be fine. We should just go over here and help deal with these guys, because that almost was a good combo. Someone's alive. Kaito. Just hit the guy. Please, you've been good at this today. Just hit the guy. So, that final guy that we just punched, we're going to have to chase him across Kamurocho, because he's going to run. He knows where he is. Stick on the left here. Lovely jump, mate. Avoid, obviously, the 4 signs and the cones. Stick to the right here. Hopefully we can get over here quick enough. Good. Lovely. Skipped out 3 QTs there, which is lovely. This one he's going to throw down the sign. Jump over with triangle. Despite the fact that we can get close enough to press circle, the game doesn't want you to do it. Hold to the right. Triangle for... How did that bump into me? Triangle for that lad. You're going to throw another can at me. It's fine. Hold up, sir. Can I get the good angle here? Nope, it's fine. To the right here, which still doesn't work because obviously they're there. I shouldn't have done that, but that's fine. I gotta cancel out of that and still been able to be fine, I think. Square over car. These cones don't matter even though you run into them. Triangle over boxes. And circle over the final one. We go into Little Asia. I mentioned it about 4 hours ago at this point, about the fact that, like, things had happened in Yakuza 6. Unfortunately, it was a trap, and Hamura shoots Kaito, and we only get out thanks to Sugiura. So, us and Sugiura, we're going to go and save Kaito right now in one of the longest set pieces of the entire game.
You ready, Yagami-san?
I am. This is where I will probably heal my mortal wounds, because this is the dangerous part.
You got balls showing up around here.
I do. So, Crane, I'm going to hopefully hit the EX. Lovely. Doesn't kill, but it is going to get them to quite low HP. Nice change. Didn't really want to heal, but that's fine. The PS5's D-pad is a little bit sensitive. So, time for the big set piece of this one. I can't remember what this building's called, so I don't remember what the set piece is. Either way, you're going to see an old favorite of mine turn up in a second, once I can get through this door.
Almost there.
Hello? I know that's right there.
That'll do it.
So you're already behind us? Hey, look! Cane Man! There's his cane. Except this time, his cane is a dagger. We are going to fight Cane Man 4 times in here. I'm actually just going to go EX. Not exactly ideal. He moved away, otherwise could have launched him. That's not good, because he's gonna mortal attack me. Unless Sugiura stops him, which I appreciate! Again, that's not me trying to heal, that is me trying to change stuff. Ow. Okay, fine. Yeah, not horrible, not too bad. We'll take that. So one of the added benefits of being drunk is that we actually gain more EX faster.
Do whatever it takes.
So the nice thing about having that drink earlier is the fact that we have a little bit of an added benefit here. Once again, we're going to go to Crane, and we are, of course, going to use that heat move. It is very, very good for starting with a big group of enemies to kill. And there's just this guy, who I was trying to leapfrog, but then Sugiura decided to grab him, so... You know, we gotta mix it up a little bit. Anyway, we're gonna carry on and go after Cane Man, who... He's still here with a brand new cane. This time...
I've been waiting for you.
Good. So, leapfrog. Can't get the EX off, that's fine. Can I run up the wall, please, Yagami? I know you can. I believe in you. The nice thing is, when you do run up walls, you do actually have a little bit of hyper armor. Or iframes, I should say. You can see his HP is not going below the halfway point. Come on. Why am I not getting any? There it is. I wanted that to get off so that I could just basically interrupt him immediately and just go straight into actually damaging him. Ow. Oh, that's the long stun I'm going to have to EX out of this, honestly. Which I don't want to do. Okay. Not great. I could have done that a little quicker.
Gonna have to try something else.
He just keeps throwing his canes away and he just walks off in a sock. I love Cane Man. He's so good. Either way, when I said earlier we were going to get our last med kit, it's actually in this dungeon, which is one of the reasons why I will probably be using the med kit in here. So, when the lights are off, you walk around as if you're drunk. Oh, I wanted to grab that healing item, but oh well. I'm in the door already. That was weird. I think because I accidentally dodged into the door, the game wasn't sure what to do with Yagami. It does not take that long. Interesting.
Got it.
Interesting. I'd chalk that one up to the I've never seen this one before crowd. That gun! I forgot this is the corridor. No gun. Bad gun. I was trying to wall run, but again, no wall running allowed in this corridor. Right, so carrying on. The next time we fight Cane Man is going to be the problematic bit. So I'll grab this healing item because I didn't grab the one from earlier.
This guy's tougher than he looks. Keep it busy, boys.
Try and have a guess as to what weapon you're going to see next from Cane Man. The answer is going to surprise you, I guarantee you. I didn't mean to use this because I need this EX desperately. Cool. Ah, hey. Cool. Not too bad. This is very dangerous HP levels. Here is the third round of Cane Man, or fourth if you count the one from the previous chapter. What weapon is he wielding this time? If you said shotgun, you were right. And you already know what guns do in this run. Mortal attacks. Focus only on Cane Man. Exclusively and only on him. Do not let him attack you at all. Oh, that's bad. I have to get out of that. As you can see, his mortal attack is a shotgun blast. It's slightly stronger than a normal attack. Oh, those hyper... Oh, that hyper armor. Segura, I left you the easy one. So, thank you. Okay. That's the dangerous part. If he shoots me, he can do 3/4 of my HP bar worth of damage in mortal attack at this current stage. That's why you don't want to see that. That's why you want to hold your EX there, because if you can't run up a wall, you want to make sure you don't get hit.
Can't you do it yourself?
You're right next to the light switch. So once again, shimmy forward. Nice and quick. Not too bad. Ah. Cool. Carry on. The medkit is coming up a little further ahead. You can't miss it, thankfully. Shimmy over a little bit. Gotta go for a little bit of a box maze here. There's a spare healing item coming up ahead of us right there, but we're not going to grab that because we should be good. Gonna try and combo out of this. Shame he moved away, because otherwise that would have been very good. Still, juggle. And there it is. I'm taking my healing. I'm getting my broken bones fixed.
This guy won't give up.
This leaves us with 2 medkits for the rest of the run. Which, as I said earlier, there is a very nasty fight coming up. Not in this chapter, but in the next one. That is probably going to break my HP bar because it's really nasty. And even if I have max HP, it could actually be a game over. Ah, that's a shame. Cool. Now we're going to rush through the door. Gonna be locked, so we're going to have to open it first. We have no key for here, so we have to do the lock picking. Ooh, nice.
Almost there.
It's very, very satisfying when you, like, actually get the lock pick first try. Hello? Cool. There's no Skyrim lock picking, let me tell you. Alright. This is slightly unfortunate.
Finally, I was getting bored of waiting.
Fighting in the dark. You can't lock on properly. Segura's gonna disappear.
I think I'd let you do that.
Of course, we're fighting our old friend. This time... Oh boy. Here's the unfortunate thing for Cane Man, who's going to start off trying to murder us again immediately. The lights are right here. I'm just going to say no to that. And try and get into his minimum HP value, his midpoint. I want to hold my EX if possible. Until he gets to that midpoint, I want to hold my EX as long as possible. Nice blocks. So now Cane Man is going to become a magician. My god, he's so cool. Yeah, as he says, he's actually going to try and kill us here. No. It's unfortunate. So once again, leapfrogging into EX moves, as you can see, works very well. So, I'm just going to keep doing that as long as I can. Look at this. Very, very nice. I'm holding my EX for a reason. Nah, hey. Please don't do that. Thank you. Cool. I'm holding my EX for a very, very important reason, because Cane Man isn't the last boss of this place. We're about to meet the last boss of this place. You can probably guess who it is. This is such a cool fight. This is a fight that if I can do this fast, I can go very fast. So, leapfrog, attack, EX. That's bad. That was it. Yeah, just that little bit of damage. It's unfortunate. And what other studio just gives you like an almost full minute of choreography in the middle of your fight that is this cool? Look at this. You know what's coming next. This is his halfway point after all. I kick him to get him off the ground faster. Okay, he just ran at me. Nope. Not having it. I don't know why I decided to change there. That was an unwise decision. But look at that damage, even on Crane. Nice timing on that charge attack to stop him from interrupting me. That was a pretty decent fight. I'll take that. We save Kaito, and we've captured Hammerer, and we're about to do a whole bunch of plot exposition. So, in the meantime, Nashlex, if you want to say a few messages, now would be a perfect time.
I indeed have quite a few messages, actually. I've been watching K-Man block for a little bit, so I've been just enjoying the shot cane gun, basically, surprising me. At one point, I was thinking a rocket launcher must be next to this, like, for the run. That was amazing. So I have a few things to announce. We actually passed the $21,000 mark during that section with K-Man, and I have a few donations to read as well. Starting off with Snogo with $5 that says, "Good luck and great job, Froob." Definitely. Love to watch your runs and commentary is amazing. P.S. Would donate more, but I messed up my foot, and I'm not working at the moment. Snogo, that is no problem at all. Every single dollar counts, and we really, really appreciate your donation. We have Doris here with $40 as well, who says, "In memory of my father, Colin, who was taken away from me by dementia. I'm so sorry for your loss, Doris, and I really appreciate your donations going towards your great cause."
We've got to go, Matsugane-san.
We have Anonymous here who donated $100 that actually made us past that 21K mark. Thank you so much for that donation. And last but not least, we have Ladauer with $10 who says, "Is that my boy, Froob McFluffin? Good luck on the rest of the run, Froob. I'll put my $10 towards the Nio any % category change. This should finish it." And yes, it indeed did. We are gonna see a lot more Nio after later this day. It's amazing. That one is completely met now. Thank you so much, everyone, for all your donations towards that. I can't wait to see that run being changed to the all main missions category. Thank you again.
I don't know, no Froob MacGuffin no more. I don't associate with them. So, basically, in all the plot bits, I'm just gonna say I'm about to get set on fire here. In all the plot bits that just happened, basically, Hammerer knows who the mole is, won't tell us, thanks Hammerer. However, as you can see here, a bunch of Hammerer's men are literally trying to get him out of here. Now, we confirmed a couple of plot things, and that Hammerer is involved with the murders. He didn't do them himself, but he's involved. Good, that's not the guy I wanted to hit with that. Perfect. So, one thing about this whole place while it's burning down, this fire is real. See how his body kind of like reacted to that? Every instance of fire here is actually one that you want to try and use. Because if you knock the enemy into the fire, as you'll see here, they stand there and take hits. So this whole place is burning down. We're trying to get Hammerer out. Again, we're in Honmaruin, so R2 key. So, heading this way, into this door now. This is also the reason why you will never do a no-damage Judgment run, is because there's a door in here that literally, when you try and open it, you take damage. And unfortunately, there's a boss in here that has one of the coolest intros of any boss ever, and that's not fair, because it's... the boss who it is doesn't deserve to have such a cool intro. Trying to push this guy this way, but he's going to go down. That wall is going to explode after we're done with this fight, so we want to kind of be near it. Now, have you ever seen, like, the escort sections from Yakuza 0? They're very similar to this in this game. They're a little better because the escort person sticks rigidly to you, and the enemy take longer. This is the door, by the way. Watch my HP bar. There it goes. Impossible to do no damage. So, here comes that boss, and how this guy, of all people, Ozaki, gets such a cool boss intro. Look at this. Just watch.
I'll handle this. Stay back.
Excuse me?
I'm gonna tear you apart.
How does he get such a cool intro? That's not fair. Anyway, I'm going to kick him in the fire. So we're going to lead Frog over him. Hopefully kick him. Lovely. That, unfortunately, gets him back up. Really? That happened at the wrong time? That sucks. Can I get the juggle? Nope. That's a second too slow. Okay. We just want to get into second phase at this point. These explosions are actually interrupting my combos now. Oh, it's in such a good setup for the juggle as well. But, again, he's going to use his weight. Look at this. Like, you can actually feel Ozaki's weight in these, like, actual, like, choreography bits, which is cool. Four's going to explode, as you do.
Not so fast.
And now we get the final part of this fight. Now, if you don't want major plot spoilers for Judgment, you might want to listen away at the end of this, because we're going to find out the identity of them all. I kick you. I can kick you. Lovely. Now I'm going to EX him. I'd like to get him into that fire right next to me. That would be awesome. Okay, that's fine. So. Oh, that's not good. Oh, he's in the fire. That's actually good. Okay. I really should have had the next cutscene as a donation incentive for this run, because it's one of the coolest cutscenes in any Yakuza game ever. The mole turns up. And the mole basically takes no prisoners and actually kills a couple of people. Unfortunately, one of those is poor Patriarch Matsugane. At this point, Hamura is rather upset. And as he's walking away, and we're letting him leave, he turns around and says, Kuroiwa of the Kamurocho PD. Kuroiwa is the mole. So, we now know who the person who's been killing all these Yakuza is. We now know who the serial killer is, and he's a detective for Kamuro PD. And if you thought Ozaki was the final boss of this chapter...
Enough talk. Show me
Hi.
what you can do, Yagami-san.
The final of the Kane Gang, Koga. Now, focus only exclusively on Koga. We need to build up our EX and fast. There's a reason for this. Also, he has a grenade. That's gonna hit me. I'm actually glad that hit me, because that was hopefully gonna stop that grenade from hitting me. Getting hit by that grenade causes you to get a little bit disorientated. My controls are reversed. Here's the problem. Koga's second phase. Allow me to demonstrate by kicking him into it. Again, he won't go over this, so I want to do this to interrupt him. He is about to... Can you see his hands? You see what's in his hands? He has double guns. You see how he was getting up off the floor and he shot me? Koga is one of the hardest fights in the entire run. And I'm not joking, you hear? His mortal attack kills you. At this HP value, even at max, his mortal attack kills you. I don't like that fight. That fight is very stressful. So I'm very glad that he died fast. This is my scooter now. Thank you. So yeah, Koga as a fight is absolutely terrifying because he has guns. You saw when he was getting up off the ground, he shot me, which, as you can tell, as I said earlier, is a mortal attack. His mid-fight QTE attack... Oh, no, I don't want to listen to that record. I want to leave. I don't want to leave. I want to crash on the sofa. Leave me be. I have to leave, but only after I've rested up on the sofa. So, his mortal attack is literally one of the nastiest in the game. Like, it literally will decimate you. And then his normal attacks are gun attacks, which are also mortal attacks. Woohoo! So he's a very, very nasty boss. He's the last of the Kane Gang, and thankfully, his spawn point is the top right part of the map. And the only time we're going there is right now, actually. Not great, but thankfully, we shouldn't have to deal with him. And we're not going to deal with Sakakiba either. Get out of here. So, unfortunately, for the Matsugane family, Patriarch Matsugane is now dead. Captain Hammerer has also gone missing again. The mole came to kill Hammerer, because the mole knew, you know, that Hammerer knew his identity, and knew we were getting close, so he came to kill Hammerer to get him to shut up. Fortunately, as I said, we now know that it's Kuroiwa. So, we are going into almost endgame. This is the penultimate chapter. Almost endgame with an hour of the run left, by the way. As I said, the final chapter. And there's the Tojo-kan HQ. It's our one time you see it in this game because we go and have Patriarch Matsugane's funeral. Everything is starting to fall into place. So, as we start, us and Hoshino, we're going to go our separate ways. We're going to go back to the Yagami Detective Agency. We're going to rest up overnight, and then we're going to go and talk to a couple of people. That man... Some of the people in Kamurocho are a little messed up, let's be honest. Just ignore anything about sewers. Just trust me. We're going to meet up with Kaito. We're going to go to Kikunoya. We're going to try again and find... We're going to go and find Higashi, who is, I believe, over there. And get Higashi back on his feet a little bit. Essentially, we now know... Is that a fight spawn under the thing? No, it isn't. I thought it was. We're going to go and basically get our final answers, because the murders have been happening somewhere in Kamurocho. We don't know where, but we're going to go find out. So, this is the left-right conversation, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so... The only person, and we've got all the info at this point, the only person who can teach us where the secret lab is in Kamurocho is Kido of the ADDC, because obviously Kido is the one that's been giving the funding to Shono for AD9. So, once again in the morning, we're going to have to go and get Sayori to help us with entrapping Kido. So we got to recruit Sayori again. Thankfully, this time it's not going to require cake. She should have held out for cake, like, honestly. So we're going to... I'm scared to go in the arcade. Yes, same. So we're going to head down to, obviously, this taxi. You can see that Sakakiba spawned in the way, which means we have to despawn him out of the way. Oh, that's a bit close. Yee. Almost go into the fight with him. You see there's 10% of the Kane gang left. This is actually pretty good. They're going to disappear as of this chapter. We are very, very close. Very, very close to being able to afford attack level max. Tashiro is here. He is actually a friend event. So one thing that I haven't mentioned about some of your friend events in Judgment are people that can help you around the city. Anyone who's played Judgment will know of the name Ryan. A lovely friend who gets into every bloomin' fight. So, we're going to speak to Sayori, and you're going to see in the middle of this conversation, the viewpoint is going to change to Sayori. Once again, we're going to get to technically play as Sayori. Keep it in your pants, Hoshino. God damn it. Very true, though. How could we ask her to do this? So, once again, she's going to pose as a journalist this time. And we're going to go and film Kido on camera being a absolute disgraceful human being. We're going to go and have an interview with him at the ADDC. Sarah's going to do that. And she is going to get him to come to Kamurocho. That's the main point. We are going to blackmail him. So, here we go. With this a success, he is going to come all the way to Kamurocho, and he's going to meet us at the batting center. And this is one of the points of the run where you're going to see the benefit of running this game on a PS5. So, Sugiura is going to come with us. He's going to meet us at the batting center as well. So we're going to go and take a taxi up there. Excuse me. And anybody who's played this game on PS4, and especially a base PS4 like I used to, is going to know a little secret about this fight. the next fight that we're going to get into has the problem of sometimes, excuse me, dropping the FPS down to single digits. Not on PS5. Those of you who have seen this fight on PS4 know how much of a problem this fight is. I kind of want that group down there's attention. Oh, actually, there's no fight spawn around here. Perfect. Never mind. Usually, I mean, you've seen this run so much that usually you know there's a fight spawn up here. Thankfully, it's up at the hotel district. Either way, you can see, it's not him there, but you'll see him in a second. Kido is actually inside the batting center. So, I'm going to meet up with Sugiura. Calm down, Kaito. We'll get to punch Kido in a second. There he is on the right. So, the Ministry of Health has been hiring hobos. No. As assassins. Now, I was alluding to it earlier. Those UFO catchers right there, if you break them on base PS4, the FPS goes down to like single digits. Not on PS5. It's silky smooth. Oh, what the heck? You have a stun rod? I didn't even realize that. Get out of here. I've never seen that before. So, basically, the PS4 version of Judgment is locked to 30 on PS5. The remaster will be 60 FPS. But the actual frame rate itself is unlocked, which, yes, that includes that fight, which, again, I haven't actually mentioned yet, and I probably should. Usually whenever I submit a Yakuza game to ESA, I usually have the Amon fight as an incentive. I just didn't have the time to set up a save file for the Amon fight, but the Amon fight on PS5 has 0 slowdown. That attack that Amon does has 0 slowdown. You can imagine how good that feels. Why me? This probably doesn't feel good. What, Kido? So we're humiliating Kido. We're basically going through everything that's happened, trying to get some info. But here's the thing. Kido's actually a sensible man. Kido knows to go with the winning team. And at this point, he kind of realizes we're the winning team. So Kido is going to give us the information that we need. He doesn't know where the lab is, but he knows someone who does. His name is Ishimatsu. And Ishimatsu is unfortunately our final tail target, and the worst one of the entire game, as you're going to find out. But we're finding that Ichinose from the Ministry of Health is also very much in on these murders. Oh boy. So, I'm going to head over to the Millennium Tower to start our final tail segment. So, in the meantime, if we have any messages you want to read out, now is a perfect time, especially as I get into this fight. Oh, wait, hang on, I can get past it. Yay!
Well, there we go. We have the Nio incentive now officially full, and the category is officially now the main missions one. So I've been looking at the incentive list, and we actually have a bonus game that has not been met yet. That is called Skate or Die. Now, I don't know what that game is about, but we're only $50 away from actually getting that game met and inside of the marathon. And who doesn't want to see more ESA runs? So, if you want to put your donations towards it, that is definitely a good option to go for. And within Alzheimer, with that, I want to point out a message towards the Alzheimer's Foundation as well that we're getting money for here. The Alzheimer, as a disease, currently has no cure, but treatments for symptoms are available and research continues. Although current treatments cannot stop Alzheimer's from progressing, they can definitely temporarily slow the worsening of dementia symptoms and improve the quality of life for those with Alzheimer and their caregivers. And that, just getting a little bit of more time, as we all know, can be incredibly precious for those that are suffering from Alzheimer's and those around them. So every single dollar that goes towards the Alzheimer's Foundation is going towards a great cause.
That's interesting. For those who have seen me do this run or know that I've done this run before, the game almost soft-locked. Huh. That was worrying. So I had to look at this guy first, and the HUD didn't appear for some reason, that was very worrying. You then have to look at this guy, which spawns in this guy, who Maybe? 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 That's him. So this is Ishimatsu. You have to do those first 2 NPCs that I did to spawn him in. Oh boy. Here we go. This is the bad part. So, Ishimatsu is our final tail target. This is the longest tail target, and it's the hardest. I have spoken in the past about our tail targets being a little bit more sensitive than others. Say hello to the daddy of all sensitive tail targets. Ishimatsu looks like he's hiding a secret, and he is. He is going to the secret base where they have been experimenting on people. Essentially, they have been doing human testing on those Yakuza members to try and test out AD9. The trouble is, it's killed all of them. Now, I'm not going too fast here because... First turnaround. Ishimatsu's tailing segment is downright evil at points. We're going to go over here. And we're just going to wait for a second. He's going to go quite a way. This one, you think this is bad. Just wait. But this is the tail segment that we actually have a little bit of speed tech in. So, he's going to carry on. We're going to hopefully be able to get behind this electric box. I might have to speed up a little bit here because I'm a little slow. Nope, we're good. Wait for it. Hi, how are you doing? He just walks back. He decides, you know, I'm not actually going this way, I'm going to go this way instead. Now this is the problem part. This restaurant here, he can see you through that window. This little pillar here, he can see you through that. Ishimatsu's cone of vision is much better than any of the other tail targets in the game, so you want to be very, very careful. Watch, he turns around again! Ishimatsu is obviously a man hiding a very big secret, and yes, that's why he's very, very jumpy. This is the end of the first tail segment, but we have to be very, very careful because he can see us through the smoking area here. Don't worry, we're not going to lose them. Because he turns around. Please don't see me, please don't see me. I went a bit early. Oh my goodness. This is the final point, as you will see. Now, watch the way the game poses this next bit, because he's going to run down to the bottom, as you can see. He's now going to go to the right. So hands up if you ever played this game and this one fooled you, because the game kind of makes you think you want to run here, right? No. Ishimatsu is a very, very scared individual. And here's the thing, he's going to turn around again when he goes away from the bottom part. Once again, if you missed my other explanations of the tail segments, they all are the same. They all turn around at the same point. The only time they differ is if we mess up. So you'll see me go a little slow at times. Because we can't speed this up, apart from this one, ironically enough. Now, this one is a little dangerous, but he shouldn't turn around. There's no NPCs around, thankfully. We're just gonna go and stand behind this pillar here. He's just gonna stand there, don't worry about it. He's actually not gonna turn around here, thankfully. Here he goes. And then we're just gonna cozy on up. I really don't want to get too close because he turns around if you do. It's a good old New York style hot dog. Love this store. I'm fairly certain that picture on the right is a burger. I don't know what a New York style hot dog is. Is it the fact that it's actually a hamburger? I don't know. Let me know. Either way, he gets interrupted by the barker over there and disappears. Carry on. Again, I'm not rushing because he's going to turn around another, like, 2 times. Wait for it. Just wait. He gets a little hard to see, but he's turned around. He does get a little hard to see. He's there, and turn around. I am gonna have to run at some point here, though. He can see you all the way back here, by the way. See? What did I just say? That is how good his vision is. He sees you all the way back here. Oh, I hate this tailing one. This one is awful. That's the end of this one, thankfully. Or not the end of the whole tail segment. It's the end of that section there. Now comes the hard part. Hide immediately. He doesn't turn around, but he can see you when he walks out of there. So. Oh, boy. This is the long part. This is a checkpoint, by the way, so if we fail, we go back here. I really don't want to go all the way back here. He is going to turn around. He's probably turned around right now. Oh, second. Here you go. You mind? Could you not knock that bike over? Thank you. Jeez. So, we're going to hide at this car. It's going to look like we're going to lose him. We're not. This one is so long that I just checked my phone. That's how bad it is. So, he's going to head over onto that little bit there, where he's going to take a look over everything back here. This is why you don't want to go too far forward. Trust me, we're not losing him. He's right there. Don't worry.
If you have a moment, I have a donation to read.
Yeah, go for it.
I got Scopex with $5 who says, "Here comes the $5 train, choo-choo." Froob, it was a pleasure watching your run. It was really entertaining and you gave me company while working, and I couldn't agree more. It's been an amazing run to watch so far. Thank you for your donation, Scopex.
Yeah, thank you. We're still here for another 45 minutes, by the way. Don't go anywhere just yet.
Don't go anywhere.
And yeah,
run's not over.
No, not quite yet, I'm afraid. We're almost at the finale, but as I said, the finale is the second longest chapter in the game, so... But it's very action-packed. And hey, let's see if we can get a $5 donation train going before the end of this, shall we? So he's going to keep going down there. Don't worry, he's going to turn around there. Again, he's going to go to the left after this. The thing is, we know where the secret lab is, but we do have to follow him, unfortunately. Just going to hide here. He will turn to the left here. He can slightly see you, so just be careful. Look at this, man. Our speed tech for this part is actually coming up in a little bit. So, I'm going to try and catch up a little bit, not too far, obviously. The secret lab is actually down there, which is where the taxi point usually is, and you'll remember that if you've ever played any other Yakuza game. So, that's probably one of the reasons why that taxi point was taken out. If we could get that taxi point back in the remaster, I would love that, please. That would be the greatest thing. You might be wondering why I'm not rushing to catch up with him. So, Ishimatsu is about to walk across the road. We're going to interrupt that on purpose. So, we're going to intentionally do that. This is going to stop him crossing the road.
Oh, no one. Huh?
Yeah, no one. Oh, he's still doing it. Hang on. I can fix this. There you go. See how good his vision is? So basically what he's supposed to do, he's supposed to walk across the road to the right, where there's an electrical box. But by doing this here... Don't you work on me. You're supposed to brake. Young man, you are supposed to brake. Also, look at this. We can't use the vending machines. And muscle soda's right there. There we go. I guess I didn't just let him go over enough. That's my bad. Oh well. So he's supposed to go over there and check behind the electrical box. Thankfully didn't. Watch him. He's gonna turn around. Watch him. He just started running. He speeds up here. And yet... he will still turn around. Just yet. This is the dangerous part right here. I believe he's now turned around, so don't go too far forward, because he will see you here. Where are you? There you are. He'll turn around one more time before the end. Go in here so he doesn't see me when he turns the corner. Be very careful when running towards these as cover because you will vault them. Yagami likes to vault them, which is unfortunate. And there. That's our last one. And this is going to be the end of the last tail segment. Fantastic. Good news, everyone. What? See, he heard me. See? That's why you gotta be careful. Oi, either way, that gets us to our final set piece of this chapter. And even more important than that, hello. As you can see, we've got 1000 SP over. That is our final attack upgrade. That'll be the final upgrade we get in this run. So, this is Monsieur Lee. This is an old, abandoned...
Jesus.
Love Hotel? Yeah. Love Hotel. So, if you've ever seen the Yakuza 6 speedrun that I've done, you're going to see someone very familiar in here. Okay, so we're going to hopefully get the majority of these guys down. We're going to try and do, obviously, EXE actions, because we're doing a lot of damage right now. I was surprised. That guy actually wasn't attackable. That was very interesting. You can see just how much damage we did at the end of that combo, and that was only one hit to the guy. Yeah, we're doing a lot of damage. Ah, Sugiura, he pushed him away. We are doing an insane amount of damage right now, and that is going to be very necessary, because bosses at this stage, they're going to start taking off literally quarters of our HP bar with normal attacks. We're not going to have the SPs be able to get any actual HP upgrades anymore. So, once again, we're in a dark set piece. So you can see that there's... Basically, we're walking again, so we have to do a little bit of shimmying. And as soon as we get to this door, it's a fight, so we can run. You can see that one EX move is almost equal to 1 HP bar's worth of damage, which is really nice. Because honestly, like, we don't even have any of the EX boost upgrades. So, to find that, you need one of the special boxes. We took this massage machine that was emitting electricity and decided to just, you know, short the place out.
Keep it down, Sugiura. You're gonna give me a heart attack.
Sorry.
That old friend of ours. You might recognize this lad. Oh boy.
What is it this time?
He's back.
Sugiura? This isn't
Don't worry,
man. Where
we'll
are
see
you?
him in a minute. So Sugiura just got taken away by some mysterious individual that we've definitely never seen before. So, we're going to have to go after him because Sugiura is unfortunately in a bit of trouble. So, shimmy up the stairs, backwards, kind of hard to do because you hit the stairs there, but as long as we get to this door, that's the important part. In we go. It's going to be locked, so we're going to have to lockpick it.
Almost there.
That's really down there, huh?
Nice.
Come on.
Almost
Come on.
there. Nice.
Oh, nice. Hello?
That'll
Hello?
do it.
Hello? Thank you. So unfortunately, we're going to find Sugiura in a lot of trouble. At which point, I am going to EX boost into these guys immediately. Or not, because I just messed up, but that's fine. EX attack him. This guy does not have a mid-fight EX, so just absolutely decimate him with attacks. Ah, can I get that EX off in time? Nope. Wow, you are being problematic. I did not want to use up this much EX. I'm gonna need to save this EX. So you have 3 minutes to save Sugiura, and we have done. We're going to grab one of the electric batons. His broke, that sucks. That's a candle. Because we're gonna have to use this to get through another broken door. Now, it's time to meet our old friend. You know him, you love him. Hangman's back! Now, unfortunately for Hangman, he's a little stupid. He's standing in a puddle and we're using an electric baton. Bye, Hangman. Unbelievable. So we're gonna get up here. I'm gonna see this guy. He's quite solidly built. Entire HP bar. Have to take him down. We're gonna build up EX in this fight, because guess what? He's not the final boss of this place. You'll never guess who is. This is very good for building up EX and ending the fight. Do you remember the Yakuza 6 speedrun? Oh, he's on the ceiling again. Remember the Yakuza 6 speedrun, where we used a sledgehammer against Hangman? He learned. He learned. Hangman knows. So, we're gonna have to take care of Hangman. He is very dangerous with this thing. Like, very dangerous. Like, there goes my attack, sure, and there goes half of my HP. Sure. Oh, I love you, Hangman. No! Oh, no, I wanted to hit that. Oh, I didn't get it off, but this will finish the fight. Hangman can be exceptionally dangerous, as you can see. I love the fact that he uses a sledgehammer after we used one against him. So good. And with that, we're going to move into the finale. The finale, as I said, is a very, very long chapter. It's about 40 minutes long. It's massive. And it also has the problem where I could get one of two potential infinite loads in it. Oh boy. So, I think at the start here now would be a very good time if you've got any donations or messages you want to read out.
Perfect, because I do. I've got a $5 donation from Sparkling Sweat Drop, who says, "Did I hear a $5 donation train? Come on, Froob, once more with feeling. Thank you so much for an entertaining run and for keeping your energy up throughout the run."
I have been awake since 8 PM last night.
You didn't sleep?
No. No, I'm all good. I had some commentary to do over on GDQ last night, so no time for sleep, only time for speedruns. Many speedruns. We're gonna go to Bartender, where we're gonna meet Matthew now. The Health Ministry assassins are also going after her as well. So we're now going to get put into a escort section. This is the one we found the infinite load in. If that happens, that is literally a 6-minute time loss. Thankfully, because it happened yesterday, I know to have made a safety save just in case. This escort section is special. Because Matthew is with us. Wait for it.
Thank you, Yagami-kun. Keep going.
Hell yeah! What,
She's gonna cheer us on.
me, Mafia-chan?
Hang in there too, Kaito-san.
Now we're talking. All right. Mafia-chan's watching, so let's not screw this up.
You gotta love Kaito. The nice thing is, she gives you full EX boost every time. Time for some fun. Time for some absolute fun. We get to just spam out EX mode for the entirety of this entire fight. We do have to protect her, of course, which I was a little slow in doing that there. Whoops-a-daisy. Nice. We're gonna get into the next fight here, and once again... Oh yeah, you can't skip these. I keep forgetting you can't skip them in this one. Once again, question mark? Heck yeah! So, pretty much every single fight, apart from the next one. Oh, I'm actually upset that I didn't kill him. Oh well, he's stunned, so I can just focus on everybody else for now. Oh, Kaito, if you go and kill him, I would be very happy. And they did this one again! This is such a long one. It happened because I was in my strong combo in my EX, and unfortunately I didn't cancel out in time. So, cancel out. The last enemies are going to spawn in down here. Or not, because there's still one alive. Kaito! Thanks. Come on, Kaito. That's a bad time loss right there. Which is a shame, because I'm actually a minute ahead of world record pace. Or I was a minute ahead of world record pace. So, we're in it at this point, that's for sure. So, again, I said earlier that weapons are not that used in Judgment, and they're not that great. There's one exception, and it's coming up right here. Look how cool this choices. RGG really know how to do choreography. Like, look at this. Let's see a couple of weapons, and you saw it right there. We're gonna grab those nunchuck, because, oh my god, they're so good in this game. Massive AoE with massive damage. These nunchucks are actually stunningly good. Yep. Oh, one hit left. I can get one more strong attack out. There you go. I don't know where I'm aiming right now. Oh, hello. Can we stop kicking signs, folks? Thank you. That's not related to the Kamiyama we know, trust me. And where's the last guy? Ah, so maybe one hit so I could slide. No swag slide this time. Alright, so. Final part here. This is the last bit. So I've had this, literally the first time I ever had this soft lock was yesterday. So hopefully that doesn't happen after this, because obviously being on Recce pace would be kind of nice to keep this run going. Gonna start off attacking them. As I said, this combo right here is disgustingly good. That is a HP and a half's worth of damage. With that change. Ooh. I actually want to deal with the large lads first. They are the danger in this fight. Oh, I actually messed up my combo there. I could have done way more damage. You didn't juggle. Ah, that's also bad. I hate those stuns. Jump him, jump him. Thank you. Ah, I still did it. So as I said, the good thing about the escorts is that you do actually get, like, your escort target to stick to you. That can also be a little bit of a problem in some escort parts like this. Cool. Don't soft lock. Don't soft lock. Don't soft lock. Heck yeah. Matthew's informant might look familiar if you were here 5 hours ago. That's our horse-playing detective from the prologue. Our horse-playing detective, thankfully, is giving us some info on everything that's going on. Hattori, the journalist that we spoke about earlier, is also going to blow the lid wide open on everything that's happening. So, we're going to get into the part of the finale here, where we can get into the second infinite load. I can't believe I have to say those words. We're going to go back to the office, and we're going to rest up for the next day, once we've seen Matthew off. Yes, by the way, every time someone comes with me, they have to come out the window, so Matthew, jump. Everyone has to leave via the window. It's the rule of law with Yagami, I'm afraid. So, we're going to see her off in the taxi, and then we're going to head back to the office, and we're going to spend time till the next day. So, this is where... Oh no, Cafe Murray first. I made that mistake yesterday. We're going to go see the head prosecutor, Kenji, who we saw earlier. We're going to basically convince him. He's going to be on our side now. He's going to have seen what's going on with, like, the other prosecutor, like the main big prosecutor, the head guy. I've forgotten the actual title. Please, no. Oh, really? I was so close. I was so close. I have to go down and deal with it, because they won't deal with them themselves. That is actually genuinely upsetting, because that is going to cost me a lot of time. I honestly thought I had the time when I didn't. 3,000 yen, cool, thanks. I don't need money anymore. Terrible, that's really bad. That might have cost us. That sucks. Alright, so, we're gonna go up and we're gonna go and meet Kenji, and we're gonna basically have him join our side, and we're gonna convince him, you know. So, delay Morita. And now we're gonna go back home. With no optional fights. Alright? Thanks, video game. There would be one on the way, wouldn't there? We'll despawn that. And we're now going to get presented with 3 choices. Oh, that's a very close fight spawn. Oh, bother. Okay, good. Those 3 choices, one's going to lead to a fight, and the fight is the thing that can potentially infinite load. So we're going to do that one first. So, I'm going to speak to Higashi. I'm going to go over to the actual thing. Now, I've never seen this infinite load on... Oh, right, I can't walk past you. I keep forgetting I've got to go this way. That's why I'm going to Higashi first. So, I've never seen this infinite load on PS5 yet. It can on PS4. In the next fight, if you see the loading icon in the bottom right, don't use a heat move. Because then you will softlock. Which can cost you a heck of a lot of time. But again, as I said earlier, when you have NPC allies with you, you won't see the Kane gang. We might not despawn the Kane gang in this run because we went this fast, which is actually pretty dang good. Usually you get them despawn, as I said, around about the penultimate chapter or the finale, so this is actually not bad. It's actually really not bad. Please tell me you do the autosave thing. You don't. Okay. I was hoping by going into my menu and out, it would do the autosave thing, like Yakuza 6, but it doesn't. That sucks. Pray for no infinite load. So, with Hammer gone, Jack Matsugane dead, these two are taking over. That also happens. Also, no infinite load. We're good. Focus on one of them. Obviously, Ozaki also has an EX. We don't want to see that at the same time that Kengo has his. So let's focus on Kengo first. I really don't like Kengo's attacks here. Ozaki, you're up. This will put him in his EX. That's why I did the EX mode. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have anything to interrupt him, so we're going to go away for a second. No, you don't get to hit me and break my HP bar in the finale. Thank you. Need this HP. I really need this HP, actually. I was trying to actually get my EX off and I failed. Your guard, please. Thank you. Okay, fight. Not the greatest fight, but I'll take that. That's fine. So, with that done, we've dealt with the Matsugane family problem. Next up, we've got two more things that we need to do. The first of which we're probably doing, depending on who I speak to first, and it will probably be Hoshino because he's right in the doorway. We're going to go and see Kido of the ADDC. We're going to basically get him to say, you know, I'll come and testify in court. Like, Kido has determined that, you know, the fact that we are also blackmailing him, there goes the Kane gang. Bye-bye. So as I said, you do get that pretty close. That's really good. Like, getting it that late is actually a good sign that this run has actually gone really well. So, that's actually kind of nice. So, when we go back to the office, we're going to pick our second person. We're then going to go over to the ADDC, and we're going to have a conversation with Kido. So, whilst that happens, Nashlax, if you've got any messages, now is a great time.
I have a $5 donation because the donation train has officially left the station here by Foaz, who says good luck on the finale, Froob. And we're just keep seeing $5 donations. Keep them coming, everyone. We're actually getting close to beating Winter or ESA Winter 2018's donation total. We're getting really close to pass that number, so keep them coming. We can do this.
I know we can. I believe in you all. Right. And we've only got about 20 minutes of the run remaining, by the way. So, if you want to get those donations in for some incentives, now is also an amazing time to do that. For Kido here, oops, every single dialogue option, I forgot this is one you can't actually skip until here. Cool. And with that, we have one more person to go and visit, who is going to be Okubo. We're going to go... So, Sugiura isn't his real name. Sugiura's real name, or his surname even, is Terusawa. He is Emi's younger brother. So that's why he has been so invested in this, why he's been pushing us to keep going in this case, is because he's wanted justice for Emi the entire time. And he's wanted to believe that Okubo wouldn't be the one that did it anyway. Did I really run away from him again? Do I keep doing this every single time? Yes, I do. That's very bad. That's very, very bad. So he's going to give us a message to pass on to Okubo, which is going to be, let's go visit Emi's grave together. So we're going to go and say that. And then after that, we're going to start the finale properly. And this finale is very long. We're already in the finale, obviously, but this is the actual final set pieces part. The point of literal no return. This is where the finale is. Well, the finale is actually one of the funnest parts of this run. It's scary, it's exciting, and I absolutely love it. So, we'll now find that Sugiura is standing outside of the office. This is, as I said, he gives you the choice. Are you sure you're ready? And yes, we are. Yeah. I'm good. We are now in the finale. We are locked into finishing the game. So, we're going to go over to the Genda Law Office. I think I forgot to mention at one point as well, Ayabe got arrested for Shintani's murder. Which, one of the things that we questioned Hammer about was the fact that he planted Ayabe's gun, blah blah blah, so it wasn't actually Ayabe, but we gotta go defend him in court. That's one of the big things going into the fight, we have to defend Ayabe in court as well. So, Yagami at this point is going to go become a lawyer again. Hooray. And as we go to the Genda Law Office, we're going to get a little bit of news that the police have found out about Le Mans underground casino, because that was where Ayabe was selling information. Ishimatsu with the head of the prosecutors there. Oh boy. That's definitely not a bad sign. But the head of the prosecutor, Kenji, is here. He's like, yep, I'm on board. Now I understand. And we're going to head to Le Mans, where the police, as we said, are currently taking the place apart. Now, remember, Kuroiwa is the mole, which means we got to deal with our serial killer problem. So, time to fight Kuroiwa for the first time. Not the last. Excuse me, Bike. Thank you. Kuroiwa also has one of potentially the single greatest boss themes in this entire game, and this fight is terrifying. I love this fight. Speaking of amazing cinematography again, voiced by Matt Mercer, by the way. The reason why Kuroiwa is so scary is the fact that he's a mirror image of us. Anything we can do, he can do better. He has the ability to do your wall kicks, your wall jumps. He has your ability to counter up off the floor. He will interrupt every one of our attacks. And my god, this fight theme is so amazing. Don't worry that I'm talking over it. This isn't the last you've heard of it. So we want to get him to that midway fight point. Here we go. And you get this amazing mid-fight QTE. And once we're out of this, this is where we want to go into our EX, because this is where the fight gets dangerous. Nice little touch for Kuroiwa here to grab the ice pick that he used to gorge people's eyes out. Not the same one, but you know what I mean. It's symbolic. This is good damage. It'll put him at his HP. There you go. As I said, EX immediately, because look at him. He just gets up with that nasty counter. Look at him. He is so cool. I hate this. Please no. Whee! Nice. Good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Wow. That's Kuroiwa. Round 1. We're not done with him yet, I'm afraid. We have 3 more bosses left in this finale. We have about 15 minutes left in this finale. By the way, for whoever is on time, just as a warning, I will say when it's time. There's a reason I said that. So, you can see that Yagami is now present-day lawyer because he's in his lawyer suit and doesn't know how to tidy his hair again. He really has forgotten over all these years. We're going to head over to court right now. After we were done with Kuroiwa, which was 1 month ago, there was a guy outside who looked exactly like the mole. But the mole was just inside and we beat him, so who... That's the wrong one. Who was... I want this. Who was, even, the secondary mole. That's revealed in court through this absolutely amazing cutscene that happens here. That mole right there is the missing Captain Hammerer. And he just waltzes into court and drops the biggest bombshell evidence to destroy Ichinose and tie him to the murders. Unfortunately, Ishimatsu is in the audience. Ichinose gives him a signal to go and kill Kuroiwa. There are now assassins going after Kuroiwa, which you'd think would be a little bit of a problem. We're now going through our last Kamurocho set piece to try and save Kuroiwa because we need him, because we know he's the one that's been murdering all the Yakuza. So, once again, we're going to get our Ministry of Health hobo assassins. We're going to take them out. Everyone's lined up in a nice line in front of us, so of course, we're going to do a little bit of crane. Oh, I got interrupted there, that sucks. Take care of him. Take care of them. Change again. The apex of our hit. That's okay. I was really hoping they'd take care. They did take care of the other guy. Yo, good job. Watch Sugiura's face in this next upcoming cutscene. It's quite hilarious. I mean, that's the kind of face I'd have if someone tried to hit me with a truck, and then, Kaito's about to, put his foot in his mouth.
Damn it. These guys won't stop coming on us. I meant at us.
Dude, that's gross. Anarchy.
Come on, that ain't what I meant.
Keep your head in the game, Kaito-san. Now let's go.
That's that, Kaito. Ton of EX. So we're just gonna go as hard as possible on all of these guys. Try and go for the main guys with the big HP bars, of course. Nice double. Normally I'd do my quick swap because this guy was so close, I wanted to hit him whilst I was here. Bad. Can I take care of him? Nice, not bad. One hit, y'all. One hit. Just punch him. Stop grabbing him, Kaito. I praised you earlier. And with that, that's the end of our final Kamurocho set piece. We go to Theatre Square and find, oh, goodness, the assassins that went after Kuroiwa. Well, serial killers beat assassins, that's for sure. So, Kuroiwa is on a mission. He is going to the ADDC to get Shono. He is going to kill Shono. And of course, it wouldn't be Judgment if we didn't fight the police. So, we are going to try and focus on the ones without the high-vis jackets, because when we've dealt with enough of the police in this fight, the ones without the high-vis jackets are going to start pulling out guns! Not bad. Take care of the guy with a large HP bar, sure. Not bad. Guns are out, I just heard them. Oh boy. Good job, guys. Actually, they're really destroying these NPCs. This is actually really nice. Swag slide. Ooh, who dealt with the one behind me? Uh-oh. Good stuff. So, Elson Sugiura, we're gonna run off. This is Kuroiwa's assistant. He hasn't said much during the game, but here he is, and we're gonna just kick him in the face. Or not, because I messed up. I'm just gonna EX boost and destroy him. I wouldn't mind keeping some of my... Wow, you just get straight off, huh? Wouldn't mind keeping some of my EX off this fight, so I don't mind using it all up, like, here. Get the juggle. Yes! Look at that! Ah, he dodged that. That sucks. Oh, I can't jump over that? Interesting. See how aggressive he is? That's why you gotta be a little careful. That's why I want to take care of him first, if possible. Good. Take care of you with an EX, or not. Never mind. Too bad. I'm gonna leapfrog you. No gun! Stop that! No. I need this HP bar, and I really do. Segura's doing a decent job. I love doing the slag slide. It's so dumb. It doesn't do that much damage, but it does enough. It helps you get into a fight quicker and just take care of someone. So, I'm gonna head along here. Just ignore me. We're gonna see Kuroira is just up ahead. We need a gold keycard to get through here. If you're searching for the cats, the last one is here and it's outside. There's our gold keycard. With this, we can actually get through here, and we get to see how cold-blooded Kuroira actually is. So they're not letting him pass into the research lab.
Look, on the skyway. Murdering them. We gotta put an end to this.
Straight up.
Kuroiwa!
And this is where you get to see how different of a villain Kuroiwa is to your usual Yakuza villains, because at this point, he is just killing people. No rhyme, no reason. And look at this smirk. This guy is pure evil. Now, unfortunately, this doesn't look good. We're gonna jump out, and unfortunately, Yagami's gonna hit this car. That doesn't look good.
Hey, you okay, man?
That's a concussion.
We're gonna need another way in.
Thankfully, we already know another way in because we've been through the underground parking lot.
Good idea, Yagami-san. That'll get us into the hospital. We can get to the research wing from
Now, if you're thinking that we just have Kuroiwa left as a fight, incorrect. We've got one more boss before Kuroiwa, actually. Try and guess who it is, because just guess who's back for the third time in this game? There he is. It's Masahiko with his amazing lightsaber stun stick. Every enemy here gets guns out, apart from Masahiko. Oh, good first hit. Please hit the guy with the gun. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't get shot. No! Hey. No swag slide. No speed. I do not want to get hit by him. I would like to have some EX for after this fight. For probably pretty obvious reasons. Can I juggle? Yes. I slightly lost it at the end, but that is fine. That is such a good hit of damage. Nice. Okay, good fight. Very good fight. Unfortunately, at this point, Yagami's concussion is getting the better of him. So as you'll see in a second here, everything's going to go blue. Yagami is unfortunately struggling a lot. We can't run during this bit. We're going to get a few pieces of flashbacks from the past. So whilst we do this like 1 to 2 minute walking section, Nash, if you've got any final words you want to get out during this run, now is perfect.
Well, let's start off with a $50 donation then by D Major for the finale and beating prior ESA winter donation totals. Exactly. That's thank you so much for that donation. That is gonna put us a little bit closer to beating ESA winter 2018. So as we're getting close to the finale, I just want to say that I'm officially joining the fan club for Cane Man. I've really enjoyed that segment in particular. It's been an amazing run to watch. Judgment definitely, like especially Yakuza games, have been very long on my backlog to play, but Judgment really has kicked some ass there. It's been amazing to watch. So thank you so much for that run there, Froob, already ahead of time. And Yeah, we have a sponsor here as well for Nioh 2 by Koei Tecmo, and that game actually already released with the full edition 2 weeks ago. So if you need anything to keep you busy up until the remaster for Judgment officially releases, then maybe that game is worth a look.
Civil case.
And apart from that, thank you so much, Froob. It's been amazing to watch so far, and good luck on the finale.
No, thank you. Well, speaking of the finale, it's time for the final boss. We've caught up to him. Time to defeat Kuroiwa. Now, well, as I said earlier, what if a game just shoves a minute of choreography into the middle of your boss fight? This one. So, I'm gonna have to be very careful with the start of this fight. If I can do this right, it's gonna go very quickly. I need to get him into the next phase. Do the usual leapfrog into this. I'm actually going to use my EX in case he counters to get up, which he really loves to do. See? Please hit him once. Uh-oh. Almost. Got him. Okay. Here's your minute of cinematography. Look at my HP bar. It's actually in a very worrying level. And thankfully I have a tiny bit of EX because you know exactly what happens after one of these. By the way, reminder tech, I will call time. Don't worry. And how awesome this is. But yeah, for those who like want to get into the Yakuza series, Judgment is a spin-off that can be played literally anywhere. Other than that, start with either, I'd say, Yakuza 0 or Like a Dragon if you want to be up to date. Yakuza Dragon is pretty much a brand new start. Look at how awesome this is! I absolutely love this. And just look at this evil smirk about to come out. Look at this. You are fighting a serial killer right here. It's so different than your usual Yakuza villain, so we're not going to be able to completely hit him just yet. There we go. Lovely. Hopefully I can get out one good combo. Be careful, because he's going to counter me. Yep. I'm just going to take a bento. And yeah, as I said, anything I can do, he can do better. Gives me enough time to get out of the way there. Thank you. HP value? You see what I mean? See, I haven't called time yet. Kuroiwa goes out the window. GG, we're done, right? We've saved the day. Yeah. About that. Oh dear. I love this so much. Not content with being done just yet. That's an adrenaline pen. Oh no. Watch the HP bars at the bottom of the screen. He's back. Full HP yet again, and he's going to start off my HP. I'm just going to heal with bentos real quick. Nom nom. And I'm also going to go and use my Thunderstrike extract that I told you I was waiting for. And I'm going to get drunk. Run forward. Try and demolish him. Quickly change style. Shame I didn't actually manage to get the juggle off. That actually almost worked. Not the move you want to do here, but it can work. Oh, I don't want to be by the sofas. The sofas are bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the way, time is after this fight is over. Time. Which, hey, by the way, that's world record.
GG, Froob. Oh my.
Whew. Love that fight. Kind of sad it wasn't sub 525, but hey ho, here we are. I had actually a couple of bad. The last 3 chapters were kind of bad in terms of fights. I lost a minute over chapter 12, which, oh well, happens. Does happen, but yeah, that's Judgment. Again, another IGG Studio Games, which is absolutely phenomenally good. Thank you for all your donations during the run. I greatly appreciate it. If you ever want to speedrun a Yakuza game, you can go to any of the Yakuza speedrun.com pages. You'll find a link to the speedrun Discord on the left-hand side. Kaito's made friends with the cops. Happy ending for everybody. Thank you once again for having me.
Thanks again as well for the amazing Judgment world record run, Froob. That's that you see it here live, everyone, on ESA world record. With that, also my hosting shift is going to end over, so I'm going to be handing it over to the one, the only Argig. Thank you all, and we'll be right back after a small ad break, so don't go anywhere.
Don't move!